When it comes to the Yu-Gi-Oh franchise, there is now over 25 years of incredible stories through the manga, the animation, the video games, the trading card game, and more that detail why Yu-Gi-Oh, no matter when or what got you into it, has connected so many people together, building lifelong friendships and strong bonded communities. Throughout my different Yu-Gi-Oh video series where I explore the lore of each generation of the property, I've been able to connect with so many over our shared love of the franchise. The animation side of Yu-Gi-Oh is what really drew me into be invested into all of the other aspects aside from the original manga, which really drove home my love for Yu-Gi-Oh when I was a kid. So that's why we are mainly taking a look at what the anime for each Yu-Gi-Oh series had to offer. While I have already gone through the first generation of Yu-Gi-Oh covering the original 5 seasons the show had, yes, even season 0, today we are continuing our look through Yu-Gi-Oh's second generation, Yu-Gi-Oh GX. Last time, we took a look at the first season of Yu-Gi-Oh! GX in detail. Today, not only are we going to be taking a detailed look through Yu-Gi-Oh! GX's second season, we'll also be talking about the Yu-Gi-Oh! GX manga a bit, as it is very different from the anime. While this is going to be a 3-part series in total, each part can be viewed standalone, as each only cover a specific section of the lore. So join me as we head through our journey of what Season 2 of Yu-Gi-Oh! GX has in store for Jaden Yuki and his friends, with the series getting into darker storylines and planting the seeds of what is to come in the 3rd season. And for those asking, yes, in part 3 of the series, not only are we going to be talking about the 3rd season of Yu-Gi-Oh! GX in detail, we also are going to be talking about the 4th season of Yu-Gi-Oh! GX, which was never translated and brought outside of Japan. So I can promise you, if you've never seen anything more of Yu-Gi-Oh! GX outside of what was shown in English in the US, then you haven't seen the actual ending to the series, and oh boy, do things get even darker and weirder. So stick around for part 3 coming sometime soonish after this video. But with that being said, grab your notebooks and dual disk, we're heading back to class. Last time on Yu-Gi-Oh! GX, the world was threatened with what the wrath of the sacred beasts could bring thanks to the secret evil group known as the Shadow Riders trying to unlock them from their chamber beneath the school. Thanks to Jaden and the others, but let's be real, mostly Jaden, the person behind the Shadow Riders, the superintendent of Duel Academy, was stopped after a fierce duel where Jaden was able to best the sacred beasts and help him understand that doing evil stuff like this is a bad thing. Who could have guessed? No real consequences for the superintendent. Throughout the season, we met a lot of incredible duelists, some more friendlier than others, some having more chances to grow than others, but all in all, a nice varied group of duelists getting a chance to show their skills and build some sort of connection to Jaden. Speaking of Jaden, he proved to be one heck of a duelist who ended up making lots of friends during his first year, but also a fair share of enemies. But now, will those same duelists get even more time to build a fleshed out relationship with Jaden? Is his best buddy Cyrus going to prove himself more that he does belong here and won't just live in the shadow of his brother Zane's legacy? Will Chaz have something more to gain this season for himself after essentially having to rebuild himself for himself? Will Alexis explore any feelings she may or may not have for Jaden? Will Bastion be able to best Jaden in a duel as their friendly rivalry may heat up some more? Will Chumley have a fun time at Industrial Illusions making artwork for the Duel Monsters game? Well, there is still a lot left to go through for Yu-Gi-Oh! GX. And now, after Jaden ended the year with a duel with Zane where it resulted in a draw, what challenges await him in this new school year? With Zane graduated and a bunch of new characters to get introduced to, Season 2 of Yu-Gi-Oh! GX is looking jam-packed with so much lore to break down.
Next, it's Yu-Gi-Oh! GX.
You're watching Yu-Gi-Oh! GX.
Now, it is time to return to Duel Academy for the second year with Jaden narrating to tell us that despite passing all his finals, that for some reason, he's still in the Slifer Red dorm, leading to Cyrus asking who he's talking to as he says he's talking to his fans, he guesses. Oh my god, I think we're the fans he's talking about. How meta. As Jaden continues to narrate a bit, there is a major change right at the start of the year to note as Chancellor Shepard is currently not around at the moment as he's on a trip, which has led to Dr. Crowler being the temporary chancellor of the school, and along Along with him, we also get a vice chancellor to be his sidekick, with his name being Bonaparte. Dr. Crowler is extremely excited to greet the new freshman students coming in, but not to welcome each and every one of them, as he only personally wants to greet one student in particular, Aster Phoenix, who is apparently the top-ranked duelist in the world, considered a dueling superstar, and for whatever reason has decided to come to school regardless of his status. You know who else is excited to have a famous duelist at their school? Jaden. Not because Aster is famous or for the fact that he would even know anything about him, but just for the fact that he would want to have a duel on day one. We immediately see Jaden in a friendly battle with Aster, who says he goes by AP. And I love that Jaden is already using his sophomore status in the school to call the new students freshmen as a way to assert the differences of seniority. Come to find out though that this wasn't Jaden who rushed into a duel on day one, but in fact it was AP himself who came to Jaden's dorm as he wanted to challenge the current best duelist at the school. With Cyrus and the others watching, they began cracking jokes at Chaz's expense, thinking that AP is just like him, rich and having a snooty background, and after Chaz claims there is no one like him, AP then plays Ojama Yellow, and you gotta love that. The comedic timing is impeccable. AP's cards here aren't even a deck that he had ready and assembled or what he's known for. He in fact earlier was at the school card shop and just buying whatever random cards were left and lying around and assembled a deck from the scraps like he's Tony Stark in a cave, saying he can build a deck and win with anything, so maybe the rumors are true. Maybe this is the prodigy of all prodigies. I guess we'll just have to see throughout the season how true that really is. As the duel goes on, we get our first elemental hero of the season to make an appearance, with that being elemental hero Sparkman, a fan favorite. Thanks to AP's inner monologue, we find out that his strategy is to understand Jaden and how he plays, opting to use weak and not so powerful cards to really let Jaden show off and feel like he's teaching a freshman the ropes, when really it's all being set up to look that way. Then, while the duel is still happening, AP gets a phone call that interrupts everything as Jaden and the others all think that that's, kind of rude, but AP is doing a good job putting on a nice smile and acting pretty innocent. On the other side of the call is a mysterious figure who we have not met yet, one who is flipping tarot cards, revealing the Reaper of Souls in reverse, telling AP he knows what must be done. We can also tell from the phone call that AP seeking out Jaden for this duel was part of some plan, so right away, no just regular episode reintroduction into Yu-Gi-Oh! GX, time to chill, get adjusted, meet new people. Nah, we immediately get thrown into a mysterious plot that is building up from the get-go, with whoever is on the other side of this phone call and what AP is truly up to. Also, Jaden says, get your phone off and get your game on. It's not important, but come on, I'd be a fool not to mention that one. Jaden keeps up his cocky attitude by feeling like being a mentor is exhausting as AP is seemingly listening to the advice given from him. Also, for whatever reason, Cyrus makes a reference to the American Pie movies by telling a story to the others and saying this one time at duel camp, instead of band camp, but we love the pop culture references here. Back to the duel, Jaden is enjoying it getting turned up a little more, bringing out a new elemental hero fusion, elemental hero Glay Guardian. So that's cool. The two of them go back and forth about the philosophy of their own heart of the cards, basically, where AP is looking at what fate and luck have for him, for what he draws next, where Jaden is all about listening to your cards, where to the average person, that sounds dumb and doesn't make any sense, but Jaden can talk to Wing Karibo, and has had many experiences talking with duel spirits, so for him, he can literally listen to his cards. AP can't really believe that Jaden is supposed to be who he is hyped up to be, as all he sees is someone who gives bad dueling advice, isn't that smart when it comes to schoolwork and general knowledge, as well as feels like this is just a big waste of time and something to move on from. Back with the mysterious cloaked figure, he flips over another tarot card, the Inverted Chariot, which is a warning that the end is near. But the ending was near last season, so it looks like more looming world-ending threats are coming. AP starts giving Jaden some clues as to why this duel is happening, mentioning that he wanted to test Jaden, and the duel at the end of the day is about destiny. Through AP's attacks now, Jaden is forced to do his sacrificing of Winged Karibo to save himself, which he does take a moment to say thanks to Winged Karibo for always doing that, and being nothing more than a card that comes out to die in some sort of way or another. AP continues on about what he meant about destiny, saying that from the day anyone is born, their whole life is predetermined, continuing by saying that losers are born to be losers, and legends are born to be legends, and YouTubers are born to be disappointments to their parents. Sorry, Mom and Dad, I can't make the 4th of July cookout. I have Yu-Gi-Oh! To talk about. Jaden somehow takes it as a compliment to mean that he himself is a legend, trying to be coy and make jokes that also may not just be jokes about himself being a hero or teen idol or even a superstar, perhaps. Yeah, we do love Jaden as a protagonist, but that doesn't mean he is without cringe, just like me. Insert Jordan cringe Fringe joke here. We then cut to a flashback of AP and this mysterious cloaked guy as he tells AP that he must lose in a duel to Jaden. It's the only way that he can be certain that Jaden is the one. Whatever being the one means. Most times it's not a good thing to be the one, only bad things come your way. Why not be, the guy instead? Cake. Well, maybe don't be the guy either. AP clearly doesn't want to lose to Jaden. He doesn't seem too particularly fond of who he is in general, but he is told that he must lose. This is the way, and he must obey the orders given. We're talking about destiny after all. We also hear AP refer to this person as their manager, so something to keep in mind and take down as information. It will be on the test. Jaden does his thing and ends up getting elemental hero Tempest out on the field, pulling off a combo hit from them to then use diffusion, letting each of the 3 elemental heroes now attack and defeat AP in the duel. And after the duel, Jaden talks to AP about it, mentioning the usual stuff like, I know it was fun, it was a good time. But the writers of the series really play into the jokes about Jaden being cocky, as after referring to himself as a legend again, and that someday AP will be great just like him, he goes into saying that you can't get cocky or think of yourself in such egotistical ways. Again, for those who forgot, AP is apparently the world's best ranked duelist currently, unbeknownst to Jaden and the others at the moment. Anyway, AP walks away from the duel unsure of why his manager is so obsessed with Jaden, admitting that sure, he's a fine enough duelist, but why him? Why is Jaden so important here? On top of all this, Miss Dorothy is low-key crushing on AP, so weird, inappropriate stuff aside, Jaden returns to the others after his win, and it seems like Alexis thinks AP is cute as well, so that throws a potential wrench into her feelings for Jaden, maybe. I don't know, I'm here for the cards, not the crushes. Jaden ends up referring to AP as App, but this triggers something in Cyrus, saying, wait, AP, I know those initials, as he then reaches into his bag to pull out information on him, saying he's Aster Phoenix, where Alexis jumps in to say that Aster Phoenix is the #1 duelist in the world. Then Miss Dorothy lets him know that AP wasn't even using his real deck in the duel, taking a bit out of the win for Jaden here, but even more so on top of all of this, and something just for us the audience, he doesn't know that AP threw the match on purpose. He does get all of this flipped into a positive for himself to stay motivated and feeling good, knowing that they will duel again one day and hopefully he can go up against his real deck. We cut back to the docks where Dr. Crowler and Bonaparte are waiting for AP to make an appearance from the ship to greet him, not knowing that he's already been on the island and had a whole duel with Jaden and everything that just took place. As with the day nearly coming to an end and all of the students have exited the boat, which by the way is way less exciting than flying in on a helicopter like at the start of the first season for all the new students, we get introduced to another new character who is wearing a raw yellow uniform, introducing himself as Tyranno Hasselberry. Okay, who is responsible for all the American names of these characters? Because they deserve a raise. That's amazing. He makes a big entrance about wanting to know why he's in raw yellow and not obelisk blue, claiming to be one of the best duelists out there. But they just come up with some excuses about him not wanting to be there anyway. Who needs obelisk blue? Raw yellow is where you want to be. It's because he's too gung-ho and ambitious to just be put in obelisk blue, and for now he just accepts this and is happy about it. But I guess we got a new explosive character to add into the mix this season, and based on the name, maybe you can guess what type of cards are in his deck. After all the students are gone, Dr. Crowler and Bonaparte try and think differently after not getting to meet Aster Phoenix, claiming they don't need him to be their primary star to make the school look great, as they could just have a whole school full of stars, as they start having talks of a plan to somehow eliminate the need for a Slifer Red dorm, only wanting to keep it to the upper 2 other ones, ending the episode with a lot of mysteries to uncover, crazy plots to unfold, and a whole lot of epic duels on the way coming soon. It's good to be back at Duel Academy.
Yu-Gi-Oh! GX will continue in a moment.
Now it's Yu-Gi-Oh! GX.
While the second episode of the season is more filler than anything, there are some things of importance here to still note, like Chaz getting to have an official duel with some freshman in Obelisk Blue for the chance to earn his place back in that dorm instead of being stuck in Slifer Red. This irritates Cyrus most of all because he believes if anyone in Slifer Red deserves that opportunity, it should be Jaden. This was all set up by Dr. Crowler, who believes that AP isn't showing up and didn't really want to go to Duel Academy anyway, so after crying about this, the plan is to make someone else the face of the school, wanting that to be Chaz Princeton, and giving him hopefully an easy ride to the top again to be in the highest ranked dorm to be a star. The duel itself doesn't amount to anything special other than Chaz showing off that he still got it, even when his opponent has some strong cards and strong strategies. He does in fact Chaz it up. Chaz ends up winning in the end, and the Slifer Red celebrate as Chaz makes note that the color of your jacket doesn't really mean anything to prove if you're a better duelist or not, which leads everyone into thinking that he meant he was going to stay a Slifer Red, and that's how Dr. Crowler interprets it, and begins to just go along with it instead of being mad that his planned new prodigy isn't upgrading dorms despite winning. I don't know, it is what it is, I guess. It seems like Dr. Crowler can run a better story about a Slifer Red being so talented, but the Vice Chancellor is all against this, and really wants to get rid of the Slifer Reds, explaining that he was being serious about what he mentioned in the last episode. He wants to get rid of the Slifer Red dorm no matter what it takes. Cyrus ended up walking by the office at this moment and was able to listen in on what they were talking about. Of course, he ends up telling Jaden about this, but for now, it seems that improvements to the dorm are being made, and by that, I mean that Chaz is using his money to upgrade his own room to be a higher standard if he is still going to be a Slifer Red for even longer. Continuing on, Cyrus ends up explaining to Jaden that there is someone who is blocking a main walking path that is actively bullying other duelists by defeating them in duels and taking their duel discs away, as Cyrus had this happen to him and would rather avoid dealing with this guy. But of course, Jaden wants to check it out and get his game on, with the bully ending up being one of the new students who we briefly just met, Tyranno. As he is surprised Jaden isn't scared to get into a duel with him, he introduces himself along with his gang, Team Tyranno. Every one of them having fun twangs to their voices, and I love it. Imagine hating on the silly voices when they just make things fun. You know, couldn't be me. It's definitely some of you in the comments. Jaden makes a deal with Tyranno over the duel where if he loses, he forfeits his duel disc, but if he wins, then everyone can get theirs back that Tyranno has taken. Cyrus is so pumped up for this, being fed up with Tyranno and his team, with Tyranno acting like a drill sergeant. So Cyrus is trying to harness some of that energy to root for Jaden and to tell the other team to just shut up. For Tyranno, his cards are based on dinosaurs, which hey, I think is cool, but what I don't get here is why his character is also militant. Are his cards also going to be soldier or army based on top of the dinosaurs? It's just a weird combination of things for a character to be. It doesn't mean it's bad, it's just odd. He gets a moment to have a flashback for us to understand his backstory of being here a bit, where he proved well in the entrance exams, but was shocked that he wasn't put into Obelisk Blue, and from there, how he built his platoon of other raw yellows who cheer him on, as we also learn that his dad was a general, allegedly, so that military-esque lifestyle growing up is built into his DNA. His dino DNA. Speaking of that reference, well, that's a nice backstory and all. I was distracted by the rip-off Jurassic Park shirt. Where can I get one? I need it. Cyrus, though, says what we're all thinking while Tyranno keeps going on, telling him to quit with the monologuing and get on with the duel. At one point, Tyranno plays the field spell card Jurassic World, and that really couldn't be more timely. There's a new Jurassic World movie in theaters right now, so leave your totally original opinions on it in the comments below if you've seen it. As the duel goes on with Jaden and Tyranno going at each other with different strategies, Jaden seems to always keep a cool head on his shoulders, not really taking anything too seriously like usual, leading to Cyrus winning over Tyranno's supporters to now be invested in what Jaden is doing and how he is just handling everything with the duel. Thanks to this, we get to learn more about Tyranno because once he notices this shift, he does get more heated in the duel, but internally, he mentions that this always happens. He finds a squad of his own, but they always turn on him or abandon him in the end, and it's probably because he's abrasive and not gaining general friends as he treats them like he's their superior, that they should listen to and follow. Again, a lot of stuff in Yu-Gi-Oh! Can just be resolved by a character going to therapy or something. When Tyranno gets out his black Tyranno, you know what, let me just call him Hassleberry from now on. That'll make things easier. Hassleberry has it go to defeat Jaden, but thanks to his trap card insurance, Jaden was able to get some life points to stay in the game, only having 100 left though. Now Hassleberry starts trauma dumping about always losing his supporters, thinking himself to be a great leader that anyone would want to follow, especially for how good of a duelist he is, and giving the example of him leading this duel right now.
Think about it, Dingleberry.
Okay, Jaden, that mess up of his name was intentional, and it's messed up, man. But you do get a pass because, whew, did I legit laugh out loud at that coming from out of nowhere. Jaden brings up that Hassleberry already mentioned that he's played the same cards and strategies for 12 duels in a row, and tells him that his supporters are probably just bored, and he needs to evolve with the times and not be afraid to divert from the same repetitious pattern that you'd see in someone who is from a military family. And you know, the whole evolve line ties into evolution and dinosaurs, and you get it. It's Yu-Gi-Oh! There's lots of puns, it's all the time, it never stops. But when these words hit, Hassleberry says Jaden's right, to which he responds, he always is. Man, what a guy Jaden is. You gotta love him. As Jaden starts shifting the tide of the duel, Hassleberry realizes that his problem is being stuck in the past. He does need to evolve and not be stuck in his old safe ways, with Jaden acknowledging that he can tell he's figured it out as they both play out the rest of the duel. You know, when you think about it, unless the plot calls for it, Jaden just ends up playing the same cards with the same strategies all the time, just in random order, which most people with a set built deck would, but at least he switches it up and changes things here and there and doesn't do the same set of tactics in the same order every single time, so I guess it's all good. You know what, Jaden, you were this close to getting called out for being a hypocrite, but then that would require every player to be called a hypocrite. Anyway, he ends up bringing out a new elemental hero, this being elemental hero Wild Wingman. Okay, can we just bring in the elemental hero of Neos and others already? Because we have to be at the limit of fusing the same, like, 7 elemental heroes together already. No offense to Wild Wingman here, but, you know, come on. Now, Jaden ends up using his Wild Wingman and Blade Edge to defeat Hasselberry's Black Tyranno and attack directly, but with 900 life points left, keeping Hasselberry in the game, Jaden uses Diffusion, letting Avian and Wildheart be themselves again to attack and finish the duel. With Jaden winning, Hasselberry ended up having a fun time with how it all went and gave back the dual disc that he has been taking. So maybe he will have a good redemption going forward to learn from Jaden and also, you know, not steal dual discs from other people. You only need one, and not 15. Anyway, back at the Slifer Red dorm, Dr. Crowler and the Vice Chancellor are spying on what's going on, with Bonaparte still really trying to push for the destruction of Slifer Red. Inside the dorms, however, is now Hasselberry, who is wanting to follow in the guidance of Jaden and be a part of his friend group or platoon or whatever he wants to think of this as. So that's cool to see. I'd like to take a moment to thank today's sponsor, Factor. I do struggle with time management sometimes. I can't always be going to the grocery store, especially when I have a lot going on between my work life and my personal life. I also don't just want to order takeout all the time, so that's where Factor comes in. Finding a way to make everything even easier and doing so in a much healthier and better tasting way. Factor offers fast and healthy pre-prepared meals that come in a delivery kit straight to your door. With a plethora of options ranging from calorie smart, keto, protein plus, vegan, and veggie, there's always something that your taste buds will thank you for choosing. Each week you have a list of highly customizable chef-made options to choose from for your upcoming shipment. It's literally as easy as popping this into the microwave, and in 2 minutes, a nicely prepared meal is ready to eat. Aside from the great meals, Factor offers some other great options for you like smoothies or juices, which are perfect to get your morning started, as well as more like small bites or full-on breakfast options. As I always do want to continue eating healthier and be on a tighter schedule, Factor has been that solution for me, saving me time in the kitchen so I can instead spend more time cooking up some videos for you to watch. And hey, maybe you'll be eating a Factor meal while watching one of my videos one day. Head over to factor75.com or click the link below and use code 50fringe to get 50% off plus free shipping on your first Factor box. That's code 50fringe at factor75.com to get 50% off plus free shipping on your first box. Thanks again to Factor for sponsoring this video. As someone who loves some good reality TV, and will be talking about plenty more of it soon on the channel, I love the opening of this episode where Chaz is documenting and narrating life at the Slifer Red dorm. It turns out that Hasselberry, despite being a raw yellow, is staying over at the Slifer Red dorm and making things extra crowded, leading to conflicts between him and Cyrus over them not working out so well and sharing the space for various reasons. Chaz is still filming all of the drama going on, as he does want to pitch a reality series that follows him, this amazing duelist, and all of the stuff going on around him. But here's the real plot twist. More duelists are coming to live at the small Slifer Red dorm, as Alexis comes over with her stuff saying that she's left her dorm for good and asks if there's room for her to live here now. Sure, why not? Everyone come on down and move right into the Slifer Red dorm. It's only the smallest, most lackluster, and overcrowded dorm in the whole school. You know what? Why not restore the abandoned dorms? You remember those? That would help with space. Either way, even if it is crowded, we do know that Chaz and Jaden aren't gonna say no to Alexis coming to live with them. I mean, come on. Cyrus really seems to be the one who is not comfortable with sharing the space with so many people, which may not be something he'll have to worry about in the future, as Dr. Crowler and the Vice Chancellor's newest student to focus on to make a superstar in the face of their school ends up being Cyrus. Well, of course, he doesn't want to live in Zane's shadow. Dr. Crowler believes that taking Cyrus and running the story of Zane's brother being the next big thing at the school is what will really bring in the right attention to Duel Academy, and whatever fame and notoriety benefits that Dr. Crowler and this other guy can get. The plan is to get Cyrus promoted to the Raw Yellow dorm, which would solve Cyrus's problems over at the Slifer Red dorm, but also start breaking down the Slifer Red dorm from having more people there so the Vice Chancellor can finally start getting rid of it for whatever reason he has for hating it so much. Anyway, even if Cyrus does go to another dorm, like 2 other students already just moved in here, so the balance here is offset. Back at the Slifer Red dorm, we get to see all the work that Chaz has done with those renovations, showing off a ridiculous amount of new space with such amenities as a whole hot spring built in there and, marble flooring, all the works. It's ridiculous, and it's all for Chaz and Alexis as she moves into that as well. I guess all that Chaz and Nova stuff from the the end of the last season may have paid off, huh? Anyway, she starts explaining why she left, showing off a red dress that was in her bag, saying that Dr. Crowler wanted her to wear it when she was dueling, and tried turning her into a dueling pop star. But I guess those plans didn't work out, and he's going to make Cyrus one instead. Okay, well, not a pop star. Maybe more like the fourth Jonas brother that got left out of the band because he was too young at the time when they formed it. True story, by the way. From addressing this dress situation, they all can understand that Dr. Crowler is doing all of this and using the students in a way that will make him look good to further his own career and get whatever recognition or fame that he's looking for. They know that they must put a stop to this, and they won't just sit around and be his little puppets. Then Bastion comes over to inform Cyrus that there is a duel set up for him with someone in Obelisk Blue, confusing him, of course, as the scared side of him runs away after Jaden knows that Cyrus could show off his skills and win, but he's just not ready, or just believes that he isn't. Some of the others instantly know that this is somehow Dr. Crowler's doing, and he's using Cyrus as his next experiment. When Cyrus ends up running off scared of dueling at a dueling school, I just love how Hassleberry runs after him, being all like, "Come back here now, son," putting that soldier side of him to use. Beyond this, Hassleberry starts breaking the root of the problem down with Cyrus, telling him that fear is the enemy here, wanting to understand what is causing that fear and then helping Cyrus find the strength to defeat it. We see that he's still kind of tripping over Power Bond from last season, but less scared to use it. It's more so that it's all that he fears he can rely on. But the real issue seems to stem from being left behind. He fears that everyone else is going to keep advancing in their lives and dueling careers, but if he doesn't as well, then they're all just going to move on without him, which is why he feared losing Jaden in season 1 when it came to Jaden being offered a promotion in dorm status. But if Cyrus does get a promotion here, wouldn't he be leaving Jaden and the others behind? Well, unless he does what everyone else seems to be doing, and that's just staying at the Slifer Red dorm regardless of what dorm level you're in. Look, while these are some serious moments for Cyrus to work through, he does make it extremely funny with his little quips back to back here. First, he knows that he can't be left behind. He refuses. He must fight his fear, as he then runs off saying, "Not right now though." Then, when it's nearly time for his duel, he stops Chaz to give him an envelope for Jaden, telling him no peeking, which prompts Chaz to immediately peek, and then you can hear Cyrus off screen yelling, "What did I say? What did I just say?" I mean, come on, it's great. Inside of the envelope was Power Bond, meaning he's trying to escape from the norm of having to rely on that card alone, and in a way, form his own legacy that isn't tied to his brother's 100%. In the Japanese version, the card isn't revealed to be Power Bond until later on, which changes a bit of the impact, but for comedy purposes of getting that little extra line from Cyrus there, you know, it was worth it. Chaz also hides the letter from Jaden at first, but we'll get back to that when it matters more. For the duel itself getting to start, his opponent named Missy is a Zane Truesdale fangirl, wearing a locket around her neck that has a picture of him, as if he were the member of her favorite boy band or something, as well as she explains the stakes of the duel to Cyrus. If he wins, he gets to advance to Raw Yellow, while if she wins, Dr. Crowler told her that she'll be able to head off to the Pro League, which is the main dueling league beyond the school. So while Dr. Crowler is banking on Cyrus here to be his next big thing at the school, Missy is still dueling with a lot on the line that she'll be fighting for with all she's got. Also, for some reason, during this duel, Alexis is constantly taking jabs at Missy, especially her appearance. I get it if all of her friends here were nonstop talking about her or talking about her looks, as if they were into her, but no one is saying anything. Alexis is just like, ugh, what's with her hair? Ugh, her outfit is trash. It's weird, and it feels like it does kind of come out of nowhere. Cyrus starts feeling himself a bit as he does well, and it's nice to see that the crowd cheers for him, but it might start getting to his head just a little bit too much too quickly, though I think we can let it slide because I love seeing those roid creatures. I just think they're neat. Also, maybe Alexis has a point about this girl, because she's using a full-on bug and insect-based deck and is way too into them, and that's fine and all, but please, stay away from me. It's disgusting. Hassleberry notices that Cyrus is starting to get in his own head about the duel as Missy turns the tides in her favor, shouting out to him about facing his fears. Now, in his own head, he knows that he gets like this. He feels like when things get tough, that self-doubt starts creeping in, making him want to give up and run away from the cause of it all. Then Missy tells him to give up, and he in his head responds like, "See, that's the voice telling me to give up." Again, we get these serious Cyrus moments, but they keep getting the tension and the drama of it all broken for a moment because he's a goofball and always has some sort of quip ready to say. Cyrus starts really coming back though from everything Missy had set up, with Jaden getting excited for Cyrus but thinks he needs to break out Power Bond to really win this thing. And that's when Chaz breaks the news to Jaden, and when the big reveal would have been in the Japanese version, with Jaden opening the envelope to see that Cyrus isn't playing with Power Bond. Missy, as she gets more serious about wanting to win this duel, tells Cyrus that he'll never be as good as his older brother, causing Cyrus to finally snap about this, saying his whole life he's lived in Zane's shadow, but today he's done with that. He wants to prove that he can be good in his way that takes him out of the comparison talks of his brother. He's sick of being scared and in fear all of the time. This is the new Cyrus. He may crack jokes, he may complain a lot, but he's done taking crap from everyone. At least in this moment, you know. To truly win this duel, he ends up fusing some of his roids to create Super Vehicroid Jumbo Drill, which, Vehicroid? Man, Yu-Gi-Oh, why you gotta do this all the time? Just making up the hardest to say words. I know this one isn't super egregious, but just you wait. The more generations of Yu-Gi-Oh we deep dive for this series, the crazier and longer these names get. I'm dyslexic. Actually playing the card game is so hard in modern day, okay? You see how small the text is on a regular card? Personal excuses aside, Cyrus ends up defeating Missy, leading to Dr. Crowler declaring the winner of the duel to Zane's little brother, which, ouch, hits Cyrus right in the chest and he's like, man, for real? After everything I just blurted out during this match, you know, not being in the shadow of my brother, yada yada, but whatever, I guess. His friends are really happy for him and they're super supportive, so now back at the Slifer Red dorm, they talk about him moving up in the world and achieving what he wants, and what he's earned. Jaden gives him back his Power Bond card, with Cyrus saying that when he first got this card, he thought he needed it to be as good as his brother was, but today, he really proved that sentiment wrong. He tries to give it back to Jaden, claiming he doesn't need it anymore, but Jaden tells him to keep it as a souvenir, a reminder of how far he's come and of how brave he is to have overcome his personal fears. To break the emotional beat here between two best friends, Bastion steps in to say it's time to get your yellow on, as Cyrus turns around to say that kind of stuff only works when Jaden says it. But now, as the show teases Cyrus leaving the dorm, we instantly cut back to Cyrus now in a raw yellow jacket, back at the Slifer Red dorm, hanging out with everyone and acting all tough from Hasselberry's advice as the two of them go back and forth arguing, just like they were at the beginning of the episode. Some things truly never change, and Cyrus, well, of course he isn't going anywhere. He just gets a costume change is all. Now I can finally show off this old starter deck packaging without it being a spoiler. Hooray.
Yu-Gi-Oh! GX will return in a moment. Yu-Gi-Oh! GX now continues.
As we enter in on a duel between Bastion and Jaden, we see Pharaoh the Cat cough up the Spirit Orb version of Professor Banner. So he's still, in fact, hanging around. That wasn't meant as a pun because he's, you know, spherical. Spherical! Anyway, that's not important now. For the duel, Jaden ends up defeating Bastion as this was a friendly practice match, with Bastion thinking Jaden could truly be the best here if he actually gave a hoot about doing the other stuff school entails aside from dueling. But of course, he feels he doesn't need to. He's Jaden Yuki after all. He feels what he needs is a true challenge to further where he wants to get. He can beat anyone that is currently in the school, so he looks forward to the day that he can go up against Zane again. Speaking of Zane, a big duel is coming up in the Pro League where Zane will be going up against Aster Phoenix. The group here all discuss whether they think Zane will win or if Aster will win, bringing into consideration that sure, he did get beat by Jaden, but he wasn't using his own cards, so no one knows what cards or real strategies he will be bringing to this big match. Dr. Crowler and Bonaparte are continuing their bickering of what they are going to do to help push the school and themselves into more of a Stardom-esque spotlight, but Bonaparte is trying to push Dr. Crowler out of the decision-making based on the last several plans not going so well or exactly the way he wanted. But, you know, Cyrus won. I don't know why that's a failure. There's still a good story to push about him building his own legacy that isn't in the shadow of his older brother, but I digress. So while these two are dealing with whatever it is they're even doing, we cut to Zane walking out of a building where he is clearly working with some company who has invested a lot of money into him, expecting him not to lose this duel. As Zane wants to walk alone at night afterwards to get his mind ready for the duel, he is warned about some demon on the loose and to be careful, seeing a newspaper having a silhouette of some creature flying around the city. So that's something to now worry about, I guess. It kinda looks like the Flame Wing Man, but not really. Maybe like a different version of him, if you will. As Zane continues walking, he ends up hearing someone from an alleyway scream for help, leading him to find a duelist on the ground with his cards laid out all over him, with someone or something standing over him saying he can't run from destiny, with the man on the ground claiming whatever did this to him wasn't human, as Zane notices the same silhouette of the quote-unquote demon now on the rooftop. When the cops come to help the man, Zane seems determined to now follow this lead and go after this supposed demon. At least that's what it looks like. I think he's just gonna get ready to duel instead. Now, things are a bit different with the context of how this plays out in the Japanese version, but I'll get to that at a moment that's a little better to explain. Aster meets back up with his manager, and it's made clear through context clues that the demon we saw is Aster in disguise, or is involved with the demon somehow, and that his manager isn't telling him to do this. Rather, he wants Aster to prepare for the duel with Zane. Despite being confident based on what the tarot cards say and what destiny holds for Aster, the manager wants him completely focused on dueling with a tough opponent like Zane. Zane. Aster also goes off about being sent to Duel Academy in the first place to go and purposefully lose to Jaden, but his time spent focusing on Jaden isn't over, as after the duel with Zane, he will be sent back to the school to duel Jaden once more and this time win. For the duel with Zane, Aster is prepared to finally show off his deck, and doing so live at the Kaiba Dome. Yes, coming from Kaiba, owner of the Kaibasville Kaiba Dome, is a blue eyes white dragon head shaped building known as the Kaibasville Kaiba Dome. Okay, it's just the Kaiba Dome. But with their duel starting, Duel Academy is watching live in class, with Jaden getting surprised as it seems like Aster built a deck that feels like an exact copy of Jaden's, with some twists, as he brings out a new elemental hero by using Avian and Bursinetrix to create elemental hero Phoenix Enforcer, instead of Flame Wingman. But something about this seems familiar, I can't put my finger on it. Jaden didn't even know that he had any other options like this instead of just the general fusions that he does, leaving everyone around him pretty dumbfounded that he doesn't even know this and these are the cards that he uses. Zane ends up doing one of his Power Bond combos, getting out Cyber Twin Dragon to try and win the duel, but Aster ends up using Elemental Recharge in order to keep himself in the duel with 100 life points left. Aster decides to be a bit of an entertainer for the crowd, using his card's abilities to just mess with Zane, trying to make him angry and to lose his cool, while the audience thinks it's funny that Cyber Twin Dragon is being forced back and forth to go between attack and defense mode. Continuing from that, he then fuses Sparkman into Phoenix Enforcer to get Elemental Hero Shining Phoenix Enforcer, another new elemental hero, 2 in 1 episode. That's insane! But not as insane as Zane, then still getting out his Cyber End Dragon when things weren't looking so good for him. However, Aster ends up getting his Shining Phoenix Enforcer powered up with attack points to be stronger than the Cyber End Dragon by putting more elemental hero cards in the graveyard, resulting in his victory as the monsters collide. Aster then tells Zane that he can't hide from destiny, triggering Zane to put it all together that Aster was this mysterious demon silhouette from earlier, or in conjunction with this character, leaving things off from there for what this whole mystery could even be about. Now, let's talk about the differences here. So here, in the English dub, Aster is made to look like a bad guy. Based on the dialogue and the context of the person on the ground in the alley being a victim, it's pretty clear that Aster is this evil person, or whatever, to which we can also now understand that the silhouette is that of elemental hero Phoenix Enforcer. You see, all the other mentions were foreshadows to this. But all of this isn't the way things are presented in the Japanese version of the series. There, the context is changed to make Aster look like a hero, a vigilante if you will, turning the alleyway scene into that of Aster stopping a thief before escaping from the area once Zane notices this happen, and then the police come check out the situation. So a pretty different portrayal between the versions. It for sure changes how you can view Aster as a character, where either way you do see it, there's something complex going on with him in general. I just think it's interesting. Either way, everyone seeing the results of the duel feel pretty shocked, with them all now getting a chance to see how tough of a duelist Aster is. Even more so, being this good while using the same cards Jaden uses but now in new ways that Jaden himself didn't even know about. With Aster getting a bunch of press for winning, he ends up mentioning that he took a visit to Duel Academy, and that there was a student there who was totally copying his deck, clearly lying to make it seem like Jaden is the copycat, wanting to make him look bad and calling him out to a duel to show him what's what for being someone who is copying his hard work. While he doesn't reveal Jaden's name to the public, he gives them a hint, saying his name rhymes with Schmaden Schmooky. Yeah, we'll never know who he's talking about. Cyrus? Chaz? Could it be Jaden? It could, couldn't it? Well, Jaden isn't scared of this and is ready to prepare for Aster's return for this challenge. In the meantime, Aster goes back to his manager once again. We get more of the Destiny stuff and everything being written how it is because it was always meant to be, with this guy doing some freaky magic stuff to Aster's deck to see what is in store, revealing that what Aster has claimed, which is beating Jaden in a duel, no problem, to be what is true. With Aster heading back to Duel Academy now, we see him make the coolest entrance to the island yet, as he literally jumps out of a plane to snowboard, or I guess skyboard, all the way down through the air. Through this, we get to hear about how perfect he is, more specifically with how he excelled at being athletic in various extreme sports. I don't really think this detail matters if it weren't for the fact that he's doing these snowboarding, skyboarding tricks, but whatever, all of that athleticism is all on top of having a really high IQ and being the top ranked duelist. So yeah, lots of good stuff going for him. Good job, dude. I'm proud of you. You're smart and talented. The ladies want you. The guys want to be you. But while Bastion and Cyrus do their research into Aster and make it seem like something to worry about, Jaden doesn't care about any of it, claiming that it is taking the fun out of it all. Switching things up though, we cut to some random person breaking into the school's card shop and stealing everything they could, but before they can get away, this mysterious character arrives, standing on top of the building to call out the thief and to stop him. Now, the look of this character is based off of a different type of hero card, and as we get into them, I'll properly talk about them, but this design here is Destiny Hero Doomlord. I'm sure sure you can put 2 and 2 together to see where this is heading and what's being foreshadowed. But then after defeating the bandit, it's revealed that this was in fact just Aster playing this card to appear here, with him also saying his catchphrase at this point about not being able to run or hide from destiny. From the commotion, our main characters who are currently relevant to the plot are heading in to see what's happening, with Aster tossing down the cards on top of the thief, saying that the cards he stole won't be much good to him in prison, which now plays into that hero or vigilante vibe from the Japanese version of the show, where the person Aster just took down was a bad guy. I guess Aster might just be an anti-hero at the end of the day. You know, this hero thing is starting to all make sense with the name of the cards being used and the real life actions being taken. I'm just hearing the word hero a lot. There's a lot of hero-based themes. It's very fun. Also, the thief is essentially knocked out cold, and it feels like there could be other implications, because when they ask what Aster did to him, Aster ignores the comments. His focus is on Jaden, telling him that the duel will take place tomorrow and that there are no spectators allowed, claiming this to be because of Aster's status as the prime top-tier duelist that people pay good money to see, and no student, regardless if they look up to him and can learn something, is getting a free show. This attitude is definitely making Jaden upset at how awful Aster is coming off, as Aster tells Jaden that there's a lot to learn about how the business works when it comes to being a professional duelist like him. Now, the excuse for no spectators in the Japanese version of the series is that he didn't want other people in the pro league seeing or hearing anything that will give them insight to learn from and prepare for when it comes to Aster's cards and strategies. But as it turns out, there will be some spectators here, like Jaden's friends, Dr. Crowler and the Vice Chancellor, as well as Alexis's other girlfriends from Obelisk Blue, as she tries to lie and sneak over to sit with them to be closer to Aster, but gets called out by the others to stay and support Jaden because, dang, she clearly does have an attraction to Aster. I guess Jaden is just old news now. Ouch. Before the match starts, however, we see some random person in disguise as school faculty calling into this mysterious cloaked guy, referring to him as Master Sartorius. And wow, you know, I'd make a Jacob Sartorius reference here if I cared enough to know any more about him outside of just knowing his name. Sorry, Jacob, it didn't mean for you to catch a stray out of nowhere in the middle of this video, but all I've heard about you was YouTubers back in the day making videos about your music, and that you once dated Millie Bobby Brown at one point. And I doubt you're watching this video anyway, but hey, who knows? Stranger things have happened. Anyway, Sartorius here claims that after this duel, Jaden will end up seeing the light and becoming a member of whatever this cult thing he clearly has going on here. He then reveals his full look, dramatically doing so that we can see that he's the overall bad guy right now. And I wouldn't have been able to tell without that dramatic moment happening. See, when he's cloaked, yeah, I don't know who that is. He could be anybody. Now when he's uncloaked, oh my god, that's the bad guy. Jaden has a little pep talk moment with Winged Kariba before getting into the duel, trying to stay focused and ready, claiming that if he beat him once, he can beat him again, because he clearly doesn't know that Aster lost on purpose the last time. This will be the start of something fun, giving Jaden a chance to fight against mostly his own monsters, and maybe something more fierce. And right now at this point, it does feel hard to tell if Aster truly is a hero-based duelist, or is just trying to mess with Jaden to throw him off a bit. But it's a good strategy when you look at it. It has the ability to get inside of Jaden's head, and beyond that, if Aster essentially has the same cards, then he's aware of all the strategies and setups that Jaden can try and pull off. While Jaden might find it hard to do the same because of the extra differences that we know are coming in Aster's deck, like with the tease of what a Destiny hero is. I just personally remember this being such a cool moment back when this aired on TV, and I think having to basically face yourself is always good for some character development, or in the case of Yu-Gi-Oh specifically, a good chance to learn your own strengths and weaknesses, facing them head on. Jaden starts off the duel getting out his elemental hero Flame Wingman and dealing damage to Aster right away, making it seem like things might not be so easy for Aster after all. And alliteration aside, Aster ends up just throwing the same strategy right back in Jaden's face, bringing out elemental hero Phoenix Enforcer, which despite being the same power and attack points as Flame Wingman, ends up attacking and destroying Flame Wingman, but not itself thanks to its ability to not be destroyed in battle. Jaden, well, he's just excited over this. He loves seeing new elemental hero cards. He's happy that he was just one-upped, but will he truly be happy with how Aster is going to play the rest of this duel, as Jaden truly doesn't know what his future holds? Or should I say, his destiny? Oh, brother, this guy! I do like how Aster tries to get all philosophical when it comes to the comparisons of their decks, saying they are similar, but not equal. Of course, claiming his to be better, but he calls the decks mirrors of the players. They reflect who they are and motivates their actions. Jaden thinks he's just being too deep about this, and may I remind you, Jaden, you literally speak to a duel spirit. Let Aster be deep for a moment, but it's fine that you want to refuse to acknowledge your connection to the cards beyond surface level ideals. Jaden ends up getting out elemental hero Tempest, while Aster gets out elemental hero Shining Phoenix Enforcer, resulting resulting in Tempest being taken out as Aster tells Jaden that he's way out of his league here. Technically, you challenged him, so really you're the one out of your league, just, you know, going below it rather than above it. Jaden ends up using Miracle Fusion to bring out Elemental Hero Shining Flare Wingman so that it technically is the mirroring card to Shining Phoenix Enforcer. He ends up attaching Light Laser to it to effectively take Aster's hero out of play since it can't be defeated in a battle, with him also playing Skyscraper to boost the attack power up even higher for his hero as he then launches in for an attack which impresses all of the others watching. Aster isn't that easy to beat though, thinking that his pride can help him here by letting his own hero face this head on, only to lose the matchup and take some life point damage. Jaden thought it was awesome, seeing hero versus hero clashing against one another, but this only makes Aster madder, thinking something's truly wrong with Jaden for being so happy-go-lucky during this. But that's just Jaden. The world could literally be on the line and he'll still be there having a good time, laughing, making jokes, and getting his game on. Except for part of that one time when he had to duel Zane. But other than that, he's getting his game on. Aster says dueling for fun is basically stupid and that he duels for justice and revenge, which, meh, doesn't really hit together unless you turn out to be evil, thinking you're doing the right thing, or if you're an anti-hero who plays in that moral gray area. Where do you think Aster Phoenix falls between the scale of being a hero, anti-hero, or villain? Vote down below and leave a like on this video to lock in your totally in real-time vote. We'll check back in on the results later. Aster brings a whole new meaning to loving his cards, claiming they are everything to him, and that he selected them all for a reason, not because they looked cool and thought they were fun to play like Jaden may have, because that makes him sick. He's all like, ew, that's disgusting. What's the matter with you? It's gross, I'm a vomit. And then Jaden's all like, whoa, just take it easy, man. Now it's time for Destiny to come into play. And by that I mean hero time, as he plays the trap card D-Time, introducing the term of Destiny heroes to Jaden, claiming them all to be the true power of the elemental heroes. But thanks to Jaden getting bored of his speech, Aster baits Jaden with not telling him the secret knowledge of the Destiny heroes, but continues teasing in a way that gives us enough exposition as to what they are and the origins behind them. He says that he guesses Jaden doesn't want to know the truth about the secret series of hero monsters that were created by Industrial Illusions that never ended up being released to the public. But then why can I go and buy them in stores during this time? So with this exposition, he then uses the field spell card Clock Tower Prison, allowing the ticking clock of Destiny to take over, with Destiny hero Doomlord appearing on top of the tower, showing off its ability to send Jaden's hero into the future 2 turns, removing him from the field for now and only leaving Jaden filled with confusion as to what the heck is going on or why that's going to affect anything. But Aster says he has a lot to learn about Destiny, and I feel that we are going to be saying the word Destiny a lot through this second season, aren't we? Whew, I need a break.
Next, it's Yu-Gi-Oh! GX.
You're watching Yu-Gi-Oh! GX.
With the clock ticking constantly and everyone else worried, Jaden doesn't really pay it any attention outside of believing that he can defeat whatever secrets it holds, which Aster won't reveal yet for the suspense of it all. Also telling Jaden that no one can stop the hands of fate, but you better believe that Jaden sure is gonna try. Aster ends up playing Destiny Signal, to which Jaden is all like, wait a minute, that's kind of like my Hero Signal card. That's weird, man. I've seen that before. And Aster uses this to bring out Destiny hero Captain Tenacious, leading to him then having Doomlord out on the field along with Destiny hero Diamond Dude. I'm not gonna lie though, comparatively to the elemental heroes, the only real interesting name and design so far for the Destiny heroes is Doomlord. But that's just me, based on what we've seen thus far. After Aster does some damage to Jaden and collectively they make a million clock-related puns, Aster ends up using D-Shield, making it so his Captain Tenacious becomes unable to be destroyed in battle while having the ability to bring other monsters back out, which seems like an unbreakable strategy. Plus, thanks to his strategies, Aster gets to use his Misfortune card, timing it perfectly for right after Shining Flare Wingman comes back onto the field for Jaden, as it takes half the attack points from it to hurt Jaden's life points directly, leaving Jaden with 150 life points left. Doomlord then uses his powers again to send Shining Flare Wingman into the future 2 more turns, with this whole set of moves showcasing how Jaden's lost control of his cards thanks to the Destiny heroes literally controlling what happens. So yeah, this is a story all about how Jaden Yuki must overcome whatever Destiny has in store for him, as he needs to be in control of what his future holds, not what is foretold in the cards. I'm referencing both the tarot cards and the dual monsters cards here. Even if Destiny is supposed to be written out for you just like Aster's group he's a part of believes in, it seems like Destiny is something that can be controlled for someone by others, so there's some contradictions there. Are you trying to control Destiny, or do you believe that Destiny is a cosmic force that exists no matter what and can't be changed or manipulated? And whew, I'll await the full-on thesis to be written out, because we can sit here all day and start picking little things apart, and I'm just trying to have fun. Well, we cut back to Sartorius, who goes on about free will and making choices choices are nothing more than an illusion, and that destiny has led Jaden right to him. The Destiny Hero cards are literally forcing every decision Jaden has made, and Sartorius, as if he's speaking directly to Jaden, explains that he infused Aster's deck with the truth, and when Aster beats him, his eyes will be open to it all, mentioning that he will soon be walking the path of light with him. Aster tries to see how Jaden's holding up from all this, hoping that the jokey side of him is gone and he's scared now, but Jaden, he's loving it, thinking that this is such a fun and tough duel, exactly what he's been looking for in general. He ends up being able to land a good hit with Elemental Hero Bubble Man, bringing Aster down to 600 life points, showing off that even in such a tough duel, Jaden can really hold his own with a legit professional more than probably most people expected him to. After more of Aster's future setup moves, he ends up playing Ring of Magnetism, using on his Captain Tenacious to force all attacks towards the one who's wearing the ring, meaning that Jaden will be forced to attack this invincible creature instead of the other monsters. Jaden, however, wants to bring out a new elemental hero, using his Wild Heart and Necroshade to summon Necroid Shaman, asking if Aster wants to hear its special ability, to which he says no, but Jaden tells him anyway, which is kind of funny when you think about it. When Aster wants to tell a story and Jaden's not interested, Aster just goes, you know what, I'm not going to tell you, I'll just move on. But when Jaden starts to tell something and Aster's like, no, he's like, I'm just going to tell you anyway, you want to hear this. It allows him to sacrifice a monster from Aster's side of the field to replace it with a monster from the graveyard, getting rid of Captain Tenacious and replacing him with Elemental Hero Avian. But after all of this and even going in for an attack, Aster stands there being completely fine, as it's time to explain what this clock tower was setting up the entire time. It can now apparently make him completely impenetrable, ensuring that while it's in use, that he doesn't lose a single life point. Once Aster tries his misfortune strategy again to use Shining Flare Wingman's power against Jaden, Jaden ends up using Diffusion and Burial from a different dimension in order to get back out Sparkman and Flame Wingman, sending Shining Flare Wingman to the grave as well, with all of this saving him from taking damage and losing the duel. After this, he plays Fusion Gate, allowing it to be used to fuse monsters, but also as a way to change the field, getting rid of the clock tower, but this played right into what Aster wanted. He reveals that by doing this, the real monster inside the tower gets released, Destiny Hero Dreadmaster, who is massive in size compared to the other Destiny heroes. Thanks to its abilities, Avian gets destroyed from his side of the field, the other defeated Destiny heroes come back to the field, and his attack power becomes what the combined total of all the others are, leaving him with 2,800 attack points. To try and fight back, Jaden brings out Elemental Hero Thunder Giant, but no matter what strategy he has, with its abilities, Dreadmaster's abilities are better, and never-ending they seem, as when Dreadmaster is in attack mode, it defends all the other Destiny heroes in play from getting hurt. Aster admits that Jaden is a decent duelist, but he lacks purpose, leading to him only dueling for fun, which will only hold him back from being the best. Aster's purpose of justice and revenge are reiterated, wanting to stop people in the world who are above the law, which leaves everyone confused. So Aster says if everyone needs an explanation, he'll give it, going into a backstory about his father being a duelist and a card designer for Industrial Illusions. He talks about him being a good guy, someone with passion for what he does and who he looked up to as a hero, but someone took him away, showing a younger Aster coming home to see it broken into, with cards all over the floor and his father missing. This leads to the reveal of his father being the one who created the Destiny heroes, and why Aster holds onto them so tight because of his father, along with the values that he was taught, especially about justice always being able to prevail. But he continues to say that his father was wrong. Justice is a lie. At least true justice in the world through legit and legal ways, going on about his father still not returning and the person responsible still being out there somewhere. Just some criminal whose actions have gone unpunished and it's not fair. So from then on, he has dueled with the sole purpose of bringing lawbreakers to justice, taking the law into his own hands by using the cards his father created to punish those who deserve it. He knows that he will find who is responsible for taking his dad based on the rare card that was also stolen being with them. That card was the last one his father ever created before disappearing. Jaden hits back at this, explaining that the cards his father made were created for the purpose of having fun, not for being a vigilante, but Aster doesn't care. He's really passionate and determined in his goals of making this person pay while dealing with other lawbreakers along the way, moving forward with this anger to continue the duel. Now there are some differences here in the English dub versus the Japanese dub, where in that version Aster comes home to find his dad on the floor and whoever broke in didn't take him along with that rare card, instead he killed him. So it's a pretty darker circumstance with even less hope that one day somehow he'll get his dad back, but it fuels both the justice side of things as well as the revenge side, seeking out whoever killed his father. This then plays into why he is going after thieves and punishing them with his cards, but makes it look weird in the English dub for the alleyway scene because we're all made to believe that it was a random dude who was attacked out of nowhere, when in the Japanese version, he was a thief and was getting punished for it. So with context clues, you can figure out that who we saw was bad in that scene, but with certain things being cut out and changed for the English dub, which honestly Unfortunately, it does kind of take the punch out of these reveals a bit more, but whatever. Aster goes in for his final attack while Sartorius feels the power from it all, claiming that the chosen duelist now belongs to him, as Jaden then loses with his cards exploding out of his duel disc, making it look like he had just been shot or something, as he then begins to collapse from not feeling right. All of his cards begin to turn blank white as he falls face first on the ground, looking as lifeless as those blank cards, and like that dude we saw earlier who was stealing cards. And by the way, that's how the episode ends. That's kinda dark, don't you think? Well, things get even darker in the next episode as we find Jaden at the school nurse as he's being told that he won't be able to duel again, because while all the others see his cards just fine, he only sees them as the blank whiteouts like we saw them at the end of the duel from last episode, which is insane to happen to one of the most in love with dueling people out there. While Cyrus is really freaking out over this, Jaden is doing what he can to just move on from it, calmly understanding what is happening as he's trying to process it all himself. But you can tell that it's crushing him not being able to duel again. He tries to calm Cyrus by saying, "Oh well, what are you gonna do?" in a monotone voice before walking past everyone and leaving, saying he just needs some time to himself right now. Dr. Crowler's even conflicted over his feelings of seeing Jaden like this, confusing himself over wanting to reach out to Jaden and kind of missing how Jaden usually acts. Speaking of him, his plans for Alexis to be a pop star duelist are brought back up as he wants her and her brother Atticus to be a pop star singing duo, with Atticus basically on board and singing his own remix of the Yu-Gi-Oh! GX theme song, to which Cyrus notes is a nice song. It's so meta, it's great. This episode is more filler than not, but it carries some important plot stuff like with what Jaden is going through, and seeing more of the weird plans Dr. Crowler keeps trying to come up with. Alexis and Atticus end up getting into an official duel where they agree that if he wins, they will become a pop star dueling duo, and if she wins, it will be officially dropped from being a thing to discuss ever again. In the end, she ends up winning, so this silliness is over and dealt with. At least for now. Probably more silly things to come in the future. With Jaden being absent the whole episode since the beginning, even missing watching the duel, we check back in with him being alone in his dorm room with the only thing we hear is him telling himself that if he can't duel, then what's the point of him even being here? Mentally saying a goodbye to Duel Academy, with the show teasing him potentially leaving. After some days have passed at school, Jaden's nowhere to be found, leading to a Ferris Bueller joke where the teacher keeps saying Jaden in a monotone voice waiting for a response that he's never gonna get, so we are led to believe that Jaden is done with Duel Academy. Cyrus seems to be falling apart here over Jaden, getting into a whole screaming match with Hasselberry, over himself being more of a friend to Jaden than Hasselberry ever could, leading to Hasselberry leaving and bumping into Bastion, where he tells him, "Out of my way." You know, tensions are high, but tensions are also different. In the Japanese version, Cyrus and Hasselberry get into it over him not belonging in a year 2 class, since he is a freshman, and since Jaden isn't here for him to just follow around, he just leaves. And when he does bump into Bastion, all they do is they both just go, "Hey, sorry about that," and they go about their day. Just little subtle changes, but the emotional tone is amped up in the English version for both dramatic and comedic purposes. We now cut to Jaden, who is looking into the waters, sitting alone and thinking about everything that has happened, nearly believing he saw the dual spirit of Winged Karibo in the sky before seeing that he still can't truly see his cards, and there's a disconnect there. He's then surprised by Chaz being the one to find him and speak to him, and Chaz masks having any concern for Jaden by pretending he's out there to get away from the others who are whining about missing Jaden so much. But oh, that Chaz. He actually does care, regardless of ever admitting it or not. He thinks that getting Jaden to duel him will help or work to fix the issue, but Jaden has no interest in that and walks away from Chaz, which is wild to see Jaden Yuki turn down a duel, but I think on the grounds of him not being able to see the cards, that it's valid. Sartorius is still flipping his tarot cards, revealing the Wheel of Fate, claiming Jaden to be more powerful than he imagined. We find out that originally, with all of the magic that he put into Aster's deck to defeat Jaden, that it was supposed to completely take over Jaden to where he would instantly become a servant to him. But with Jaden having so much spirit, the magic only hurt him somewhat, leaving him without the ability to duel, but still being able to be the one in control of himself overall. While he waits for Jaden to do some soul searching, he now wants to go after someone else in the meantime, listening to the tarot cards saying there is another soul just like Jaden's, except for the fact that it is weaker and easy to end up controlling, possibly. We then find out that he's on a plane, getting ready to land at Duel Academy. As the co-chancellors are running to it with the excitement over it being Aster's manager, they're hoping to get something out of dealing with him directly. Sartorius claims to be here under both true and false reasons, saying that with Aster being so busy and booked up already, he is looking for another client to take on from this school, so technically, regardless if it is for evil purposes, he's not lying. Aside from all this, Jaden is officially missing now, as Cyrus tells the others that Jaden cleaned out his stuff and is gone. So we then see all of his friends out in various areas searching for him, which this is a W friend group right here, we love to see it. As this is happening, while Chaz is alone looking for Jaden, and at the same time being annoyed by his Ojama spirits, Sartorius interrupts his search, saying that being able to see and communicate with these spirits is a gift that not everyone can experience, as the spirits only end up communicating with those they truly end up trusting. After Chaz gets weirded out by this random dude in the woods at night, Sartorius introduces himself and his intentions for speaking with Chaz, seemingly knowing him very well and wanting him to be the one who he was foreshadowing earlier. He wants Chaz with his ability to speak to the spirits as something under his control, so he's very much just like Jaden, but as we may find out here, his spirit may be easier to break through. Once he brings up that he is a manager, specifically Aster's, Chaz gets interested in showing this guy how great Chaz Princeton truly is in hopes of becoming a client of Sartorius. Chaz's cockiness knows no bounds as he claims that he's going to make him go all like, Aster who? After he shows him his skills, with the two of them getting into a duel right then and there. One thing though, Sartorius is going to be playing without a duel disc, revealing a table that he pulled out from nowhere, with his deck on it in the middle like it's a tarot reading. On brand, gotta respect it. This gives us a chance to see how Sartorius duels, with his setup continuing the tarot theme where he doesn't look at the cards and using his mind to predict the cards that he will flip over and use, telling Chaz that he's not cheating, he's using his abilities to see events before they occur, and then starts using all the destiny mumbo jumbo to mess with Chaz a bit, acting like he knows who he is, saying that he's someone filled with anger, to which anyone could have said that about Chaz. It's not hard to know if you even know the guy on the most basic surface level. Chaz refuses to believe any of that, with Sartorius telling Chaz to come personally shuffle around his cards so he can prove that he's not cheating, and that everything he's saying is true. As the duel continues, we see how all of Sartorius's cards all kinda seemingly relate back to destiny and fate, while having the guise of chance on them. It's pretty interesting, but it all plays back to what he's spilling on about so well. Chaz does try pulling out all the stops, he gets out his armed dragon, he does the Ojama strategy, but speaking of the Ojamas, they feel some weird energy coming from Sartorius, with Ojama Yellow trying to warn Chaz, but Chaz just knocks him out of the way, completely disregarding whatever he was yapping on about. Sartorius explains being able to read him clearly now, seeing what Chaz fears the most, and that's failure. He tries to break down Chaz like a therapist, claiming to know about the rival he has and he can't beat, knowing that inside, Chaz lacks the true faith in himself to ever actually beat him, alluding, of course, to Jaden here. He says when you open your eyes to the light, your fears will become a thing of the past, telling him to accept his own destiny. The Society of Light awaits him, which, bingo bango, that's the secret society word that we've been waiting for all season. As Chaz is shown visions in his head of what seems like Jaden in pain or losing in a duel, Sartorius offers Chaz to join him, be at his side as they walk into the light, going on about everything Chaz has seemingly wanted, trying to seal the deal of getting him to join his cult, society, right, and Chaz seems conflicted, having an internal struggle of what to say or do, with Sartorius claiming the darkness and the light are at odds, explaining that everyone has two faces, showcasing his freaky face crying from one side while the other is fine and smiley, the crying side representing this sad darkness, while the smiling side represents the light, with all this becoming very persuasive in trying to break Chaz. This ends up working, with Chaz asking to be shown the light, resulting in Sartorius capturing him and hoisting him up into the air as his life points then drain. When the Ojama spirits try to jump in and help, as if they could do something, Sartorius ends up using his powers to make them disappear. At the same time, we cut to Jaden, now on a boat leaving the school, saying he'll miss this place but he can't be here anymore, at least not until he finds some answers. In the skies above, however, is Sartorius back in his plane and playing with his tarot cards. He then bumps the Wheel of Fate card off the table, remarking in shock to see that it is now in reverse. But my guy, you did that. You knocked the card off the table. You can think some tide is turning because of it all you want, but that's on you. You did this, you weirdo. We then cut back to the dorms where everyone is confused at Chaz's new appearance, ditching the dark clothes for his new white outfit, which, hey, I appreciate the themes of the darkness going away because he was shown the light, but it does feel weird to see him dressed so bright. He mentions to the others that he's seen the light, the Society of Light, preaching about it like any good cult member would, before doing an evil laugh to close out the episode. Isn't it funny that the episodes are getting darker despite the themes of those responsible for the darkness technically getting brighter? Food for thought, something to think about. Cyrus and Hasselberry are at each other's throats as they look for Jaden, claiming themselves to be his closest friend who cares about him more, while Chaz screams from the rooftops that Jaden's given up dueling because he can't see his destiny and see the light, thinking that Jaden has already left the island already as he goes into another evil laugh while looking goofy. Speaking of goofy, we see Sartorius playing with his tarot cards some more as he then drops his Reaper of Souls card diagonally, which confuses him greatly because he knows that it facing up or facing down can mean two different things that he's aware of, but it being sideways has him looking at the card like, huh, what can this mean? You know, this is new to me. Wow, so mysterious, destiny and all that other stuff. Wow. He really needs to stop dropping these cards. cards. But with the card having the duality of either being rebirth or destruction, it just reminds me of all the alchemy stuff from the last season. But, you know, it being sideways, that can mean anything, who knows? Things for Jaden, though, get pretty weird, as when he's alone at sea in the middle of the night, yelling at the sky for some answers, a shooting star seems to randomly come toward him, leading to this magical vortex for him to be sucked into so he can go on a vision quest, unrelated to the upcoming Marvel show, where he sees the monsters from his cards, hears the voices of his friends, and ultimately ends up in what seems like space. But this isn't your average everyday space. This is, well, you know, let's not spoil it just yet. He ends up waking up on the beaches of an unknown world as he tries to contemplate the answers of where he is, thinking he could possibly be dead and in the afterlife, but during this he is interrupted by a humanoid dolphin character that can speak. But you know, with how weird everything already is, sure, that's fine. The creature jumps out of the water to reveal just how humanoid it actually is, to which Jaden looks at him before saying, "Is that where fish sticks come from?" And holy crap, you know, that one South Park episode has done so much irreparable damage to my life that viewing this now is like, it's like 10 times funnier.
Fish sticks! Don't you get it?
I almost swear that this was written in here on purpose, but I digress, it's just such a good joke. The creature didn't find it funny though. I bet he's just heard it a million times. He mentions that he is a super advanced Neo-Spatian aqua dolphin, saying to call him Aquos though, as he tells Jaden of the actual reasons he finds himself here, saying the whole universe is in danger, and that in everything that exists, there is Neo-Space. See, that's the special version of space we are in right now. He says that there is a balance through it all, earth and air, light and darkness. Without one, the other can't survive. Jaden jumps in to try and understand by saying, just like fries and ketchup, and he's so real for that. But only if it's ketchup on the side that you dip the fries in. Pouring ketchup all over the fries and eating it that way is just way too messy and honestly completely wrong, but you know, you do you. I won't judge too harshly. Either way, something with the balance of Neo-Space is off, and this creature claims to need Jaden's help in fixing everything. He goes on to talk about the Society of Light being the ones responsible for everything going wrong, as Jaden is just unbearably bad at following along to the most annoying degree it's ever been, which is saying something because he never really takes serious moments seriously anyway. A weird craft comes out of the sky at this moment, with Aquos here explaining that it is the Society of Light, mentioning that they have found them as they are after Jaden because of his power being so strong. Jaden's not really up for saving the world again, at least not so soon. He thinks that he has other problems to figure out first, like him being not able to see the cards or duel and all of those issues, not understanding that they're all linked to this kinda. But Dolphin Man here tells him that if he fails to stop them, then all of life will be gone and fade away, putting this responsibility on Jaden to stop. Some creature from the Society of Light comes out of the ship, with Jaden being told that this is his next duel. Despite not being able to see his cards, Aquos points him to a crashed Kaiba Corp satellite that just happened to have a perfectly protected deck of cards inside of it. Aquos tells Jaden that true strength isn't about winning, it's about getting back up when you fall down, and it sounds like someone here has been watching Rocky Balboa, many months before it actually came out in theaters. Jaden somehow is pumped back up to try and duel again, saying his catchphrases and all that, so now he's truly back in the game to get his game on. Heck, possibly throw down some face downs and laugh at inappropriate times in the duel because he's having fun. Let's see, shall we? Jaden essentially here is kind of dueling blind, only being able to finally see some of the cards as they appear when he looks at them. But something is weird when the first card appears, causing him to feel something familiar with what he's looking at, which ultimately triggers a flashback based on that and the satellite being from Kaiba Corp. We now see Jaden as a young kid watching Kaiba make an announcement about anyone being able to enter into a competition to design a new card, and whatever is personally hand-selected by Kaiba will be sent into space in a satellite, based on the belief that if there is intelligent life out there, that they should be taught how to duel. Hey, it's not out of character, okay? We're dealing with the same person who is willing to send himself into the afterlife to have a duel with a Tem. Kaiba may just be the most into dueling out there of anyone to exist in the series ever. His life is devoted to it through his company, everything he owns is somehow Blue Eyes inspired, and again, he'll literally figure out how to die to go and duel. Jaden then spent so much time designing all of the cards he would wanted to have seen become real, and now putting two and two together, he understands that the cards he's playing with are the ones he actually designed. Finding out all these years later that he had won that competition, which sucks that he didn't at least get a note from Kaiba Corp saying that his designs were the ones that were chosen, but whatever, there was other life out there and Jaden's going to be involved in dueling them with his own cards, and that's pretty cool, honestly. He should let Kaiba know about this. But yeah, it's a pretty cool setup, convenient, but still pretty cool. Now, Jaden can really start seeing the rest of his cards in his deck as he is ready to duel properly, playing the card he was shown designing, Chrysalis Dolphin. This robot alien creature is very much a technical, no-nonsense being that is meant to understand dueling to a T, just without any heart that a player like Jaden brings to the game. His next card is also one he recalls creating when he was younger, Dandelion, bringing back a lot of his fond fond memories from why he loves the card game and why he ever dueled in the first place. To have fun. Once again, still wanting that fun feeling in a dire universal threat setting, but at least it's working for him. Now we get introduced to a new set of cards, ones that are very much like the elemental heroes and in many ways can work with them. We also see foreshadowed another card that he draws that will be a big deal for Jaden, but first, he brings out Neospatian Aqua Dolphin. Yes, the fish dude who's been speaking to him since he's appeared here.
Not a fish.
Oh, my bad. Sorry, alien dolphin man. He then brings out the foreshadowed card, his newest elemental hero, with that being elemental hero Neos. And if you were watching the show and or collecting and playing the card game at the time, you know how hype it was. We all had the tin. Heck, I still have mine. Neos here is such a cool creature, and Jaden here is buzzing over feeling like a kid again as this duel is going on. I mean, he had like a few episodes to mope around, but he's back, baby, and you love to see it. Jaden has a powerful strategy that lets Aqua Dolphin see monsters in his opponent's hand, and if they are weaker than his Neos, he gets to destroy them with the opponent taking 500 life points of damage each. And for this duel, the alien's monster on the field has attack points based on cards in his hand. So with them gone, Jaden can destroy that monster on the field to win the duel, telling the alien robot that he should tell his boss that Jaden is back. But I don't know if he can do that on the account of, him exploding, but that's great, Jaden's back. And it only took a crazy weird vision quest into Neospace to have a conversation with a talking humanoid dolphin that you can also play as a card that you found in a deck of cards that you created as a kid that Kaiba sent into space. Heck, maybe this was a predestination type of setup, and it was always meant to be this way. And now here's my moment for the 500th time in all of my videos to bring up the 2014 sci-fi movie Predestination starring Ethan Hawke. Watch it already, that's all I'm saying. Funny, because I guess this all plays into destiny and things being set up for how your life goes, so it all does fit in properly. Plus, this isn't the challenge Jaden will face, thinking that he has saved the universe here, but he's far from it. I mean, we aren't even that far into the season, Jaden. You need to slow your roll. As Aqua Dolphin explains all of the challenges ahead that he will face, he also mentions that they have been waiting for him, saying that him being here is the moment that was predicted eons ago, and his role is to restore balance by stopping the Society of Light. I really do think this is such a cool idea to make the concept of the light be the bad guys, making it feel like this false hope, this fake truth, regardless if the dark side is ending up being bad or not, because as of now, the light is technically the true bad, and is our main focus. And there's so much more left to say about that, but for now, let's continue with Jaden's story, as he passes back out only to wake up now back at the shores of Duel Academy. He thinks that everything he just experienced may have been a dream, but in his hands, and surprisingly not waterlogged, are his cards that he found in the satellite, with Aqua speaking to him as a spirit saying it wasn't a dream, being annoyed at how hard it is to convince humans of anything outside of the norm. Well, whatever it is that Jaden went through, he is back to himself with an extra purpose of having to save the universe from the Society of Light. The power of Neospace is now infused into his cards, with the guidance of Aqua Dolphin being there for Jaden to aid in whatever is needed, and soon there may even be some more helpful guidance. Now, with things in motion for both Jaden and Sartorius, this season of Yu-Gi-Oh! GX just got a whole lot more serious.
Yu-Gi-Oh! GX will continue in a moment.
Now it's Yu-Gi-Oh! GX.
In the meantime of Jaden figuring things out, Hasselberry ends up in a duel with his raw yellow teacher while he's in an alter ego costume setup where everything is related back to food. It's a bunch of silliness, there's a potato monster, heck, even an onion monster, and that's pretty cool and all, but in the end, Hasselberry is able to win the duel thanks to the knowledge he's learned from dueling Jaden and watching him just duel in general. So that's cool that Hasselberry is growing thanks to the impact Jaden has left on him, and then everyone eats curry. There's also a little no soup for you Seinfeld joke, so that's a bonus. And we even get a little Jaden update because he's on the island again, but he's lost in the woods and can smell the food and wants some, but he just can't find his way back, and hopefully he can figure out that soon. Cyrus and Hasselberry are still arguing over who is Jaden's true best friend, but Hasselberry's jacket makes a convincing, if not creepy, argument for him being the one who is Jaden's closest best friend. Regardless, while Jaden is working on making his way back to the dorm, Alexis ends up convincing the two bickering bros to just duel it out, as she's sick of hearing them fighting over Jaden all the time. In the middle of the night though, Cyrus snuck out into the woods with Bastion and Alexis finding this out and talking about how Cyrus hasn't been himself since Jaden left, and believe that Cyrus is out in the woods now looking for him every night since he's been gone basically. To which he was, and we see him doing this right now, and at one point here he nearly finds him, but their paths don't exactly cross, and it's kind of annoying how close they were. The next day arrives and everyone's waiting for Cyrus to appear as he comes running in from the forest, showing that he's been out all night in the woods looking for Jaden, but is still ready and confident to take Hasselberry on. Both of them have their moments to think back to from Jaden that aid them in how they are dueling, but it's just nice to see Cyrus really out here giving it his all and not being only known for being scared to duel or need some sort of extra prep talk before the duel to get him ready for it. Jaden's impact on both of them as their friend can really be felt, and I think there is something so heartwarming about that. When it seems like the duel is nearly over with Cyrus giving it his all, he ends up feeling faint, as those sleepless nights of being out looking for Jaden have caught up to him. And from hearing how much Cyrus hasn't given up hope in finding Jaden and physically pushing himself to the limit to help, Hasselberry realizes how much of a true friend Cyrus is to Jaden, taking in the final moment of the duel and accepting his defeat to Cyrus, even if he had a trap card that could have helped him win in that moment. Cyrus then has a vision of Jaden running in right as he won, making the world feel whole again, but in reality, Cyrus just collapses to the ground. It's okay though, Cyrus and Hasselberry work things out as friends, but of course that doesn't mean they won't still have arguments or that Cyrus is going to give up looking for Jaden. And speaking of him, he's still lost on the island, so nothing new to report about it just yet. He does later on find a bunch of magazines in the woods with one featuring Zane on it that he starts to read, so at least he has some entertainment while he's lost. We also see at the Slifer Red dorm that Cyrus is reading the same magazine as well, questioning what happened to Zane after the duel with Aster, because he's been doing nothing but losing duels ever since and becoming a big joke for people to make fun of, all on top of being bumped down from the Pro League and into the Amateur League, so that's pretty rough. Chaz butts in about Zane needing to join the Society of Light in order to fix things for himself, but Alexis butts in to take the magazine away from Cyrus, saying that this tabloid garbage is nothing more than to spread gossip and rumors and just to make people mad about whatever it is sensationalizing. She mentions that she has faith in Zane's upcoming duel, feeling like she knows he'll win, with Bastion mentioning that Zane's opponent is a piece of cake and that Zane should easily be able to defeat him, with Hasselberry then jumping in to say that if he does lose to him, then Zane's career in dueling might actually be over. But then we cut to Zane in a way less glamorous dueling location where he loses right away to that duelist as the announcer claims that his career is over. He walks away from the arena in shame as the crowd hurls insults and trash at him, accusing him of being a joke of a duelist. We get a bit of a flashback where we learn that Zane was dropped from the company invested into him, leaving him to ponder what has changed since he lost to Aster. Why does he feel so afraid to duel? Some person named Mr. Shroud, who's definitely giving out weird vibes here, meets with Zane, telling him that working with him will get him back everything he once had when it comes to dueling, saying he'll need to reinvent him, help give him a rebirth, wanting to introduce him to the world of underground dueling. After thinking he's above that, he does ponder what it could do to actually help him, and what else does he have to lose? We then see that there is a whole underground setup in a steel cage where a bunch of people in masks are there to watch a duel between their champion of the underground here, Mad Dog, and former great duelist Zane Truesdale. Neither duelist can leave the cage until the duel is over, where Zane is then surprised as both him and Mad Dog get these special devices put on their arms and around their necks to make the game more exciting for those watching, which, that can't be good here. Mad Dog's interesting to say the least. He goes back and forth between sounding tough with his growls and groans like a hulking beast would have, but then speaking with a lighter voice with a lisp to sound more like Mike Tyson. As the duel gets going, however, Zane quickly finds out how the devices will be used, as when he takes damage to his life points, he ends up getting shocked pretty badly, making the duel a bit deadlier and dramatic, which is great for the secret society of sickos who are here underground watching it all take place, but not so much, for the duelists. Mr. Shroud explains the true stakes to Zane and tells him to start playing like his life depends on it, essentially. While this is a serious test for Zane to get his dueling mojo back, the serious tension is broken constantly by Mad Dog's voice. He just won't stop yapping and is made to sound funnier on purpose, and while I do love the voices in the series, this one makes the episode way less impactful than it should be for Zane's character.
Time to knock you on your tushy. I gotta go potty.
Mr. Shroud tries to break down Zane even further, really trying to reduce him to nothing, as to then build him back up anew. He needs to forget the past, forget the people who were in his life. He needs to completely be free of past attachments in every way possible. As the duel goes on and Zane finally hits a breaking point, we hear in his voice how he is already changing. He's at his lowest and starts doing the whole monologuing thing, saying that at this time, respecting his opponents in a duel has got him nowhere but here. Instead, he should have been focusing on winning. He played by the rules, but look where that got him, saying it got him nowhere, and mentioning that dueling is about making up your own rules, sharply going against Mad Dog now, tapping into his anger to win, as he believes, showing how much aura he just farmed with his blue fire surrounding his body as he keeps speaking and continues the duel, claiming to tear Mad Dog to shreds. We get to see something way more powerful than his Cyber End Dragon, and that's his Chimera Tech Over Dragon, with it being able to attack multiple times now, surprising even Mr. Shroud with how crazy tough Zane is playing right now now to ultimately win in the end. Geez, yeah, Zane's always had some level of fierceness to him, but this is scary, and I wouldn't want to cross paths with him. The whole cage itself was blown open from the attack, and thanks to the wrist and neck devices, Mad Dog, he might be dead, but at least the elite who paid to watch it had a good show, and Mr. Shroud's plans for Zane are working like a charm. After a bit of time passes, we cut back to Duel Academy, where Cyrus and the others are watching Zane duel on TV again, as he is back dueling in the leagues once more, not only going on a winning streak, but a full-on crusade to slaughter any opponent in his way, wearing a whole new outfit that is nearly all black, and maybe this all has to do with the whole light and darkness thing, and we are finally seeing the darkness side pop up after the light is making things unbalanced, or something. We'll figure it out. We'll get there. It's okay, we can breathe for a moment. Cyrus definitely can tell something is up with his brother though, claiming that Zane would never duel like this, and something fishy is going on here. Checking back in with Jaden, he seems to still be lost in the woods after all this time, having hallucinations as a monkey ends up finding him. If you're confused, it's okay, we all are. You, me, this monkey, no one's sure what's happening anymore. We're all going bananas. Funny, that's the name of the episode, going bananas. Also, this hallucination just turns into a full-on clip episode nearly, as we start off by seeing the whole ending first battle with Dr. Crowler and Jaden shown to us for whatever reason. This monkey keeps triggering him to see other duels as well, like Jaden's duel with Bastion, Jaden's duel with Chaz, and Jaden's duel with Zane. And the monkey is just beating the heck out of him at one point to try and help him out of these hallucinations. It's great. It feels like what the audience would want to do because this is the most pointless type of filler imaginable. It's a glorified clips episode that shows Jaden's past duels with others. And it turns out this is Wheeler, the monkey from the last season that we spoke about, who ends up giving Jaden some bananas and water to eat and drink, so hopefully he can have enough energy in him to feel full and hydrated, not have these flashbacks anymore, and oh yeah, finally make his way back to his dorm after being lost in the woods for so long. Holy moly, just get there already, bro. And look, he was like right there. There's a sign and everything, but he ends up walking the wrong way, so hopefully we get somewhere with this sometime soon. But hey, it looks like we're finally gonna get somewhere though, as some Neo space rainbow tornado portal comes flying down right to where Jaden is in the woods, with a voice then echoing in his head about Jaden's help being needed. In the crater made right near him from the impact of whatever that was, Jaden finds a pool of magma that appears to be agitated. He acts surprised to see this, but like last year when you dueled Night Shroud, or well, Atticus, you dueled over the magma. But whatever, the voice still talks to Jaden, saying that only he can restore balance. Phase 2 is just starting and his mission truly begins now. But there's no subtitling for any of these episodes yet, how like with last season they had Rise of the Sacred Beasts. So like, what are we waiting for here? Phase 3 of this whole thing or something? Is the whole season an arc? Are we gonna get like a mini arc? Anyway, the co-chancellors are bickering like usual as they come up with a plan to get publicity over a big duel over the fate of the Slifer Red dorms. They have chosen Alexis to represent them in a duel against Aster, where Bonaparte claims to have pulled some strings and was able to get him to come back to the island for the sake of the duel. However, there are some things to mention about this, but I'll get to them here in a second. First, we see that Aster is with Sartorius, as he is told that he will be going back to the school for a special arranged duel, which confuses Aster over the sake of his career for why he would need to go back and if it would be a good look for him to head back there instead of focusing on other duels or appearances. Sartorius though mentions that the cards have seen some sort of threat, one that requires Aster to head back to Duel Academy to figure out and take care of because of the unknown factor of it all, giving him enough good reason to want to head there now and participate in whatever is set up in favor of finding and eliminating this threat. So what we don't get here is a cut scene from the Japanese version that has Sartorius with Aster at his father's grave, because in the English version, his father is just missing, not dead, remember? Going along with that, the reason Bonaparte was able to get Aster to come to Duel Academy again for this wasn't over him making calls and pulling strings. In the Japanese version, it was over him lying about having information regarding the person who killed his father, which changes Aster's reaction from not wanting to go to the island again to now wanting to based off information surrounding his father's situation, and not really having anything to do with some threat that Sartorius is going on about. At the same time now, Jaden is running and trying to make his way back to school from being lost, while Aster skyboards down again to make a grand entrance like always. With the duel taking place at midnight, a creepy and on brand for the theming of everything fog rolls in as the co-chancellors introduce Alexis to her opponent, with Aster walking up to greet them a hello since the last time he saw all of them. Chaz tries to act all cool in front of Aster, waiting to hear something about them both being in the same club now, to which Aster plays dumb in regards to the Society of Light. Possibly, we'll find out. Chaz tries to get Aster to admit that he was sent here by Sartorius to face Jaden again, despite this other Fate of the Slifer Red dorm duel. Aster, again, just keeps pushing everything said by Chaz to the side, as Chaz interprets this as having to read between the lines to keep things private and secretive for now. Based on Aster's Aster's inner thoughts though, it seems that he just thinks Chaz, or as he refers to him as one of his fans, just keeps getting weirder and weirder. With the duel about to start, Aster tells Alexis to get your game on as Jaden runs in at the perfect time saying, "Hey, wait a minute, that's my line," surprising everybody that he's alive and has made his way back to Duel Academy. He's only been missing in the woods for like days, weeks, who really knows? But what we do know is that he's back. Finally, he's back. Jaden tries telling the others where he's been, sounding pretty crazy for the fact of him going to space, meeting a dolphin man, getting cards he created as a kid from a crashed Kaiba Corp satellite, etc. But we do get more story that we haven't seen, with us going back to the magma chamber from earlier as Jaden tells us stories of him meeting other aliens, as we see here with Neospatian Flare Scarab, who appears in front of him out of the magma calling himself Flick, mentioning that there are other typings of Neospatian creatures that are coming together within his deck as he leads him to more, with the next being Air Hummingbird. And we will have more to talk about when it comes to a fusion monster involving him, but that's just some foreshadowing into the next season. Anyway, he says that they have been waiting centuries for the Earthling from the prophecy, which is Jaden here, because of course it is. He's the only one who can bring balance to the Force, I mean the universe, I'm sorry. He can now finally see all of the cards in his deck -1, with it being Winged Kribo, but in the cosmic forces of the unknown, another rainbow-like beam appears, bringing these two back together after all this time, and things are complete once more. Jaden wants to get into the duel though, challenging Aster right then and there so he can show off the power of his new deck filled with new heroes and aliens that he believes can defeat Aster. Sorry Alexis, you no longer need to duel because Jaden's back and it's all about him. The co-chancellors allow it, well mainly Dr. Crowler allows it, as the Slifer Red Dorm is home for Jaden and he has the right to be the one fighting for it too. Plus the publicity that they could get based on a rematch, specifically between these two, is worth it apparently. But I'm all like, no one's watching this, and who's broadcasting this? Who even knows about this duel? It's not even legally sanctioned. It's no different from the underground duel from the last episode. Okay, it's kind of different from that, but you get what I'm saying. Aster starts using his Destiny heroes right away, but Jaden also isn't wasting time here, getting out his Neospatian Aqua Dolphin to introduce Aster to right away. Bastion's all like, oh, it's all true, they are aliens. Like, okay man, without going through what Jaden actually just went through in space, to you, this is no different than any other monster that comes from any other card that you would have played with. Oh no, an alien, please. You literally play with creatures based on the elements that make water and stuff. You literally fell in love with a woman who was also a tiger. Anyway, Jaden pulls the same strategy he did against the alien robot, being able to get his elemental hero Blade Edge out to take on whatever cards he chooses from Aster's hand, immediately getting lucky and taking out Destiny hero Captain Tenacious, which could be huge in stopping Aster's strategies of making him invincible again like last time. Being the skilled duelist he is, Aster has a backup set of strategies, eventually getting out Destiny hero Dreadmaster, as well as both Doomlord and Captain Tenacious, so that's fun. Right back to where we've been before. Yu-Gi-Oh! Loves doing that, by the way, having characters back in situations that they've lost to in before to see if they can get through it finally or lose to it all again. Jaden ends up summoning elemental hero Neos to the field, which Aster thought didn't exist because he knew every single one of the elemental heroes ever made, but when seeing it, he tries to act like it isn't anything special, it's nothing to worry about, claiming it to not even be impressive and just lame. But I guess he just never got the tin when growing up and it completely shows. What a shame. Jaden then lets Aster in on the relationship elemental heroes have with the Neospatians, having them fuse together as they can work with one another. As here, he creates the new elemental hero Aqua Neos. Jaden starts changing how in control of the duel Aster seemed, being able to take down his Dreadmaster and having Aster lose his cool over it. But before Jaden can be smug and playful about taking the lead, his Aqua Neos disappears, going back into his deck. This confuses everyone, but mainly Jaden, as Bastion points out that there is a lot for Jaden left to learn about his new deck, which is fair because, he hasn't had a long time to truly get to know it yet. But the worst thing about this is that Jaden is now left wide open with nothing on the field, as Aster still has his other Destiny heroes out. All three of them head in for a direct attack, leaving Jaden with only 200 life points left, as Aster seemingly has an easy win coming up, and he just wants to get this duel over with, but Jaden stands back up, smile on his face and everything, saying, hey, what's the rush? Things are just getting started. Both Jaden and Aster take a moment to be in their own heads as a way for the show to give the audience a bit of a reminder of things, like Jaden needing to understand his deck better and Aster dueling for the sake of his missing father and using the cards he created, the Destiny heroes, to do so. As we continued the duel itself, Jaden ends up getting out his elemental hero Bubbleman, as well as one of his new Neospatian creatures, Air Hummingbird, immediately using his ability to siphon 500 points from each card in Aster's hand and adding them to his own life points as a boost to stay in the game a little bit safer from the edge of defeat. Afterwards, he ends up taking out 2 of the 3 Destiny heroes Aster has out, putting him in the winning position currently after literally just being on the brink of losing. As Aster switches up the field spell to power up his Destiny heroes, Jaden takes a moment to say that's awesome and that his card is sweet because he's Jaden and he loves doing that, but Aster pays it no mind, sacrificing Diamond Dude for Destiny hero Double Dude. Double Dude ends up with the ability to attack twice, taking out Bubble Man's Bubble Blaster by itself and then Air Hummingbird next. Jaden wants a Neospatian on the field so bad though, playing Graceful Charity to then draw 3 cards and discard 2 of them, then activating Disgraceful Charity to get those cards back into his hand, which allows him to then play Common Soul so he can summon Neospatian Flame Scarab. My head was spinning after this. Man did like 900 things real quick just to get this card on the field. Jaden refers to his cards as his friends and about how dueling is about having fun and building friendships. Also friendships not just with the cards but with real people too. While Aster is going on about dueling for Destiny like usual, but he's taken aback a bit thanks to Jaden pushing the issue of just having a good time dueling and claiming that to be the reason Aster's dad started designing cards in the first place. We get a little flashback to younger Aster with his dad, saying to himself, Jaden is right. His dad designed the Destiny heroes not only for fun, but for Aster to have fun with, wondering what he would think of him now. And I love the parallels of both Jaden and Aster having these flashbacks that are so ingrained into who they are as duelists and why they are dueling, which makes their characters so much more compelling and in a lot of ways more connected than you'd think. Aster really starts falling apart here in his head, thinking that all he feels is pain when using the Destiny heroes to duel with, asking himself what happened to himself. Aster comes to the realization that he should be using his hero cards for good, not destruction, or else he's no better than the bad people who took his father. Yeah, took. Let's keep it PG enough for the 4Kids dub here. Jaden continues his turn, powering up his Flame Scarab, which can help power up his Bubble Man as well, to then go in for some attacks on Aster as he then plays Destiny Signal, bringing out Destiny Hero Defender, and Jaden compliments him once more. Only this time, Aster thanks him for the props given. Something is clearly changing inside of him. It's a lot of conflicts going on, but he continues playing though, using Mystical Space Typhoon, which gets rid of Common Soul, thus getting rid of Flame Scarab, thus weakening Bubble Man back down and leaving Jaden in a bit of a bad spot again. After Aster attacks, Jaden is left with only 300 life points while Aster only has 200 himself, but as Dr. Crowler notes to himself, Jaden probably has a plan out of this. Jaden then plays the Shallow Grave in order for each of them to summon a monster from their graveyard to the field, with him choosing Hero Kid to then use its ability to summon the other 2 Hero Kids in his deck, as Aster of course chooses Destiny Hero Dreadmaster, which ultimately lets him bring back Captain Tenacious and Diamond Dude. Jaden brings back out Neospatian Flare Scarab, who ends up taking out Captain Tenacious, ending his turn with some face down cards, giving us a lot of setup for what Aster and Jaden can both do next. Aster then sacrifices all of his Destiny heroes in order to bring out Destiny Hero Dogma, who has 3,400 attack points, leading everyone watching to have a reaction, with Bastion, Cyrus, and Hasselberry saying stuff like Great Scott, aw man, and Sam Hill, while Alexis shows up and asks why doesn't she have a catchphrase, and you know what, thanks Alexis, we needed some meta humor, it's been a while, thank you. When Dogma goes in for an attack, Jaden activates Kid Guard, having one of the 3 Hero Kids take the attack instead, saving Jaden from getting hurt, and also allowing him to summon any elemental hero card from his deck, with Flame Scarab telling Jaden it's time to use the power of Neos, as Jaden listens and brings out elemental hero Neos again. But when it's Jaden's standby phase to do something, Dogma's ability activates, directly cutting Jaden's life points in half, bringing him down to 150. Jaden's having a grand old time, laughing and feeling confident that he can still win, getting ready to show off another new hero, but before so, plays the field spell card Neospace. And once Neos is out on the field, Jaden has both Flame Scarab and Neos fuse without any card needed, thanks to the ability the Neospatians have, as they start coming together to create a new creature. During this, Aster starts feeling something, a feeling that feels feeling-y, a feeling that he hasn't felt since he was a kid, the feeling of fun and excitement that cards and dueling in general brought him, as we then meet elemental hero Flare Neos, who by the way gets an attack boost from all the spell and traps on the field, leaving him with 4,200 attack points. As Jaden sends in an attack to finish off the duel, Aster activates D-Shield, which saves him from the attack for starters, but Jaden acts like he's never seen this card before or knows what it can do, even though Aster used it in their last duel as a pretty pivotal moment that changed the favor of the duel to Aster pretty much, but whatever. It's not like I'm the lore guy here keeping track of the lore and all the stuff like that. But thanks to Neospace, Flame Neos doesn't end up doing what Aqua Neos did in retreating back into the deck after one turn. But that won't stop Aster in what he's planning, as he plays Heavy Stormblade, which not only raises Flare Neos' attack points based on it being a spell card on the field, which would actually help Jaden, it ultimately will hurt Jaden's monster, as the blade gets rid of all spell and trap cards on the field, bringing Flare Neos' attack points right back down significantly, allowing Dogma to have the upper hand here and go in for an attack. But Dogma can't defeat him, causing Aster to be surprised as Jaden reveals that his spell card, Spell Calling, was just destroyed in that, and because it was destroyed by the blades that we just saw, it activates its ability for Jaden to play 2 spells on the field, powering up his Flare Neos a bit more, just enough so that it would have more attack points than Dogma, which would be enough to result in Aster losing. This confuses Aster as he thinks back to Sartorius claiming that he would win in this duel, and it was a part of destiny, and all that other stuff, making Aster now question if Jaden is even more powerful than destiny. At this point, Jaden can do whatever. Jaden might be God, just saying. With Aster now being defeated by Jaden, the Slifer Red Dorms are saved, for now, while all the friends celebrate Jaden's return and win here. Aster takes a moment to come up to Jaden and tell him that he's genuinely impressed with how he's dueled, but he doesn't intend to lose again and to enjoy the victory for now. Jaden says he's right, it's not every day that he gets to beat an undefeated pro duelist, so he will enjoy that victory for now. But based on their history of dueling each other, they will face off again at some point, making note of the first duel they did together not counting as a win for Jaden, since he knows now that Aster let him win, making them 1-1 for their wins that they have against one another in their real duels. And you can never leave it as a full-on tie, right? Aster makes it known that the score will be changed soon enough, and to make things even closer than ever, Aster says that he is taking a liking to the school now, and figures that he will stick around for a while now before leaving the arena to try and call Sartorius, who doesn't answer the phone as we are shown the room that he's always in now with him being absent from it, with Aster here demanding some sort of answers to everything from him, with one of them being what is the Society of Light, making it be known that Aster isn't a part of the Society of Light and truly had no clue what Chaz is talking about. But despite all the questions he has, he did figure out one thing. Jaden isn't a threat to Aster like Sartorius made him believe, Jaden's really a threat to Sartorius, leaving us with so much more to uncover and find out as we progress further into the season.
Yu-Gi-Oh! GX will return in a moment. Yu-Gi-Oh! GX now continues.
The frenemies are fighting again, and by that I mean the co-chancellors, as they have strong disagreements about how the school is being run and the decisions being made. So to kind of solve some things, they decide to have a duel. And Dr. Crowler is the better one to root for because he doesn't want to tear down the Slifer Red Dorms. That's kind of Bonaparte's thing. There's nothing really of major note here within this episode aside from Dr. Crowler winning the duel in the end, and Jaden having him try to send back a congratulatory pose, but the Slifer Red Dorms are saved, I guess. For now. Chaz has decided that he really needs to step up his numbers quota when it comes to getting new members in for his cult duties to the Society of Light. So he heads off to the Obelisk Blue dorm to challenge every one of them to a duel to show them the light. The rest of the main gang, as well as Alexis's friends and Atticus from Obelisk Blue, all get to see what has happened to the dorms themselves, now being completely painted over white with Atticus collapsed outside of the building, saying that from whatever just happened, they are all with him now, referring to the rest of the Obelisk Blue dorm students being with Chaz and his Society of Light stuff. Chaz is having them all treat him like a king, while he then also praises his king, Sartorius, where Jaden knows that name based on it being the manager of Aster. But Chaz says he's much more than that, alluding to so much that is yet to come. But Jaden doesn't truly know what's going on. Hopefully he can start putting 2 and 2 together over the fact that he was told about the Society of Light and the dangers that they bring from the Neospatians themselves on another planet. But we'll get there, I guess. Chaz ends up challenging Jaden to a duel so that he can show him, or anyone who wants to duel against him, the light. Jaden is up for it, of course, but Alexis steps in and says this is her dorm, technically, and she has the right to fight for it against Chaz and his cult. So I am happy that these two get a rematch against one another, but I do hope that Alexis wins again. In the meantime, we check in with Sartorius, who is freaking out over the fact that Destiny has said that Jaden would lose to Aster in their last duel, and that clearly didn't happen, so things are surely odd, but once again, as he's shuffling his tarot cards, one of them slips away and falls onto the ground. And at what point do you just stop buying your own crap? You know, you're the one doing this, man. But of course, he is going to look at what fell and take it personally as the will of destiny or something like that. This time, it's the right side up Prince, meaning there is a changing of the guard and that Aster should be of no use to him anymore, with him believing it's Jaden who he truly needs. Yeah, I know, it's ridiculous, a lot to interpret here from something that you caused to fall on the ground, but whatever, maybe it'll make for some good drama. As for Chaz's duel with Alexis, he is completely brainwashed to be just like Sartorius, using tactics like revealing the cards in his hands for everyone to see, claiming he has nothing to hide and can also see the future and knows that he will win. All of the flashy stuff that Chaz truly would totally be into doing if he could do it while not even being brainwashed. At some point in their duel, Chaz has successfully psyched her out enough to where she is filled with nothing but second guesses about everything she is doing with her strategies, rather than focusing on what he's doing and planning. This causes Atticus to use his special talents to give Alexis some some confidence. And those special talents are that he's singing to her about her doing great and to give her faith in herself. Sure, you know, that's sweet, man, but it's definitely cringy and it's ruining the flow of the match here. Chaz, however, finally brings out a showstopper, having Armed Dragon go all the way up to level 10, which already has 3,000 attack points, but on top of that, he plays White Veil, which is an interesting card because aside from it being on brand for the whole Society of Light thing, the card has the ability to help and hurt the person who plays it. If the equipped monster attacks, it can take out all of the spell and trap cards their opponent has and will also stop their effects. But if the monster ends up getting destroyed with this equipped, then you lose life points equal to the attack power of the monster. So in Season 2 fashion, the episode will end a bit darker than usual, as Alexis does end up losing and collapsing to the ground, as her friends and brother run up to her to make sure that she's okay and try to hype her up for giving the duel her all. But she ends up getting back up on her feet, saying that she's glad she lost and that she has indeed seen the light, seemingly joining Chaz and the Society of Light with all of the others left in shock. Continuing on with Chaz's cult takeover, he ends up on a call with Bonaparte, wanting to make the official dorm for Obelisk Blue a new dorm based on the color white and all that, with the co-chancellor only making an agreement to this if there was a way for Chaz to help get rid of the Slifer Red dorm for him. I guess we're still on that. Sartorius is still playing with his cards, nothing new, but when he pulls the Fool, he can't decide if it means that Jaden is in his way or with him for his plans, so he must be tested again. Good thing there's a phone call coming in for him, and I'm sure it'll be all about Jaden. On the other side of the phone is Alexis confirming to him that they have some duelists ready to take on Jaden that they are sure will help him to see the light. His name's Lorenzo, and he's literally just every mobster show and movie put together into a personality. And I mean that in the most cliche way ever for who he is.
Bada bing! That's what I'm talking about!
To set this all up, Alexis ends up tricking Jaden into meeting with her, as he then gets brought to a secret duel dome that's at the end of a museum of every other version of dueling hologram technology, which is just cool and nostalgic to see all the different setups from the original Yu-Gi-Oh series. I am a nostalgiaholic after all. Waiting for Jaden though is Lorenzo, who is a professional, well, gamer, but possibly a pro league duelist if he wins, but we don't know that yet, and overall, he should pose a real challenge for Jaden as Chaz uses the pro term to tempt him into this duel. Psh, as he even needed tempting here, he'll always say yes to a duel, but there are stakes with Chaz saying the fate of the Slifer Red dorm is back on the line, as well as, you know, seeing the light, but at this point, that's a given for these. In the duel, which isn't anything too special or majorly important, we do get a new Neo-Spacian appearance, with that being Grand Mole, so that's neat. Lorenzo ends up getting more and more worried about winning for the fact that he just wants bigger and better duels booked for him, wanting all that comes along with what someone like Aster had for the pros, causing Jaden to understand why Lorenzo is dueling, but at the same time, causes Chaz and Alexis to understand that Lorenzo hasn't fully seen the light himself, and isn't truly fighting for their cause, mentioning that they will speak to Sartorius about this. Jaden ends up winning the duel in the end, with Lorenzo seeming pretty friendly and wanting to learn from Jaden as they had a good time in this duel at the end of the day, but sadly, things may not end up so great for him, as all of a sudden Sartorius enters his mind, saying that his future is with him, causing his hair to literally change completely to white, forcing his brain to rewire and now see the light, losing everything special that made him unique to now have him just be another follower of the light. In the middle of the night, as Aster sits and contemplates everything Sartorius has ever said to him and wants to understand what all this Society of Light business is all about, another boat rolls up to the island as a strange man gets off of it, who you know is evil by the way that he steps on a flower before saying Jaden is next. Ooh, that's a bad guy. Aster notices him and recognizes him as Sartorius' lawyer, and there is a big difference here for who this character is in the English dub version and the Japanese version. In the Japanese version, he goes by X, and he's this undefeated pro duelist who can drain the will of players to ever want to play again through his strategies in the duel. In the English dub, he's Sartorius' lawyer. That's really it. He's still a tough, undefeated duelist who is totally evil, but he's not presented as scary as the Japanese version. Sartorius is playing with his tarot cards some more, what else is new? And he sees the Reaper of Souls in the upright position, saying that Jaden's defeat now is imminent, as he just wants to see if Jaden will prove what the cards say wrong. And I have a feeling that, oh boy, he probably does. For Jaden, it seems that Chaz set him up in a bit of a trap, tricking him to head out to a party which turns out to just lead him into a cave to go and face X. But on top of that, he signed a contract that he thought was a guest list, with the fine print putting the Slifer Red dorms at risk once more, and can I just say it, this whole destroying the Slifer Red dorm subplot is such a nothing burger. Like, it's not interesting. It's way too repetitive of a threat, so the stakes never feel too too big, and the plans to get rid of the dorms for whatever main goals or reasons that there are just really don't make sense. But whatever, this duel must go on. Aster ends up joining the others in watching, filling them in on who X is, and that the last person he dueled was sentenced to 7 years in the can for disorderly dueling, whatever that means. If you expected this duel to be filled with courtroom-based puns, then you'd be exactly right. It's Jaden versus Sassy Ace Attorney, which is a lot less interesting than that sounds. X's whole strategy is about draining Jaden's deck, so he would eventually deck out with no cards left to draw. In the duel, we get another Neo-Spatian appearance, with that being Glomoss, and he might be the best Neo-Spatian. I mean, come on, the look, the voice, how could you hate him?
Power of Neospace.
Either way, with Jaden on the ropes of being forced to deck out, he sets up a solid loop to risk it all on the final strategy that ultimately flipped the deck out plan back onto X, where he then loses the duel and Jaden doesn't have to worry about seeing the light or losing the Slifer Red dorm. Sartorius takes a look at his Reaper card again, saying that once again Jaden has defied destiny, only making him want to have Jaden see the light more. Maybe you should stop sending in these duelists who can't get the job done and just go do it yourself. That's how you got Chaz, so like just get good already and go do your job yourself instead of playing the role of fortune teller who's been wrong nearly the entire time. Well, I guess he heard me, because Sartorius is on his way to Duel Academy once more because he wants to figure out who can represent his Great Strength tarot card, as Jaden represents the Fool and Aster still represents the Prince. So to do this, he will now become a student? Well, we'll get to that. He ends up appearing first in Jaden's dorm, confronting Hasselberry as he feels certain that this is the one who possesses this great strength that he's looking for, wanting to get into a duel with him as Hasselberry doesn't fall for his niceties, knowing what Sartorius has been doing to the others through the Society of Light. So for the sake of Chaz, Alexis, and the rest of the students having their free will back, Hasselberry agrees to a duel against him. As the duel gets started, Jaden and Cyrus end up seeing Aster watching the duel as he explains to them that this is Sartorius and that he's up to shadier things than just being Aster's manager. Jaden tries to warn Hasselberry about who he's dueling, but he's all good and knows who he's up against, at least who he thinks he's up against. Hasselberry is having some troubles in the duel, with Sartorius doing his usual talk of destiny, as Jaden and the others try to help snap him out of it, cheering Hasselberry on to beat Sartorius. In the end, however, Sartorius is the one victorious, with him mentioning to Hasselberry that he was meant to be right here where he is now, and that every decision in his life has led to this exact moment. You know the spiel. As the others try to step in and stop Sartorius from approaching Hasselberry, he shoots them the scariest magical glare imaginable, freezing them in place, literally. They can't move. As then Hasselberry surprises all of them by showing that he wasn't turned by his powers, showing how strong his will is, and going further to explain that he has some dinosaur bones in him after an accident happened while digging for dinosaur fossils when he was a bit younger. And the doctors were all like, sure, put the dinosaur bones in there, we don't have much time to fix this. So per his own words, he does in fact have dino DNA. I knew it. Aside from him possibly being a lizard person because of his eyes doing this, his dino DNA makes him stronger apparently, and that's why he can't be controlled by Sartorius's power to see the light. So as Sartorius walks away, he ends up becoming a brand new first-year student into the school as a potential superstar that makes the school look good for the schemes that the co-chancellors have. Whatever that's all about, Jaden knows that this can't possibly be good, as Sartorius then shoots him a deadly smirk, with his next plans clearly being set in motion. Sartorius is already taking his place among all of the brainwashed students as their true leader of the Society of Light, with Chaz and Alexis serving as his direct underlings, leaving Jaden and the others in the friend group who aren't in the cult to figure out a way to stop him. But there's this big school trip that is coming up, and the co-chancellors can't agree on where to go. Sartorius tries to take control and wants to choose where this school trip should be going, but Jaden steps in to make sure that he and the others not in the cult have a vote as well, leading to Jaden offering a duel to Sartorius for the fate of where the trip will be planned, as Sartorius does agree to this, but he says he will not be the one to duel him, and for whatever opponent he does face, if he loses, Jaden will have to join the Society of Light, yada yada, you know the drill. But you know the upside, if you win, you could pick anywhere in the world to go to for this vacation. So Jaden agrees to the terms, and he ends up having to duel against a random princess. Either way, Jaden ends up winning the duel. It's nothing too special. There's a whole thing about if she can or can't see her own duel spirits, like she claims she can, and it's revealed in the end that she definitely can. But what is important important is where Jaden picks for the trip, and that's Yugi's hometown, Domino City, where Sartorius seems excited to go, thinking it's a very appropriate setting, one where Jaden's fate may finally catch up with him. As the trip is starting, we first get introduced to a mysterious lady who calls upon two other mysterious individuals who each have their own apparent powers of ice and lightning respectively, as this lady informs them of Jaden's arrival, claiming that her brother claims he may be the one, as she hands them cards to use if they absolutely need to subdue who they are after. What's exactly going on? Who knows? But I am sure it won't be long before we find out. When the students of Duel Academy arrive in Domino City, Sartorius takes all of his cult members away to go do their own thing, while Jaden, Cyrus, Hasselberry, Bastion, and Aster are left to figure out whatever they want to do. As they ask Aster about what Sartorius could be up to based on him being his manager, he informs them that is no longer the case, as we see a flashback of Aster confronting him, wanting to get some answers to everything going on, as Sartorius talks about finding someone who defies destiny, and how all these pieces of some great puzzle revolve around that person, with Aster confirming that he is talking about Jaden here. He then goes into a bit of backstory about himself, only really explaining that at some point a twist of fate happened in his life, changing his course to then create the Society of Light, with Aster getting upset for being used as a way that would brainwash others to be a part of this, or at least be blind to it while this is happening, somewhat of an unknowing pawn. As a stream of tears pour down from Sartorius' eyes, he tries to explain that it was for Aster's own good and for the good of the whole world in general, as they themselves are both pawns of destiny. Aster then says see you later and dumps him from being his manager, while we see that Sartorius was only crying out of one eye, resembling the whole two faces thing he was doing with Chaz a little while back. Aster then kind of picks on Bastion here, as Bastion was claiming to be a great duelist, but it's pointed out that he hasn't been approached by Sartorius yet, as he's only looking for the best of the best. Ouch. Like, I already feel bad enough for Bastion because he's barely in this season so far, with Hasselberry becoming a bit of a replacement for him in most cases, which again, ouch, that definitely hurts. What is cool though is that Jaden, Cyrus, and Hasselberry are excited to see famous locations in Domino City based on where Yugi had big duels. Like here at the start, with one of the most famous being Yugi having to duel Joey, giving us a flashback that shows clips from that duel as well as other characters like Merrick, who is the second best character in all of Yu-Gi-Oh! Right behind Joey Wheeler, and wow, you'd think we're at a petting zoo with all these goats in the flashback. Cyrus makes a comment about being up to date at this point with his Yu-Gi-Oh! History, and like, same, me too, I feel you. Later on, they end up outside of Yugi's grandpa's card shop, getting surprised when Solomon comes outside thinking he heard Yugi, but instead meets Jaden and the others, who are just so stoked to see him. They all ask him to sign their guidebooks, as apparently the one who wrote them and detailed Yugi's most famous dueling moments was his own grandfather, and I find that endearing. Unfortunately, Solomon mentions his mind isn't what it used to be, coming off a little more senile than we would remember him being in the original series. This is different from the Japanese version of the show, where he is basically the same as he was in the original series, but this is just such a fun cameo though, as Solomon ends up offering to take them on a tour of the city after they get a chance to look around the card shop a bit. And in there we also hear that Solomon does have a Blue Eyes White Dragon on display again, which is cool to hear about, as well as the others are hyping up Jaden as the next big king of games. So I think because of their genuine interest and passion, Solomon was all like, what the heck, let me show you around the town. Now sure, there is a lot of flashbacks going on here, some of them giving us a bit of a test for the characters to recall what Egyptian god card Yugi played in this spot and stuff like that. But unlike that episode with the monkey, this is not a clips episode. There is way more substance here than just this. All this is a bit of nostalgia, and it makes the shows feel so much more connected. Plus, for anyone who started getting into Yu-Gi-Oh! Only through GX, this is a cool way to build the legend of Yugi better and maybe push you into wanting to go back and watch the original series. As they are enjoying the tour and running around the city, they end up being followed by a couple of guys, where once Solomon can't keep up with the others, these dudes capture him, as poor Solomon says, not again, and like, come on, this old man's been through enough, let him live a peaceful life already. Once Jaden and the others realize he's gone, the voice of the mysterious lady from the start of the episode can be heard, as she casts some sort of magic spell, creating a dark dome of clouds over the city as she talks about trapping everyone within it. Winged Karibo and Air Hummingbird come out in spirit form to talk to Jaden, as Air Hummingbird tells Jaden to look closely to see these creatures that are causing this, as we see these hulking beasts at different points of the barrier, menacingly surrounding them. Air Hummingbird explains that they are ancient duel monster spirits, and they are creating a spiritual barrier that will trap them all in there forever unless the person controlling them is defeated. When Cyrus and Hasselberry are trying to find Solomon during this, as well as with them in the middle of bickering, they end up getting interrupted by Solomon's headband flying into the ground like a spear as it is frozen solid, with Chaz coming up to talk to them, while saying he didn't touch or harm the old man. If they want to get him back, they need to go to the top of this building in 5 minutes. And here, these two end up meeting Frost and Thunder, aka aka the two mysterious, potentially magical powered people from earlier, as they are setting up the same duel from back in the day that Yugi and Kaiba had to do on top of glass, with the losers falling through and getting sent to the Shadow Realm. Cyrus claims that to be a myth, but like, you've experienced this stuff already. It could be real, man. You could say it's not, but they are telling you that if you lose, you will go there too. Come on, I thought you were smarter than this, buddy. Oh well, when they ask about Solomon, we see him just laying in a pile of trash bags somewhere that isn't here, and he looks okay, just old and frail, you know, the usual. Frost and Thunder here have cards and tactics that play off each other specifically for tag team duels. Not only having that as an advantage, but for the fact that Cyrus and Hasselberry aren't really on the same page as duelists, so hey, this will be a good duel for them to learn how to work together properly if they can get through this without dying. I mean being sent to the Shadow Realm, yes. As things are not looking good for them in the battle, Frost and Thunder mention that they work for Sartorius, as we then cut to Chaz, who has found this secret place where the woman from the start resides, claiming her to be Sartorius' sister. So yeah, it was pretty obvious that was going to be the connection based on her mentioning a brother at the start who thinks Jaden could be the one, but the show kind of played it up like it was a bit of a special reveal even though it wasn't. Her name is Serena, and Sartorius sent Chaz to go and bring her to him. I guess he couldn't just call or find a way to talk to her to tell her to meet him somewhere, but whatever. More importantly, Sartorius rolls up to Kaiba's offices to have a special meeting with him, which hey, another fun cameo, you love to see it. Here, Sartorius wants to discuss some business as Kaiba, naturally being intrigued at whatever cult organization this guy is running, wants to know why he's here and taking up his time and what he wants. Apparently, Sartorius asks for the use of his Kaibaland amusement park, essentially wanting to rent it out for something, as Kaiba says sure, that can be arranged, but you know, for the right price. With the meeting ending, Kaiba is a smart man, never letting the other person truly know what he's thinking or how he's seeing things, telling his staff to keep an eye on Sartorius and whatever he is truly up to. And for whatever is being set up, Sartorius, when chatting with Alexis, fills us in with this being a test for Jaden. And speaking of him, he ends up finding where Solomon was left, and he's just oldly chilling in some garbage in an alleyway. After Jaden helps him up, Aster finds them and talks about the giant spiritual monsters guarding the barrier around the city, thinking that they may be more than just spirits with how they are interacting with the real world. Surprising Jaden that Aster can see spirits too now, as Aster ignores this and points out seeing a duel on top of a building as they notice some familiar monsters, thinking Hasselberry and Cyrus must be involved somehow. What's funny about this tag duel is that Frost and Thunder end up bickering and getting in each other's way, while Cyrus and Hasselberry are the ones getting more in sync with each other. The bad guys here end up doing their bad guy thing where they explain what their evil plans are, with them mentioning that Cyrus and Hasselberry are just going to be used to lure Jaden into something Sartorius has planned for him. So for the love of Jaden, they put any of their differences aside to become an actual unit and fight off these two. But in the end, Frost ends up using Mirror of Duality to destroy all the monsters on the field, as every other player, including Thunder, will take 500 points of damage to their life points for every monster they have, which resulted in all of them aside from Frost being defeated, with Thunder not believing that Frost would do this to him. But what do you expect from a guy that unironically was saying ice ice baby as a little taunt after playing a turn?
Ice, ice, baby.
I guess the Shadow Realm is not where they went, as they weren't sent falling through the glass below. But hey, the skies did clear up, which does confuse Jaden, but confronting him now is Frost, mentioning that all of this is far from over, hinting that their friends are captured and taken somewhere before disappearing into a winter breeze, leaving Jaden, Aster, and Solomon all worried about what truly is going on here. And also, what happened to Bastion? Did we all just ditch him at the docks or what? We continue on with Chaz hanging out with Serena as they haven't left yet. I thought they were supposed to. But Frost comes back alone without Thunder, dropping off the passed out bodies of Cyrus and Hasselberry as two other magical powered people show up, Blaze and T-Bone, as Frost has them take their bodies to the Kaibaland amusement park to set a trap for Jaden to head there. When Frost says that he'll be the one there waiting for Jaden, however, Serena says that he was barely able to defeat the two he just dueled, using the force of the mirror card to trap both him and Thunder within their own cards, just like old school Yu-Gi-Oh! And I swear, if that happens to Gramps for some reason, that's just so not fair and should be illegal to do to him again. Let's get that lawyer dude back in here. When seeing all of this happen though, Chaz definitely has some feelings about it, feelings that would showcase a bit of a breakthrough from the good still within him, you know, his real self, having a moral confliction about what he's a part of now. As for Jaden, he tries infiltrating the Society of Light setup with Alexis not letting him in, as he was looking for answers to where his friends are. Chaz then pulls up to tell Jaden that he better be at Kaibaland tomorrow, as that's where his friends will be. And I like that here you can still kind of tell that Chaz is fighting in there to do the moral right things while also still being forcibly under control. After being shoved away, Jaden then finds a beaten up Atticus to show that he was just trying to talk to his sister, but he was also forcibly told no by the Society. Serena then has a bit of a chat with Blaze and T-Bone, warning them of their fate if they don't show a stronger force tomorrow and pull through, unlike what Frost and Thunder did, teasing them of the cards that they'll become, which definitely has them motivated to, you know, not become a piece of shiny cardboard. In fact, it's just regular cardboard. They weren't even holographic. Also, I guess she's staying here for now to do her magic stuff, so why did Chaz need to go and get her? Because we will see her again soon, and it's clear she gets to the location she needs to go without Chaz needing to be there to help. We then have a moment where Jaden, Atticus, and all these random Slifer-Red dorm students who are just here all of a sudden are just camping outside somewhere as Jaden thinks that this is all his fault for choosing to come here. But luckily here to cheer things up is Solomon, bringing everyone some burgers to enjoy, and seriously, what a kind old man. Solomon deserves more respect, and if I ever clowned on him in my last Yu-Gi-Oh! Video series, talking about the original 5 seasons of the show, I'm sorry. I solemnly swear that I didn't mean to be mean. Also, it's pretty funny to see Solomon out here without his bandana, because you can really see that Yugi's hairstyle is something genetically passed down. Honestly, he should just keep the hair out like this. It just feels right, you know? As they're all hanging out, Solomon's all like, so your friends got captured by some evil psychopath who's trying to plot world domination. That's no big deal. It's happened to me several times. Cheer up. This is Yu-Gi-Oh! After all, and not Season 0 Yu-Gi-Oh! Where people really get hurt. Bastion finally returns, coming in from nowhere to be all like, oh, you have no hotel? What's up with that? As Solomon says, don't make things worse for the kid. Let him at least enjoy his meal. As we then see a camper in the background that has Aster inside of it, who can somehow hear the conversation, as he says to himself, yeah, because it might be his last. Aster, come on, just be a good dude already and, like, you know, help. We then cut to Blaze and T-Bone walking around at night and talking about how they are worried about doing their best here, and yeah, T-Bone, he's the white rapper archetype. More specifically, the early to mid 2000s white rapper archetype, where he has the sideways hat, oversized baggy clothes, and overuses slang that you know disappears the second he speaks to his mother. You almost can't tell if characters like this sometimes are designed to poke fun at this, or if it was based on how things just were at the time and thought it was hip to do. Yo, my name is Skylar White. Yo, my husband is Walter White. Yo. Also, T-Bone is voiced by Sean Schemmel, aka Goku, and that makes everything he's saying 10 times funnier.
Giving us some mad respect, know what I'm saying? Yeah, boy, let's do this, yo!
Anyway, there's so much more that we can sit down and try to explore and understand about each and every weird pseudo-villain side character and their weird quirks, but maybe another time and maybe on my other channel. Right now, these two are also worried about how they are supposed to find Jaden, and they don't even know what he looks like, leading to them literally bumping into him without knowing it's him as they get invited to eat burgers at the campsite. Also, I just like that Pharaoh was here too. They can never forget the cat, and I love it. As they eat, the two notice that they're all from Duel Academy based on the jackets that they wear, and through discussing the differences of those dueling in a school or being a dueling street thug, the two challenge the others to a little duel, causing Jaden to of course want to have one, and despite things being really stressful, it's just a little something here to take the edge off, you know? As the duel is about to start between T-Bone and Jaden, Jaden starts calling out his rapper name, and we appreciate Jaden for always keeping it real, which is when he reveals his name, letting the others know that this is Jaden, like Jaden, the Jaden that they've needed to find. We then see that Serena is somehow able to view all of this and semi-communicate with her underlings, forcing Blaze to be turned into a card himself and then added to T-Bone's deck. Alright, I see what's going on here with how the previous underlings who got turned into cards are used. So with Jaden now realizing that T-Bone is a part of what has happened to his friends, the friendlier duel gets a bit more serious. As the duel is going on, T-Bone lets Jaden know that this isn't about him fighting for his friends, and then beyond that, the fate of the world or something. This duel right now is about survival for T-Bone, for if he loses, Serena will take away all of his powers, and probably turn him into a card. Jaden does his Jaden thing to tell him that he can just trust himself when it comes to how he's playing. That's something no one can take away, and the dude just smiles back at Jaden as if he's all like, wow man, you know, you really said some impactful words, and I will look this over, because I've never looked at it like that before. It's as funny as it is illogical for his circumstances if he loses though. Those words of advice don't really help in this situation. For him directly as a person, sure. For him being a pawn for the bad guys, not really. But hey, believing in yourself is what you need to do, buddy. You got this. It is cool to see T-Bone using all of the elemental monarchs that we originally saw surrounding the city as representations of the different powered people we've seen, who were T-Bone's co-workers? Would that be the right term for them? I don't know if it was like an official job type of thing, but whatever. Along with that is his own element element included here, which is rock or earth, and now he ends up sacrificing the monarchs to bring out his Demiurge Emma, a powerful 3300 attack-powered monster that gets powered up based on the homunculus tokens it can spawn, now having 4900 attack points. With Jaden now down to 100 life points, Jaden tries to have another heart-to-heart about T-Bone here needing someone else's powers to be a good duelist, as if you don't use your own power for the duel and are stuck relying on someone else's, then what's the point? You'll never know how good you truly are, because with dueling, it's all about thinking on your feet and trusting yourself. But if you rely on someone else's help to win for you, then the scoreboard doesn't matter anymore. You've already lost. Solomon's listening to the speech being given and goes all like, wow, that's what Yugi would say here, really trying to convince the audience watching that Jaden should be seen up there in the same light as Yugi. A different light from the Society of Light, don't get confused now. Anyway, Jaden then pulls off a strategy to boost the heck out of elemental hero Neos to now have 5400 attack points, being stronger now than T-Bone's monster as he is able to win the duel in the end. Solomon, well, he's not sure where he is or when the duel even started, so it keeps playing up that he is older and more senile, but sometimes can be present and aware. Something about this does make me sad though, even if it is played up for comedy. Jaden tells T-Bone that sometimes losing a duel is the best way to win, continuing on to tell him that now he can start over and look for the dueling power inside of himself to be great and not having to rely on some magic from a witch or something. And I'm just calling Serena a witch now to easily explain all the magical stuff and powers she has. When T-Bone mentions it would be easier to just run away from it all, Jaden says, that's not the rapper wannabe that I know. My favorite homeboy would never give up. Aside from that being something to hear and remember for the rest of my life, you can see how much it does end up meaning to T-Bone, even if he was just called a wannabe rapper to his face. As he's all like, word, I still got game. Again, it's Goku. We get a funny cut over to Solomon again, who's thinking to himself, does Jaden possess the same spirit as Yugi? If you mean spirit as in heart and attitude, then yeah. If you mean spirit as ancient Egyptian pharaoh, then no. But he'll have room for other spirits and more later, mostly after this season. With Jaden now ready to go and find his friend, Serena's mirror shows up with T-Bone telling her to not be hatin', as his fate then becomes the fate of all the others too, as if there was any way that he was going to be let off scot-free from all of this. As after that happens to him, all these mirror screens pop up, with Serena herself appearing, telling Jaden that he had an impressive victory, and he can understand what her brother sees in him. She then shows Cyrus and Hasselberry being held, baiting Jaden to come and get them, as well as Serena starts baiting Aster, saying that this is also going to be a test for him, mentioning Sartorius may have been wrong, and yeah, maybe, he just loves dropping cards and believing that it's destiny. But Serena continues on to point out that Jaden may not be the one, and it may be Aster, and they intend to truly find out, so we'll see. Off to Kaibaland we go, I guess.
Next, it's Yu-Gi-Oh! GX.
You're watching Yu-Gi-Oh! GX.
With Jaden and the others rushing over to Kaibaland, we see both Alexis and Chaz above where the duel had just taken place, as they mention that he'll either make it out of this trap set up for him as one of them in the Society of Light, or he won't make it out at all. Jaden thinks it's great to have Aster along on this with him, as Aster tries to make it clear that he's only there for himself, and whatever his part in all of this is all about, as Jaden, well, he just tells him he appreciates Aster's company. You know, that's kind of sweet. Solomon ends up helping them make it to Kaibaland, as when they arrive, he informs them about the virtual world Kaiba has created, warning them if they go in, there could be a chance that they could never come out. And it is kind of cool how many times from the manga or the show or even the video games that this virtual world that Kaiba has and the devices used to be inside of it get mentioned or shown off or used. As Jaden and Aster both note that they must go in, no matter the danger, they have Bastion stay outside of the building with Solomon. Again, poor Bastion. Such an afterthought of a character this season, at least that's how they make it feel. As Jaden and Aster get further in, they end up getting digitized, transferring over to the digital world without even knowing it, as we see that Cyrus and Hasselberry are here as well, just as semi-representations of the type of cards they play, and both of them are just Pixar movies, I guess. But also trapped in here are what seem to be the Light Brigade, or better known as the 4 elemental duelists that we just dealt with. It would have been more fun to deal with the Charade Brigade from Figure It Out, but you know, whatever. Serena then appears telling them that she is there to test both Jaden and Aster, as we see a flashback of her and Sartorius talking, as he wants her to find out who will be the protege standing by his side, who is the real chosen one that Destiny is truly trying to say it is. Aster ends up surprised that beyond thinking it was just a front to have Aster with him, so Sartorius can do his evil whatever on the side, he also wanted Aster along for other reasons. With Serena now letting the stakes be known as one of them will be the one that Destiny is chosen and will be made to see the light, while the other will remain trapped here in virtual reality. This is going to be a tag team duel where Jaden and Aster will have to work together, as Aster makes one thing clear, and that is he's not fighting to save Jaden or his friends, he's fighting to find out his purpose, as ever since he was a kid, he's felt like he was destined for greatness. greatness. And this is his chance to know for sure, hey buddy, we all feel that way about ourselves. And the definition of greatness, yeah, changes for everyone. That could mean having $1 million, or it could mean running your own business. But we all feel destined for something. You're not special. But this begs the other question. Who will Serena be dueling with her on her side against them? It's simple. A clone of herself. And man, I don't know if it's a virtual reality thing or a magical thing, but it was cool to see how she separates in two. As the duel starts and both Serenas have a similar setup going, Aster thinks it's not too shabby, as if he's Kiss Cactus or something.
Not too shabby!
And that's a weird reference that maybe one person might get. I do think this duel is cool because now we get the elemental heroes and the destiny heroes having a chance to really work together from both duelists. There is growing pain here between them, as they aren't really in sync. They need a few more members first. But Jaden's determined to be a solid partner to Aster here in the duel, as Aster's getting frustrated and blaming him for almost having lost his best monster already, and Jaden's all like, hey, my bad, I'll do better. Internally, Aster's competitive and egotistical side is showing, not wanting to be out-dueled by Jaden, as Serena notes to herself that they both have an identical amount of strength, making it hard for her to see who is truly the one to be destined to be by her brother's side. Aster's already thinking that Serena must think it's him that is the chosen one. He also continues to rag on Jaden for his lack of knowledge when it comes to what he should be learning in school, and each Serena here is wanting to try each of them at a time, going back and forth about how they feel about each of them. Jaden needs to start earning some points here for all of this, or his friends won't be saved and he'll be stuck here. So he ends up having elemental hero Wildheart break through her defenses, allowing his other elemental heroes out to attack her as well, surprising Serena with his strategy and even having Aster give him props for it too. As the duel continues and keeps going back and forth, one of the cards Serena played in the beginning, Full Moon Mirror, has finally fully activated, as it would go through all the phases of the moon, leading to it being fully blacked out once 10 monsters in total were destroyed in the duel, where she mentions that the true test is just beginning, and it's time for the judgment to commence. Serena ends up summoning the Dark Creator with 3,000 attack points, putting some worries on the others, with Jaden noting that she's not messing around, as Aster retorts with, neither am I, as they are locked into whatever's about to happen next. Serena then sacrifices her Full Moon Mirror in order to bring out Infinite Fiend Mirror, allowing her to multiply the Dark Creator by 10, giving us 10 Dark Creators who all have 3,000 attack points to mirror the original one. Despite Aster boosting up their life points based on the elemental heroes out on the field, Serena ends up destroying all of them with ease, and even then, thanks to an effect, they lose 700 more life points per monster that was destroyed, hurting them pretty significantly. And before they can even think of what to do next, Serena's turn still isn't over. She has plenty of monsters here that are ready to attack and win, since they are wide open on the field now. However, she spared them, ending her turn for now. Most likely because this is a test, right? One that she is performing on them and not an all-or-nothing stakes battle for herself. She wants to truly see how either of them can get out of this situation. Or that's not the case at all, as Aster points out to Jaden that there must be a reason she couldn't attack with the other Dark Creators, as Jaden believes that they must only be able to attack monsters and not the life points directly, with Aster giving Jaden some props for taking a moment to figure things out. No charade brigade needed. Jaden likes this side of Aster and how they are playing off of each other, knowing that they will need more of this good teamwork in order to get through this duel, as Serena then confirms that Jaden's hunch is correct about her Dark Creators not being able to attack directly. She ends up playing the trap card Return Talisman, which summons a monster onto the opponent's side of the field if they don't have any by the end of their turn, opening them up for another attack where they would lose 700 more life points. Aster tells Jaden the obvious, and that's them needing to find a way to get rid of her Dark Creator army. And for his turn, he wants to show everyone that he, the great Aster Phoenix, is a cut above the rest, while Jaden does the usual, and takes a moment to talk about how cool her Dark Creator cards are. Some things will never change. Aster puts his faith into Destiny, needing to prove it is him who is the chosen one, as he ends up getting Destiny hero Dasher out on the field, and having it powered up to 3,100 attack points, making it stronger than her Dark Creators. But when it attacks, despite her taking some damage, the Dark Creator cannot be destroyed in battle. Convenient. But with his Dasher now in defense mode with way less defense points, Serena ends up easily destroying it and causing them to lose another 700 life points, leaving them with only 200 left. Couldn't Aster have just left Dasher on the field in attack mode without attacking until they can come up with a solid strategy? As with its effect, after Dasher attacks, it is forced into defense mode, and I think keeping a monster at 3,100 on the field, where the Dark Creator couldn't destroy it if it attacked it, would have at least resulted in helping in better ways. Or maybe there's another effect that Dasher has. Just an observation though. But hey, I'm not the professional duelist here. I could be overlooking something, and I'm sure in the comments right now, someone is making a greatly detailed comment about it. Aster at this point is like, okay, we're screwed, man. There's no way out of this, Jaden. And then Jaden's all like, nah, man, it's not over till it officially is over. And that's when the last card is played, as Aster in his own head is not sure how to think about Jaden's ability to be like this and not admit defeat when there's nothing that they seemingly can do. But what I love is what Aster does next, flipping his negative and judging thoughts into just needing a little bit of Jaden's secret dueling mindset recipe, putting a smile on his face and telling Jaden that he's willing to go the distance and stick with him throughout the rest of the duel, but he definitely needs a world-famous Jaden pep talk first so he can properly get his head in the game. Jaden says they need real teamwork here, with Aster then agreeing and saying that they need to forget about all the looming threats, forget Sartorius, and forget all this Chosen One stuff, and only focus on playing the game itself. Then after what feels like so long, Winged Karibo makes an appearance to be with Jaden, giving him some advice here about using Aster's Dasher, with Aster willing to offer any of his cards to Jaden's use in order for them to have a chance at winning. As Jaden draws Neospacian Dark Panther, he uses another effect that Dasher has, which allows him to summon this monster since Dasher is in the graveyard, and Dark Panther here can copy any abilities of another monster on the field, thus choosing Dark Creator, which allows him to activate the field spell that brought out this army for her, Infinite Fiend Mirror, giving them an army of Dark Creators. Also, why is it called Infinite if it's only like 10? I mean, 10's a lot, but Infinite's greater. Just saying. He then sacrifices a couple of them in order to bring out Elemental Hero Neos, fusing him with Dark Panther right away to create Elemental Hero Dark Neos, which can negate the abilities of another monster, taking away her Dark Creator's indestructibility, destroying the main Dark Creator, getting rid of all the tokens on both sides of the field. With Sabrina being wide open, Dark Neos goes in to finish them off, defeating them in a duel as they merge back into a singular Serena. Cyrus and Hasselberry end up turning back into themselves, while Aster is just blown away at the level of strategy and skill that Jaden pulled off, especially from a tight spot that literally seemed like the end for them. He then admits to himself that if anyone can defy destiny, it's Jaden. He has to be the chosen one. As he tells Jaden great job for winning the duel, Jaden says that he couldn't have done it without his help and his destiny heroes, saying that there can't be a chosen one, but if there is such a thing, then there has to be two chosen ones, and that's sweet. Serena then tells them that they're correct, mentioning that they have both passed the test, and there's a bit of a switcheroo as she then asks for their help, telling them that they must save Sartorius, claiming that some evil force is controlling him and his thoughts and actions are not of his own. She gives us some backstory here, clearly knowing that her time is limited to get this out and discuss things, saying that Sartorius, as a fortune teller, was visited by someone odd one day who offered him a special card as payment for the reading. But something was weird about the card. It changed Sartorius' attitude immediately to where Serena knew something was off. She tried to get him to get rid of the card, but it changed him, splitting his mind into two, and he was never the same person he once was before then. She also notes that the card itself was in fact a hero monster, one that could have been one of a kind, causing Aster to connect the dots and react as if there was a possibility that the person who gave Sartorius this card could be the person responsible for stealing his father. With the split in Sartorius' mind, the darker side grows and is mainly in control, while the gentler side of him is being imprisoned. Aster tries to ask a bunch of questions about the card itself, but all she knows is that shortly after it arrived, it somehow disappeared somewhere. And with that, she has now given them all the information that she knows that can hopefully help them find a way to help her brother. Then the virtual world itself that they are in starts collapsing as she points them in the direction how to get out of there. And while Jaden tries to save her as well, she tells them that this was her plan all along, to be here so she can be sucked into the digital cyberspace, which can give her a chance to then watch over her brother. She wishes them all the best and tells them that destiny is in their hands now, as she disappears into the program itself. As Jaden promises to do whatever they can to honor what she's asked of them, they are able to escape from the digital world as they all wake up in the virtual reality pods. With them now reuniting with Bastion and Solomon, we also do see the Light Brigade being set free as well, which is a nice bonus touch. As for the Charade Brigade, they're trapped in time. Jaden and Aster discuss not knowing how to exactly save the world and save someone possessed by some evil card, but they seem confident to tackle things head on so that they can come through in the end. Solomon gets his bandana back, has a few more senile-like moments as Jaden apologizes for getting him into any of this mess in the first place, and he's not too worried about it. He says he wouldn't have had it any other way, and that's good on Solomon, always looking out for the king of games, regardless of the generation. Now, as they all head back to school from this trip, Sartorius is confused as to why Serena hasn't reached out by now, as then he notices in another bus is Jaden, and in his camper is Aster. Even more confused now as to how they both survived any of that. This causes Sartorius to believe that they both have the power he needs, as he starts glowing from his aura farming, letting off the cliche evil maniacal laugh, telling the others in the cult that the time has come, and the future is in their fingertips with only two obstacles standing in their way, showing us that he means Jaden and Aster specifically. We know he's even more evil than ever because any worry about what happened to his sister is completely gone. Now, with all the students being back at Duel Academy, the Society of Light's recruitment efforts are getting more and more out of hand. So much so that all of the raw yellow dorm, aside from Bastion, have been turned into members as Chad leads the initiative to get everyone in the school involved. Well, basically everyone. We can also see his Ojama spirits concerned that Chaz has completely forgotten about them, as they believe that they may just need to do the same. For Bastion, well, he's sick of all the Society of Light crap, both because they're annoying, as well as he asks why haven't they come for him yet, despite being the best duelist from the raw yellow dorms. This spirals a bit for him as he can't can't even tell if he's a good duelist anymore, and wishes that the Society of Light would want him just so that he can feel something, feel wanted, feel like he is a good duelist instead of someone who can be overlooked and forgotten about, just like this season of the show has done to his character for the most part. Jaden and the others think that it's silly to think he isn't a good duelist, and even sillier to want to be challenged and wanted by the Society of Light. Bastion later on begins to go all formulaic again, spending his days and nights crafting up the winning equations that he believes can rival and take on anyone in the Society of Light, but most importantly, Sartorius. Aster did overhear Bastion earlier and has decided to follow and keep an eye on him for now, only to catch him out in the night after some time goes by, as it seems like Bastion's created what he believes to be the perfect deck. Bastion tells Aster that he can't stop him from going and challenging Sartorius, saying he won't lose and continues to run off towards the white dorms now. Inside, Chaz and Alexis lead the insult train to make Bastion feel as unwanted and as talentless as possible. Even his old raw yellow dorm mates join in and making fun of him for even trying to come here and demand a battle with Sartorius. Luckily for Bastion, Sartorius ends up coming to greet him, thinking that it takes some bravery and courage to come to challenge him directly like this, giving his respect to him. He accepts the challenge that Bastion offers, where if Bastion wins, then Sartorius has to leave the school forever. But on the other hand, the price of Bastion's failure in the duel would result in him being brainwashed and becoming a member of the Society of Light. After Chaz makes it clear that Bastion joining is something that he believes isn't worth their time and that he's not worthy, Sartorius pushes the duel onto Chaz, having him be the one to battle him for now for the same stakes that are already on the line. The Ojama spirits are watching this take place and think that there's a chance if Bastion wins, then the old Chaz will come back, so they root against him for the duel itself, even if Chaz ends up using them in the duel against their will. While the duel is going on, Aster alerts the others that Bastion went off to challenge the Society of Light, you know, just so that they're aware of what's going on here. As for the duel itself, Bastion does his best job of having a formulated deck that can really hold its own, and while the match doesn't seem like anything too special, it's just nice to see Bastion get some time this season to show off some new strategies and just get some time as a main focus point for once here. During the duel though, Bastion continues to go back and forth in his head about the Society of Light and what he wants. Does he want to defeat Chaz and rid the school of the cult, or does he want to lose on purpose so he can become a member of the society to feel like he's worthy to be a part of something that everyone else is? It's confusing for him, it's confusing for us, and it's confusing for Jaden and the others. Poor Bastion feels left out, unappreciated, and disrespected, all thanks to the majority of his peers. So it's reasonable that he would feel some type of way about the society, both good and bad. Even if he doesn't like it, he might want to be in it. Aster explains to Jaden and company that Bastion may not want to win the duel. He may only want to show his power to then be accepted in, as he mentions that Sartorius is good at picking and preying at the weaknesses and vulnerability of others to mess with their heads to ultimately get them to do what he wants. We can see this happening in real time, where Bastion has a chance to win the duel against Chaz, but Sartorius is in his head, offering all of the stuff that he wants, giving him a spot in the society if he loses right here and doesn't play his trap card that could defeat Chaz. At the same time, Jaden and the others are running to get to the duel and try and save Bastion before anything bad truly happens, only arriving right as Bastion ends up losing the duel. Aster explains to them that Bastion lost on purpose because of Sartorius, and how instead of dueling himself, he has his enemies and underlings end up dueling each other thanks to his influence and persuasive methods. In Bastion's head, we can see his mind being altered to be a part of the society, through opening actual doors up in his mind to be inducted into the cult through a bunch of girls at the school telling him that they love him and that he's awesome, full on pulling him into the light, as a new white cult jacket falls from above, landing itself on him to show that Bastion is a member of the Society of Light now, with this episode serving as a great example how something like this can work and how brainwashing can be real. Yes, it's still cartoony because it's in the world of Yu-Gi-Oh here, but I think how it represents what could happen to someone in a pretty realistic way. As Chaz and Alexis leave the arena, Alexis says that next time he may not be so lucky in the duel, saying the Ojamas are definitely the problem, leading to Chaz questioning why he even still has them, taking all three and tossing them into the breeze to fly away, right into the night, as the poor guys all exclaim that they'll all be together again someday. Man, why does GX have to always add something sad or darker than usual to the end of their episodes? Why do I have to emotionally suffer too, man? It's been a while since we checked in with Zane, so in doing so, we first see Cyrus hanging out in a similar area that his brother always would, feeling pretty worried over what his brother has become based on seeing his duels on TV. Jaden comes around to let him know that they're about to watch his latest duel and helps cheer Cyrus up by saying that he thinks it's all just an act that Zane's putting on, being this bad, rough and tough dude for the sake of growing in popularity, eventually convincing Cyrus to come and watch the duel. Hey Jaden, I don't think this is the good guy turning bad wrestling act that you think it is, as when we cut to Zane in the duel, he absolutely obliterates his opponent to the point where he clearly needs medical physical attention, with Zane having no care in the world and just leaving after winning. As him and Mr. Shroud drive away, with Mr. Shroud claiming that his opponent may not be able to walk for months, it's clear that Zane's gotten everything that he's wanted here. Everything that this guy has promised him that he would get. But now that he has it, he tells him that they're done, firing him on the spot, kicking him out of the car, and driving off, with Mr. Shroud telling him that he'll regret this. As he continues to be driven, Zane reads a note given to him that tells him to meet with whoever this is from at the top of the world, with Zane then speaking to his Cyber End Dragon card about together they are going to ride this thing all the way to the top, for whatever that means. As we cut to him just casually scaling what we're supposed to believe is Mount Everest, I guess, or something like that, as at the top is a temple of sorts decorated with Cyber Dragon related imagery, as inside waiting for him is Chancellor Shepard, or as Zane refers to him as Master. We then get a series of flashbacks that show Shepard looking shady, minus the slim, as Zane narrates that people thought he was crazy to step away from the job that he had, and that he guessed he had some secrets to hide, and then for some reason, Zane claims he should have known he'd find him here, which, why? We've been given no indication it would have been him. The flashbacks themselves are, sure, from moments that paint him in a mysterious light, but they are out of context from the situations that were actually happening. Plus, in the Japanese version of the show, the flashbacks they show are based on moments that have Shepard having a nice time being a chancellor, showing times of him where he's smiling and where he's clearly filled with joy to be doing his job. So it's interesting to make it seem like these moments in the English dub flashback are based on him being hinted at as doing bad or secretive stuff. He tells Zane that he should know why he asked him to come here as they prepare for a duel against one another, as he then says Jaden's line of "get your game on" to Zane. Okay, maybe he is a bad guy, thievery is wrong, you wouldn't download a car, would you? Zane wastes no time in getting his Cyber End Dragon out, with Shepard saying that he's the one who gave him that card, asking if he lost that memory when he traded who he was in for his new look and persona. Now, here's where you'll either go, oh, hey, that's cool, why the heck not? Or be all like, really? What the heck is going on? As Shepard then explains that Zane is the one and only heir to the ancient birthright called the Cyber Legacy, reminding him of this as Zane found out when he was only 9 years old. We get some flashbacks showcasing Zane being trained alongside some of these other kids as Shepard was the one training them, so I guess it does make sense why he called him Master, and giving us the answer to why Zane would have expected him here. So, that makes sense now, but I do think it's funny that the card workout we spoke about in the last season is shown here too as they practice drawing cards from their dual disc at rapid rates. Sure, I guess, it's something. He explains to Zane that through seeing his immense talent, it was clear that Zane was the one they've been waiting for, as we see in the flashback that Zane has learned to get into the mind of the opponent, impressing Shepard with his skills. He tells him that he has earned his respect, handing a young Zane the Cyber End Dragon card, to which he uses today as his main signature card. All of this training stuff in the Cyber Legacy thing, which may be a cult, the jury's still out, was kept as a general secret outside of their time there, noting that when Shepard was a chancellor and when Zane was a student, they couldn't speak to each other about any of this. Also, at what point in Zane's childhood was he taken away from his home to be atop of Mount Everest? We've seen Zane in flashbacks back at a regular school with his brother. Does Cyrus remember his brother going away at some point to this? Were his parents okay with this? How did he even get invited to be here? There's a lot of questions I have, and hopefully we'll get some answers, or we won't and we just gotta go with it. Shepard knows something has changed with Zane, only now for the first time ever regretting giving him the powerful card, as Zane says he's there to get what's coming to him, disregarding however Shepard feels towards him. Shepard mentions that the legacy that Zane's here to collect hides away what is known as the Deck of the Underworld, a deck that seemingly hides a powerful force, foreshadowing what that is based on a mural of the Cyber End Dragon with the silhouette of another dragon-looking creature behind it. Zane doesn't care about whatever he's talking about, he just wants the cards, saying that after he beats Shepard, that the cards will be his, as Shepard says he'll never reveal their location to him. Remember that. As their duel against each other is a back-and-forth cyber-related teacher versus student brawl, we can see in another flashback that the spirit of the Cyber End Dragon spoke to Zane, making more sense as to why he spoke to it the way he did while he was on his way here. Shepard is clearly trying to find a way in the duel to really get through to the old Zane, hoping to find that connection between him and this card still. But after a barrage of moves Zane plays, Shepard is worried about what Zane is trying to pull off and do to try and finish the match, as he ends up playing Cyber Ogre 2, who gets powered up thanks to its effects to now be stronger than his Cyber End Dragon, who was taken by Shepard to be used on his side of the field against Zane. On top of this, Zane plays Limiter Removal, doubling the attack points of Cyber Ogre 2 as it now has 9,200, attacking Cyber End Dragon, as Shepard thought that by using it against him, it would help reach something deep inside of Zane based on the special spirit bond that they have, as Zane says that they still do have that bond as the creature itself is getting hurt, and he can can currently hear it screaming for mercy as he says that he doesn't even care, walking towards Shepard menacingly. In Shepard's face now, he says he came for one thing and one thing only, and not even his friend, the Cyber End Dragon, is going to get in his way, telling him it's been real as he destroys it, winning the duel against Shepard. This also blows away the mural of Cyber End Dragon, as I guess it was more of a tapestry, and right behind it seems to be the cards he was after, and like, come on, Shepard, even if you never told me where to look for them, that would have been the first place I would have looked. Are you serious? And anyway, you're the one who invited him back here? You didn't have a backup plan right at this moment in case he beat you and took the cards? You might have other contingency plans, but that was kind of dumb. Oh, he might have went there anyway to collect his legacy. Cool. You still invited him. It's your fault. As Zane takes his legacy, he tells Shepard to be thankful he spared him, as he was willing to take it as far as he needed to get these cards. Before Zane walks out, Shepard stops him, telling him to take something with him, tossing Zane a little pendant that says GX on it, confusing Zane as to what it even is, as Shepard explains where he's been since leaving the school, traveling around to other schools and dueling leagues all around the globe to set up and organize the ultimate tournament, with the pendant in Zane's hand being a ticket to enter in, as no one will be given entry without one, telling Zane it would be in his best interest to join, probably because he could have a backup plan to have someone else like Jaden or his own brother Cyrus help in getting through to the old Zane, but Zane tells him sorry, he doesn't do contests, but then takes a moment to think about it, as it could be a chance for him to finally try out this new deck, claiming that he'll think about a decision as he then walks out. With this new secret tournament teased for us and Shepard hoping that maybe those closer to him can really get through to Zane, there is a lot on the horizon still coming up. We still have the Society of Light to deal with on top of this massive tournament that holds the same name of the series itself building up now. Speaking of the tournament being the same name as this series of Yu-Gi-Oh!, so is the next episode, being titled Generation Next. That feels important, right? Shepard ends up returning to Duel Academy, effectively taking back his position as the chancellor of the school, with Dr. Crowler and Bonaparte still being around to help right underneath him. And there's a bit of worry about what they have been overseeing at the school in Shepard's absence that could lead them to being in trouble, like, I don't know, the whole Society of Light stuff or the new White Dorm situation. There's lots to choose from. Shepard tells them that they need to gather every student for a very special and very important announcement. It's time for the tournament arc to start, and I guess they don't need a subtitle for the arc, right? Because the show's already called GX. It would be pretty stupid to call it GX. And also, we're not even done with the Society of Light arc. Shepard tells the news to all of the students, officially announcing the Gen X tournament, a tournament for the next generation of duelists. I see what they did there, makes sense. And it starts right now with Duel Academy being the location where duelists, students, and pros alike will all converge, and when all is said and done, at the end of the tournament will be one person left standing, as they will be considered the greatest duelist in the world. Possibly, I feel like that title just kind of gets thrown around. Everyone will be getting a singular medal, just like the one Zane got to start out with. And the rules are simple. You have to accept the first duel you are challenged to as a way to kick things off, and every day you must participate in at least one duel, where no matter how many medals that you've earned, the winner gets them all. But as we'll see, you can kind of just determine that on your own. Maybe they'll get all, maybe they'll get some, maybe they'll get one. As all of the students try to plan out who they are going to duel first, Sartorius ends up making a visit to Shepard, so that the two of them can actually meet, where it seems like Sartorius was trying to come off intimidating, but Shepard shuts him down right away, telling him that he's dealt with the Shadow Riders, he's not worried about a scrawny misfit like him, which, dang, okay Shepard, get him. But also Shepard doesn't know how evil he truly is just yet, and accepted his requests of a special duelist being invited to the school, Prince Ocean of Misgarth, who makes Sartorius happy to hear he's on the way. On the plane, we can see him holding a GX medal for the tournament as he discusses with his people to make sure that the Destiny Hero cards are in someone's possession on the island, making his role and everything a lot more interesting for what that means for someone like Aster, and any connections these two would have. We cut around to seeing some of the first duels in the tournament take place for everyone, with Cyrus beating his first opponent, Hasselberry defeating his first opponent, and even Bastion defeating his first opponent, while he still has crushes on Duel Monster cards. There's some things that even a cult can't brainwash out of you. At least this one's a better choice than the last one. Jaden is still waiting around for his first duel, hoping to find one of the professionals to duel that is coming to the island, but none have made it there yet, which cues Prince Ocean to make an appearance right on time, as Cyrus points out the crest on the plane being that of Misgarth. And I'm not sure why they changed this specifically in the English dub. It clearly is meant to be a representation of Midgard, with the crest showing the world serpent on it, and in the Japanese version they do call it Midgard. But in the world of the show here, this kingdom known as Misgarth is small and had just recently launched their own mysterious satellite into space, with their kingdom's prince also being a really good duelist. As Jaden gets overzealous to try and run up to the prince to challenge challenge him to a duel, he is immediately stopped by Sartorius, where we can see his real plans start to play out a bit. He tells the prince that he probably didn't travel all this way to deal with some kid here, offering himself instead as his first opponent, with Jaden trying to butt in still, but Sartorius warns him to stop and to not piss him off right now. Clearly the grown-ups have some evil dueling business to do. Jaden, well, he doesn't listen of course, offering the prince a duel as well, as the prince then asks them a simple question, wondering if either of them hold the destiny cards in their deck. Or simpler put, hey, which one of you has the destiny heroes? Sartorius then lies about being the one to have them so that he will take up his offer to duel, which pisses off Jaden because he called dibs first and you can never break the dibs rules. Before the duel starts, I guess we need some more Bastion humiliation as he comes to challenge Sartorius to a duel, wanting to show off how many medallions he's already won. And in doing this, Chaz and Alexis speak up on Sartorius' behalf, saying to stop doing stuff like this. He doesn't want to waste his time with you, especially when he's about to duel a professional, as Bastion then just cries to himself about just wanting to be noticed. The prince makes it clear that he doesn't care about any medallions. If he wins, he just wants the destiny heroes, and for Sartorius, well, he just wants the control of the prince's satellite, as he then makes a prediction saying that the duel will be over before he even takes his turn. And hopefully he didn't get that prediction from another dropped tarot card. The prince ends up playing Satellite Cannon, saying this gives him ultimate power just like his real satellite does, mentioning that when he unleashes his power onto the world, then he will become the most powerful monarch to have ever existed, pointing to some secrets within his briefcase about possessing the world's greatest mind control technology. Well, I guess this guy is here only for Sartorius's plans. The Destiny Hero stuff seems to only be a self-interest thing, and not a Aster's missing father type of thing. Sorry, man. I hope you find your dad. Within the prince's first turn, he plays cards that power up his satellite to 4,000 attack points, being able to keep his turn going by playing Mischief of the Time Goddess, effectively not allowing Sartorius to even have a turn yet, while he can go into his next turn's battle phase already. While it seems like the prince will have won within one turn, Sartorius reveals that he discarded the card Arcana Force 14 Temperance, which was able to take the battle damage coming towards him and make it go from 4,000 to 0. With the prince just being slightly annoyed at this, it is still his turn, as he plays Satellite Base in defense position, as it will gain 1,000 points of defense by the end of each turn, if it can even get to that, if this is supposed to end before Sartorius has a real first turn in the duel. Plus, this satellite base cannot be destroyed in battle unless it's by a level 6 monster or higher. Sartorius ends up sending another card to the graveyard, that being Intervention of Fate, as it can be activated to allow him to play a spell card from his hand, choosing Ace of Sword as he claims it to be the prince's destiny. And seriously, by the end of the video, someone tell me how many times I've said the word destiny. It's gotta be the most used word in the season. Nay, the whole series. I'm willing to bet. Words like the and don't count, okay? No technicalities. Thanks to this card relying on the opponent to tell it when to stop, it can be seen as destiny that the prince would choose its fate, or it could just be luck. But hey, this isn't my bad guy evil gimmick. I'd just overload my opponents with cute cards that they would feel too sad about attacking. You think anyone is going to destroy any of these? Nah, you're not taking out my rescue cat, bruh. That would then make you evil. You know, maybe my evil gimmick is also gaslighting those who do attack. Sorry, not trying to be a self-insert here into the world of Yu-Gi-Oh! My bad, y'all. With the way the card lands when the prince calls stop, it allows Sartorius to choose a monster from the prince's side of the field and take its attack points to then directly inflict them towards the prince's life points. So since that satellite cannon was powered conveniently all the way up to 4,000, it's the obvious choice here for that one-turn victory without him even taking his turn yet that Sartorius claimed would happen. Not gonna lie, that was a pretty crazy play. It's so impressive that even Jaden ends up telling Sartorius that that was a nice win. And how can he just be so obliviously wholesome? The prince gives up the control to his satellite as he is a man of his word, regardless if his aides try to stop this because they believe it's a bad idea, which it totally is. But the prince seems to have evil plans of his own, so it doesn't matter who has control. They both want to use it for evil purposes. Then after this terrifying exchange of evil satellite technology, Jaden has to end the episode by going all like, wow, what a first day of the tournament. Prince is showing up to the island, potentially deadly satellites, as he's just excited for the next day to see what it brings. But Jaden didn't even duel yet, and he needs to duel at least one person a day, so tomorrow either needs to wait a bit longer to happen, or I guess the rules don't apply on day one, or at least they don't apply to Jaden. I don't know, but Jaden does somehow need to go get his game on. I guess we'll just have to wait and see.
Yu-Gi-Oh! GX will continue in a moment.
Now it's Yu-Gi-Oh! GX.
With day 2 of the tournament starting up, Jaden is weirded out by no one officially challenging him to a duel yet. But as fate or destiny would have it, something powerful comes his way. Man, I'm sounding like Sartorius now. As Winged Karibo comes out in a hurry for some reason, the skies above go from sunny to dark within seconds, as a powerful beam of fire shoots up into the sky nearby, catching everyone's attention to think that this could be some powerful moment in a duel for someone that's going on. But out of the fire, we see the wings of a familiar creature emerge, that being the Winged Dragon of Ra, one of the 3 Egyptian god cards, as we see a mysterious man smirk at the victory he just had over some random Ra yellow duelist. At least it was on brand. But we waste no time getting into a couple of cameos here. Oh hey look, it's Pegasus. He's back, and oh look, he brought Chumley, who yes, counts as a cameo. And look how sharply dressed he is now. The working world sure has changed him. As Jaden gets a chance to greet Chumley, he also gets a chance to meet Pegasus, who has heard a lot of great things about him thanks to Chumley. But we need to find out why they are here, and it's because someone has stolen the Winged Dragon of Ra card and is here on the island with it. Jaden's all like, wow, that's the most famous card in all of Duel Monsters, while Pegasus explains that it's the most dangerous too, with the original one containing the actual spirit of Ra inside, as we get a little flashback to that. But when Jaden mentions that that card was destroyed, Pegasus says that they developed a replica of it with nearly identical powers for research purposes, mentioning that their chief designer at Industrial Illusions was the one who stole that card and is now here on the island, where now several duelists are getting Ra-related injuries, which is just silly and ridiculous to put it that way. But with Jaden confirming that that's what he saw earlier, Shepard puts the tournament on hold for now, already on just day 2, allowing this group here time to deal with all this Ra business. With Jaden going out to look for the person who has Ra, Chumley gives him a newly designed card, one that we will see later on when needed, as Chumley says it will help. Jaden then catches up to Pegasus to help him search for the thief, surprising him as he hits him with a Jaden boy. And ooh, did that feel so nostalgic for some reason. Man, what a time to be alive. Nearly 2 decades ago when this episode originally came out, Pegasus ends up telling Jaden about another time when a copy of Ra was made in counterfeit ways and how dangerous it was, as the spirit of Ra took that duelist to the Shadow Realm. So even if this replica that Industrial Illusions made is way more accurate to the original, there is always the possibility of it angering the real spirit of Ra, and it coming for the person who used it. Franz, the chief designer, pops out during their conversation, showcasing that he has the card with him, as Pegasus warns him not to do anything you'll regret later for using it. With Pegasus about to jump into the duel and putting himself on the line, Jaden jumps in to have a duel because of course he does. But man, it would have been so much more fun to see Pegasus get a chance to duel here. I want to see some Toon World cards, man. Winged Karibo jumps out to warn Jaden, but he says, it's all good, he's got this. And hey, he did defeat the sacred beasts, so yeah, who knows, maybe he could. Pegasus notes to himself that he sees Jaden can see these spirit monsters and is about to throw down with an Egyptian god card, reminding him of Yugi boy. And man, all we need left in this episode is for him to say Kaiba boy, and oh, we're so back, baby. Franz tries giving a lesson in who the Egyptian god cards are and how powerful they are, but Jaden's like, yeah, duh dude, we all know, as they jump right into their duel from there. I do like when Jaden gets his elemental hero Neos out, causing Pegasus to be all like, wait, when did we even release this card? Is it even out yet? For the duel, Franz is able to summon the Winged Dragon of Ra, bringing dark clouds in as Ra descends from them, shaking the island with his sheer presence. Pegasus warns him once more about what he's doing, saying only a duelist that the Egyptian gods have chosen can properly control them without consequences, with Franz then revealing a card that he created specifically that could have the power to forcibly control the Egyptian god cards, Mound of the Bound Creator. And with Jaden now in a bad position, he looks up to notice the Winged Dragon of Ra, all chained up and restrained, crying, showing that it is in pain from the controlling power of the card Franz made, also proving that this is like the real Ra spirit, so that's dangerous. Jaden tries to convey how so many people would kill to have a position like he had in Industrial Illusions, wondering why he would throw it all away over stealing a singular card, with Franz telling Jaden that he doesn't know the whole truth here and he shouldn't be judging so quickly, claiming that no one would want to have his job, giving us a flashback to him working at the company, where Chumley is receiving recognition for his design efforts, with his ideas being turned into actual cards, over someone like Franz who has been with the company for a decade, which is just petty at the end of the day, being jealous of the younger staff who are coming up with ideas that are getting chosen over his, as they haven't quite adapted with how the card game has expanded and evolved over the past in-universe decade. He wanted this opportunity to show off firsthand why his ideas should have not been overlooked, but Pegasus isn't impressed, and after seeing all this in action, claims they wouldn't have been chosen anyway. Franz gets pretty heated about this, getting all those scary face veins that definitely aren't a good thing, and then sacrificing all of his life points but one to give all of that power to Ra, essentially doing what Merrick did and then fusing with the Egyptian god. Hey man, that's cool that you can do this too, but you're no Merrick, and you should never try to be. Jaden then plays the new card Chumlee gave him, a field spell card called Skyscraper 2, Hero City, which will get rid of the bound creator card as Jaden tells Ra that he's free now. Franz can't believe what's even happening, as Jaden then sets up a clear winning strategy to defeat him thanks to his life points being only at 1, but Franz plays Diffusion, separating himself from Ra to siphon the 4500 attack power into his life points, letting Ra lay collapsed on the ground with 0 attack points now. Jaden calls this guy the worst person he's ever had to deal with based on him stealing, hurting other duelists with a counterfeit card, and then diss and treat like crap an actual Egyptian god, as Franz lets all the power get to his head, claiming him to be the god and that Ra is nothing to him. Jaden apologizes to Ra for what it's been put through, and for the fact that he will have to defeat him now, but promises to have him back out later somehow. That somehow is by playing Necro Illusion to summon the Winged Dragon of Ra onto his side of the field with no worries or no concerns about being able to control him, as Franz notes that he doesn't even have the bound creator card to control it. How's he gonna do this? Jaden confidently claims that he doesn't need to put chains on his monsters in order to use them in a duel, sacrificing his life points down to 1, as well as adding in the attack points of his other monsters to go to Ra's power, letting him attack Franz now to defeat him, as GX medallions literally fall out of him like he's a video game character, where items would drop from them when you defeat them, and I love that little detail. Jaden and Ra share a little spirit moment where Ra thanks Jaden while he felt it was an honor to even play with him in a duel. As things wrap up and the Industrial Illusions crew leave, we get a little flashback to what happened right after the duel, with Pegasus having a heart-to-heart with Franz, understanding why he did what he did, and explaining that great loss can make you humble, and humility is an excellent quality in a card designer, noting that he's been in similar circumstances, showing him the area on his face where the Millennium Eye used to be, which is hidden to us by his hair still, mentioning that what doesn't destroy us will only make us stronger, telling Franz that he's looking forward to his next new card, giving him the chance at redemption both personally and professionally. It's nice to see this side of Pegasus post everything that happened in the original series, even if he didn't end up dropping a Kaiba boy on us. Oh, plus, I think it counts as Jaden winning a duel today. You know, we saw the medallions drop for Jaden to collect, you know, but the tournament was technically on pause, so, you know, there's too many technicalities here for Jaden, honestly, but I guess we're just gonna have to move on and accept it. After such an over-the-top way to kick off the tournament for Jaden, he continues on to his next duel, facing off against Orlando, who was a professional Broadway actor turned pro duelist, which is a translation and localization change, because he's clearly dressed in traditional Isho used in Kabuki, which is Japanese theatrical arts. Also, the cards he plays as well are all based on Kabuki. The duel is very pretty looking thanks to the visuals that come to life from the cards played in the episode, but there's nothing too crazy beyond that happens. There is a fun meta joke here in the episode that I've even made before in my videos about needing a commercial break, as the show jokes about that, and then a real commercial break would happen. But, you know, don't worry, I'm not going to do that to you, at least not for now. Oh, and Jaden, he ends up winning the duel, of course. Chaz has been doing quite well in the tournament so far, amassing a large amount of medallions already as Hasselberry comes to grab Jaden so that they can go and watch Chaz take on a pro duelist. We can see Chaz's new cards are basically on brand with being related to the whole white theming going on. So it's funny for him to be all like, alright, White Knight, go and attack. But that might just be the internet brain rot making it funnier now. Chaz ends up defeating this professional duelist, immediately walking up to Jaden and saying he's been waiting since last year for a rematch with him. And of course, he accepts. But Chaz tells him that the duel will be for tomorrow, wanting Jaden to put up a real challenge, spending time on his deck to be ready to face him the following day. I just like that midway through this conversation, the duelist that was defeated just quietly starts moving and scurries out of there as if he realized he's no longer needed in the scene and needed to get out of the shot. Jaden does take a moment to question Chaz about where his Ojamas went, saying that they were Chaz's favorite and they meant something to him, and there was some sort of special connection that they shared, but he tells Jaden that he's forgotten about them, and he's already ditched them a little while back, so he has no clue and no care as to where they are. Aster seems unbothered by the tournament itself, already having won a bunch of medallions that he ends up just giving to Hasselberry aside from his original one, claiming that he only needs one and if anyone wants it, they'll have to beat him. Walking off looking like the hardest duelist out there, with most duelists being too scared to even challenge him. Later in his room, Chaz ends up being morally conflicted in his own head again, going back and forth about not wanting the Ojamas, but also for some reason missing them in their company, which you can see that he's definitely lonely once again despite being in this cult. Another thing for him is that he can't seem to remember joining the Society of Light, with that part of his memory being blank. Bastion comes to grab him and bring him to a meeting that they're all about to attend, as he has a new hair color now, with it being all completely white. But unlike Lorenzo, who has his on the spot instantly turn white, Bastion bleached his own hair to impress Sartorius and to show his loyalty. He tries to convince Chaz to do this as well, but he's like, no, dude. Chaz Princeton likes his hair. He ain't changing it, especially after Bastion says that they could be Leech Brothers. For this meeting, all of the members are in the presence of a glowing white orb that is hanging from the ceiling, and from whatever's going on, we get to see it through the imagery within Chaz's head, showing what the brainwashing here can really do, putting him into a representation of his mind where we can hear both sides of Chaz speak to each other, as he struggles to understand what Sartorius did to him and if it was all wrong. But in the end, the countering points for all of this mumbo-jumbo about the Society of Light ultimately win, and continue to burn into his mind, and all of the others, that the light is the true answer, the truth to everything. Jaden ends up searching for the Ojama cards, but couldn't quite find them right away, even though he was pretty close to where they were as they scream out asking for help, but just weren't found. Later in the night, when working on his deck though, the spirit orb of Professor Banner comes back out of Pharaoh, calling out to Jaden as he explains to Jaden why he is an orb, and didn't just die when he turned to dust. Banner skips past any other small talk, as there was something more important he needs Jaden to do, having him follow him into the forest in the middle of the night, with Jaden just going, yeah, sure, alright, to whatever is happening and not being as shocked or weirded out by any of this going on as he probably should be. They arrive at this old well that is basically the burial ground for forgotten cards, as we see the Ojama cards trapped in the claws of some little crabs as they fear being cut in half by them, but Jaden comes around to save them before anything bad could happen. And I guess the spirit of Banner just heard the other spirits and said, hey Jaden, they're this way. Jaden tells the Ojamas that they are coming with him and takes them back to his dorm, while Banner ends up appearing in full spirit form to offer a wave and a smile to him, before going back to just being a little orb and returning to Pharaoh's stomach, claiming it to not be so bad at the end of the day. As Jaden and the Ojamas talk, Jaden has a plan that could help bring Chaz back to who he was, offering the Ojamas to battle in his deck against Chaz, and after a moment of thinking and deciding that they can be heroes like Jaden's elemental heroes, to help be a part of saving their old friend, they all agree to it. Now, being the next day, Jaden ends up meeting Chaz in the same location from yesterday, ready to take him on, but showed up a bit late because he brought with him Chaz's old all-black jacket, thinking he might want it as Chaz already knows what he's trying to do, saying, that's not gonna work, buddy, and he should just quit it already, claiming the old Chaz is gone and he's seen the light. But then something hits him. His old self inside of his head is having conflictions again, as he feels drawn to want to wear his old jacket. Jaden just puts it to the side for now and tells him, hey, whenever you want it, it'll be right here waiting for you, as they finally get into their duel with one another. Jaden wastes no time in trying to get to Chaz by bringing out the first Ojama, Ojama Yellow, who is all dressed up like a superhero now, and that's kind of cute that they're putting on a little goofy show, as they do want to feel like heroes so they can save Chaz. This instantly has him both not wanting and wanting them back, holding his head in pain over not knowing what he wants or what is the truth anymore. Chaz thinks that Jaden is using those cards just to mock him, but Jaden tells him that he's got it all wrong, saying that he's using them to try and save him from the Society of Light and the brainwashing that they've done to him, telling us he knows what it's like based on how his duel with Aster went, giving us more details from that moment and how he didn't completely get taken over by Sartorius' power, discussing how it goes after an individual's weakness and tries stripping you of your own freedom of will, as Chaz tries thinking back to the night he dueled Sartorius, but most of that memory is being blocked as he tries understanding the truth about what happened to him and how he joined the Society of Light. As Jaden starts getting out more of the Ojamas, getting Ojama Green on the field, Chaz definitely can feel something, especially when they refer to Jaden as boss, causing Chaz to have an outburst based on them always calling him that, as he's mad and jealous over them saying it to Jaden. And after Jaden can't get Chaz to admit that he misses them, he gets out the last of the three, bringing Ojama Black to the field to join the others. Although they begin to start using their special combined attacks thanks to Jaden's help, Chaz continues on for now, seemingly unfazed by it all, as he then summons the strongest card in his new deck, White Knight Lord, as he claims that Jaden's only trying to turn him against Sartorius over being jealous of this new powerful deck that Chaz was given, as Jaden worries that Chaz is in way worse shape than he thought, as we've seen all these back and forths he's gone through, internal and now externally a bit, showing off how scrambled his brain has become because of Sartorius. Chaz doesn't care one bit about whatever memories Jaden brings up from the way he used to be, as he then orders his White Knight Lord to attack Ojama Black, destroying him, as the Ojamas are definitely feeling scared that there is nothing that they can do to help get the old Chaz back. Jaden's also feeling the force of Chaz's new deck, now only having 100 life points left, but you know, Jaden usually finds himself only having like 100 life points a lot of the time, but yet still comes back from it, so you know, I have faith. And speaking of faith, with the Ojamas not really having any left, Jaden has them remember what they're fighting for, giving us flashbacks to the fun times they've had with Chaz, which fires them up once again. Jaden then fuses together Ojama Yellow and Green to create Ojama Night, which Chaz was even like, huh, what the heck? And through this, its effect summons 2 Ojama grandparent tokens to Chaz's side of the field, which only makes him annoyed and pissed off as they ramble on about random old people stuff. When his strategy doesn't work, Jaden ends up sacrificing the Ojamas in order to boost his life points, as he then plays Ojamandala, paying 1,000 life points in order to bring all of the Ojamas back to the field. Chaz starts taking out the Ojamas again, going through all 3 of them like clockwork with his White Knight Lord, and Jaden continues his strategy of getting out the Ojamas to try and get through to Chaz by having his friends, the Ojamas, help bring his memories and true feelings back out, as once again, Jaden has Ojama Yellow, who looks completely beaten up now, back out. He ends up crying and telling Chaz to keep attacking him all he wants, but don't ever tell him he didn't mean anything to him, and man, it's so heartbreaking. Like, he even says the only thing that really hurts is his heart. Man, poor Ojama Yellow. I mean, poor Ojama Green and Black as well, but Yellow was Chaz's first spirit buddy. He was there before the others. This has to mean something more to Chaz right now, right? And you could tell it's kind of working, but the control Sartorius has over him and the suppression put on those feelings he has are making it impossible to break through. Then Jaden and Ojama Yellow start going in on Chaz with tough love together, saying him being able to be who he is and not a robot clone for someone else or needing to feel like he has to fit in was partially thanks to the Ojamas. And this all-white, overly clean look isn't him, as his old black jacket keeps pulling his focus, noticing a stain on his new white jacket that fully makes him realize who he truly is and what the truth actually is. He understands that Sartorius is just blinding them all from the real truth through the false truth of the light, wanting everyone to be exactly the same, molded into his perfect vision. He snaps, seemingly breaking free like Troy Bolton and Gabriela Montez, as he starts calling everyone else in the Society of Light dorks that he doesn't want to be like, and starts hating on the white jacket he's wearing, claiming that he's not perfect and he doesn't care because he is proud of who he is. At this moment, he is starting to realize what's going on. He doesn't know why he has all these new cards that he's playing with and why Jaden has his Ojamas, referring to them as his cards, because Chaz does love those annoying little dudes and no one else can have them. Jaden explains what's been happening to catch him up to speed, as Chaz doesn't remember anything since his duel with Sartorius, tossing off his white jacket and putting on his signature black one again, which is awesome. Chaz truly has returned. Aster is all like, wow, I know Sartorius is persuasive, but I didn't know he has mind-controlled people. And like, you know, come on, man, where have you been? Chaz and Jaden decided to keep the duel going since they're already so far into it, but Chaz needs to Chaz it up, playing Cemetery Change, destroying every monster on the field for 1,000 life points, as then they would have to swap their graveyards, effectively getting his cards back from Jaden, with him continuing on to play Infernal Transaction, forcing Jaden to summon from his new graveyard now White Knight Lord, while Chaz gets to pull a spell card from his, getting Ojamandala to summon the Ojama Trio at the cost of another 1,000 life points, as they come out and act like Jaden stole Chaz's deck and threatened them to fight with him against Chaz. And you know what, in a way, the Ojamas, Chaz, you know, they all fit perfectly together with one another. Now, the duel basically becomes the flipped tactics of one another, with Chaz protecting and bringing back any destroyed Ojamas while Jaden is having to use the White Knight Lord and its abilities. When Chaz sends in the special Ojama Hurricane attack to get rid of the White Knight Lord, Chaz's life points are drained, causing him to glow in some reddish aura as he collapses in defeat, explaining to the Ojamas when White Knight Lord is defeated, the opponent loses 1,000 life points, which has Jaden asking why he did it then. Aster puts it well enough that Chaz has more interest in finding a way to defeat that card that Sartorius gave to him rather than defeating Jaden, representing his own demons and monsters that he's going up against to be himself again. Jaden doesn't take any medallions away from Chaz, claiming that he really wasn't himself and that it's not fair, so it doesn't count as a real duel then, mentioning that Chaz has been through enough and can catch a bit of a break, you know, he deserves it. Chaz then notices that Alexis is in the Society of Light, vowing that he will help rescue her from it just like Jaden did for him, as the Chazanova is back and he wants to, ironically, be her White Knight. You know, how fitting. Things at the Slifer Red dorm are starting to become normal again as Chaz comes back to the group, which, why hasn't Sartorius done anything regarding Chaz? I feel like he was a big enough figure in the society that Sartorius would have cared about him breaking free from his mind control, but whatever, it's time to check back in with Zane and whatever's going on with him since it's been a little while, as Cyrus here has heard that his brother is back on the island now, and of course, based on everything he's seen on TV and read about recently, he's nervous and worried to see him, or beyond that, even talk to him. Firstly, we catch up with Atticus, who starts thinking back to a recent conversation he had with Shepard, as he explains to him all about Zane, the cyber legacy, and the deck that he got his hands on, telling Atticus that Zane is under the control of some evil force, as he asks Atticus to help Zane, as he is no stranger to battling inner demons. If Zane continues the path that he's on now, the powers from the Underworld deck will consume him entirely, and you know, that's gotta be stopped from happening. Atticus, being Zane's friend, is tested with seeking Zane out and dueling him, showing us that he finds him right where you'd think, right in the same concrete structure area in the water, or farming it up. As the two exchange a glance at one another, they both know that they will meet up and face each other in a duel, one that, Atticus is determined to win in order to help Zane, just like when Zane was there with the others helping him, you know, when he was Night Shroud. Speaking of Night Shroud, Atticus is willing to do whatever it takes to not only hold his own in a duel with Zane's dangerous deck, but find other ways to get through to him, showing off he's wearing his Night Shroud outfit, his Night Shroud fit, if you will, while also playing with the deck of darkness that he once used that could lead to the darkness taking over him once more. I'm just excited for the Red Eyes Black Dragon related cards once more, you know what I'm saying? Because we all know the truth, Red Eyes Black Dragon is the best Yu-Gi-Oh monster, 1 million subs and I'll get a massive Red Eyes Black Dragon tattoo, I mean it. As the duel between them gets going, we can see just how good of a duelist Atticus still is, while Zane's new deck consists of cyber monsters still, but with a new twist here from the Underworld deck, introducing cyber dark monsters. For Atticus, while he claims he'll be fine from the darkness while playing like this, we can see his concern for it as it begins creeping out of his duel disc now, showing the greater stakes at play for him in general for trying to help his friend. When he pulls the card that houses the evil mask shadow item that he wore when he was Night Shroud, it talks to him, trying to pull him in to be who he once was, just like the Green Goblin mask does to Norman Osborn, as he then gets out his Red Eyes Darkness Dragon, as you can feel and see the darkness begin to engulf him. Jaden and the others realize that this duel between Zane and Atticus is happening as they run towards it, worried as well over Atticus based on seeing the cards being played from a distance. With their duel getting more heated and their strategies both getting after each other, the darkness aura around Atticus grows stronger, so much so to the point where he cries out for help from the grip that it has on him, saying that he can feel the shadows taking over, while internally understanding that this may be the only way to get through to Zane, and it has to be worth it. Then, as Jaden and the others arrive, Zane plays the card Powerwall, allowing him to sacrifice cards from his deck in order to negate some damage from the attack coming in, as he then tosses away 30 cards out of his deck in the most epic and dramatic of fashions in order to be completely fine from Atticus's incoming attack. Atticus questions why he would do that, just tossing his cards away like trash when he used to always respect them, as he now feels he can't get through to Zane at all, as the darkness consumes him, saying, "Not without my help," as Night Shroud takes back over completely. With Night Shroud now turning up the heat in the battle even more, Zane ends up using what little cards he has left to try and win, fusing 3 of his Cyberdark monsters to bring out Cyberdark Dragon, who can siphon a monster in the graveyard's attack points, choosing Atticus's Red Eyes Black Dragon to make it stronger, which hey, that's a good choice, I would have chosen that too. But it's still not strong enough to take out Atticus's Red Eyes Darkness Dragon. But for its second effect, for every card in his graveyard, Cyberdark Dragon gains 100 attack points, making it have a massive 7,100 attack points now, thanks to the 37 cards in his graveyard, causing Cyrus to say this is unlike Zane to show off this much, thinking it was all unnecessary for Zane to try and win like this, but the math do be mathing, and he most certainly did so need to do this in order to win, so his card can be stronger than the Red Eyes Darkness Dragon and then have enough to drain the remainder of Atticus's life points. Come on, Cyrus, you can't be doing this bad in school. Zane says it's over, Night Shroud, as we see there is a moment in this void where Atticus is there, no longer being Night Shroud, speaking to Zane as he hopes that things are okay with him. But things aren't, as Zane makes it known that the old him is no longer there, telling Atticus that his shadow magic is nothing compared to his power, claiming that he isn't even brainwashed by the shadows, he's just himself. All he did was find out the truth, which was all that matters in life is victory, telling Atticus that he's not playing games here, finishing off the duel with Atticus's defeat. At least Night Shroud is destroyed and Atticus is okay. That would have been annoying to have to deal with again, but Atticus tries to still think of ways that he can help get through to Zane, as he first tosses him his Gen X medallion for winning, with Zane then completely not caring about it whatsoever. He says all that matters to him is victory as he walks away past Cyrus, with Atticus kind of happy he might be able to keep his medal, as both Cyrus and Zane offer pissed off looks into the distance as if they are looking through one another. Not a word or any eye contact is made when Zane walks by him, as we hear the determined inner thoughts of Cyrus say that he is going to duel Zane and he is going to win, as a different form of legacy between brothers compared to where it was last season has officially been sparked, after Cyrus had these feelings brewing up from hearing about and seeing about Zane's actions. While other duels are going on in the tournament, one of the aides of Prince Ojin, Linda, ends up going to visit Shepard out of concern for Sartorius gaining control of the satellite mind-controlling technology, as we then see Sartorius knowing that he has total control now, and that he can use the satellite as he wishes. But for a real first time, we get to see him go through what we've seen Chaz just go through, hearing the other side of him argue with himself over the moral decisions being made, as there is a clear struggle in his own brain with the person he used to be still in there. The other side of him, however, is a devout follower of the light, claiming that doing what he is doing is the only way to truly save mankind. So while he's dealing with that for now, fun, silly, and even more serious duels are happening all around the island. Lots of gimmicky duelists get shown off, some one-off characters return like the little Belowski, but we also get to see Alexis duel as well, as even her inner self is trying to fight off the power of the Society of Light, being able to resist playing the White Veil card, which would have shown that she's 100% still stuck in the brainwashing. And I'm not sure what it is, but it seems like the brainwashing stuff is starting to fade in its strength. Even Sartorius is starting to lose it for himself, so maybe he needs to get his satellite going pronto, or else the Society of Light might just take care of itself. There's a whole Grim Reaper thing that goes on where it seems a demonic force has been released out in a deal with a duelist named Lucian Grimley, which very fitting name, who we can see is under the influence of this evil presence where his soul at the end of the day will belong to the Grim Reaper, avenge sevenfold tattoo and all. Chaz and Jaden end up taking and locking the card away from him while he's sleeping, only for Chaz to lecture him in general for using a card like that, as there was a reason it was locked away up in North Academy, having a legend about it that states once you win a duel, then you lose your soul. And it's interesting because Chaz seems genuinely worried about this card's existence, and for anyone to ever use it. Lucian shows off his deal in connection to the card, calling out to it to return to him as Dr. Crowler ends up walking into the room as he's under the control of the Grim Reaper's dark powers to reunite the card with Lucian. So Jaden and him get into a duel right away, and what hasn't Jaden gone up against? You know, Sacred Beast, check. A god, check. Now the Grim Reaper, check. Who knows what's gonna happen next for Jaden? But here, he helps sever the connection that the Grim Reaper had with Lucian, letting the Avenged Sevenfold tattoo fade away, as he is thankful to Jaden to help him understand that the faith that he needs to have is in himself and in his cards, not needing to go and make a deal with any ghostly or demonic presence in order to get to the top. We even cut to Chaz in the end, who is genuinely happy to see this happen, so that's kind of cool to see for his character. As Shepard contemplates what he can do to put a stop to Sartorius' evil plans after hearing about the satellite he got his hands on, he also has a chance to take some disciplinary actions out on Dr. Crowler and Bonaparte for everything they've done while he was away, firing both of them as he has no more time to deal with whatever it is that they are constantly arguing about or being competitive about, as well as screwing up many things that he now has to go and fix. All of a sudden, Pegasus then comes back to the island, and I appreciate how they've been including him a lot more, and oh boy, my hopes, they are up right now. Cyrus ends up making the same American Pie reference joke about this one time at duel camp, before getting hushed and he's just silent with a smile on his face afterwards. Like, are you okay, Cyrus? Did seeing your brother again mess with your brain that bad? Are you just on autopilot mode right now? Dr. Crowler and Bonaparte are desperately pleading with Pegasus to give them a job, and after being annoyed and dragged down enough, he tells them, alright, but on the one condition of defeating him in a duel. Finally, and I've been waiting like several episodes, man. Jeez, that's a long time. It's a 2v1 as the ex-co-chancellors need to actually work together instead of arguing all the time. But Pegasus claims that whoever has more life points left by the end of the duel between the two of them will get the higher position at Industrial Illusions if they win the duel, which is diabolical to do to these two in the one time that they really need to put their heads together. Yes, in this duel, these two end up spending plenty of time going after each other rather than working together, making it more of a 1v1v1. And it's a little annoying that they are taking away from the fact that Pegasus has toon monsters that he's itching to just use already. Like, shut up, you two. Important things are happening. Well, important for me at least. This was just like a little fan service treat. They knew that after we didn't get to see Pegasus play his own game in the previous episode, that they needed to bring him back to show off all the silly cartoon cards that he has. While the duel is nothing too special because of Dr. Crowler and Bonaparte's bickering, and being fired being their main focus here, Jaden helps give them the confidence to actually work together and try their best to set a good example for the students instead of looking pathetic like they have been. In the end, yeah, they do lose, but they do get some respect here from everyone, as they did manage to put aside their petty feuds with one another and actually work together to become a unit, so they went out giving it their all, standing side by side against the creator of the card game itself. Going from pathetic to inspiring isn't easy, but these two, they somehow did it. Pegasus even appreciates the growth that he's seen and shows the same compassion he showed in his last appearance with Franz to these two, as they are officially joining Industrial Illusions while they get to share a nice touching moment with Jaden and the others, where the sentiments feel pretty heartfelt. Even Bonaparte seems to not have a hatred of the Slifer Red Dorm anymore, thank the Egyptian gods. But maybe there is time for all of the things that just happened to not even be important, as when Shepard comes running to the docks to speak with Pegasus, the situation is explained, and the two recently fired, recently hired two peas in a pod here do express how being fired like that was uncalled for, with no 2-week notice or severance package, where Shepard claims that's not what he meant. He just had a lot on his mind, the whole Sartorius stuff going on and the satellite, and told them that he wants them out of there, but really only meant out of his office and away from him. So they technically weren't fired, and Pegasus is all like, okay, then no need to hire them. They have jobs already. And that's it. That's the end. happened. It was just cool to get a moment to see Pegasus duel once more, and it made the episode way more entertaining for it. And the reason Shepard and Pegasus need to meet, well, that'll be something for a little bit later. Things start getting pretty serious for Sartorius' plans as Serena tries contacting her brother through the digital world, momentarily causing the real Sartorius to react to this before the evil entity side of him takes over, warning Serena to play nice or suffer permanent deletion, as then a beam of bright light shoots into the skies above, waking up Jaden as the real Sartorius, the nicer side, comes to visit him, handing him one of the keys that controls the satellite, using a form of mind control to help make sure that no matter what, that he doesn't give this key back to Sartorius. And the same thing then happens for Aster, splitting the controls between the two of them who are connected to all of this through being the chosen ones. We see through the use of the mirror in Sartorius' room that he is stuck in an argument with himself, with the corrupted version of him demanding to know what he's done, while the good version of him explains that the keys are in good hands with the chosen ones. And man, you know, that almost sounds like it defeats the purpose of hiding them away from himself only to reveal to himself where they actually are. He claims that if the real version of himself isn't strong enough to defeat the corrupted side, then the keys will be in the hands of those who have the greatest chance of dealing with him. But the corrupted side doesn't care, vowing that those two will see the light. He then calls in Alexis, telling her that she will be needing to duel Jaden, causing her to have a moment where you can tell that the older side of her is slipping out based on her hearing this, but without hesitation, Sartorius ends up using his mind powers to force his control on her even more, having her comply with the command, as well as giving her a deck of new cards that should be able to defeat Jaden, demanding that after she wins, that she should take the key back that was given to him so that he can have it once more. So this is a cool setup. Both versions of Sartorius end up using their mind powers on the two people who are about to duel, and no matter what, Alexis must duel to get it back, while Jaden is controlled to do whatever it takes to make sure that the key isn't going back into Sartorius' possession. Aster and Jaden talk to the others as they both know that no matter what, they have to keep these keys safe, regardless of knowing what they access. It's also funny that last season the main crew had to protect keys from getting stolen from them, and that's somewhat the same thing here, just a different but still evil situation. On their way to lunch, Alexis stops Jaden, demanding the key, to which of course he's all like, no. As she then offers a duel to him, winner takes all, and by that means she gets the key and Jaden gets nothing. But a duel that would hold nothing back, which would be interesting since they really haven't dueled one another in a very long time. Jaden listens to the others around him, knowing something doesn't feel right about any of this, and tells her no, as Atticus walks up and says it's no use trying to be nice and have a proper conversation with her since she's not even the real Alexis anymore, pointing out that you can see it in her eyes that they are losing her more and more to the light and to Sartorius' control. With him saying that they do need to do something soon or they may lose her forever, Jaden decides that he does want to take her up in the duel, but his prize in it will be trying to save Alexis from the control she is under so that they can get the real her back. In preparation for this duel, as Jaden vows to Atticus that he will do whatever it takes to help Alexis, he hands him a card that may be able to help him in getting through to her. It's called Swing of Memories, calling it a family heirloom, cutting to a flashback of them as kids dueling under a big tree, where Atticus would use that card and was always winning against Alexis, while she always had determination to one day beat him. Chaz comes around claiming that he should be the one to help set Alexis free, as the others tell him that it was his fault she's in the Society of Light in the first place, as he claims to not fully believe that. But Atticus claims that this bogus amnesia act is fooling no one, and that he's done enough damage, just telling him to stay out of it for now. The others in general are in the middle ground of what does Chaz really remember or not, but after he genuinely feels crushed about her being like this, and being part of why it was caused, he still wants to help however he can, showing how deep his feelings for her still are, handing Jaden a card for the duel, one that we don't see right this second, but it's a card Chaz refers to as the key to her heart and will 100% help in this situation. I don't know about that. With the duel starting, Jaden plays the card he got from Chaz right away, as it turns out to be Ojama Black, which he just got back from Jaden and it was somehow supposed to work here as well. I don't know what the plan was. On top of that, Chaz ends up reciting the cringiest poem possible as Alexis brushes it off by not even knowing how to respond to him, while Atticus just claps at hearing it. So I guess he's cool with Chaz again and is rooting for him to win his sister's heart? I don't know, man, because when Chaz tries calling her baby, Atticus seems pretty concerned for him calling her that. So again, I don't know, man. Alexis has a new deck full of ice-related cards matching her ice-cold attitude towards Jaden and the others while being under Sartorius' control. Alexis is well aware of Jaden and everyone wanting to try and break through to her original self, being very on guard from anything they have to say or anything Jaden has to play. Even that Swing of Memories card, as she ends up destroying it before Jaden even gets a chance to use it. With her showing the power of her new cards, Jaden is put into a cold bind of his strategies being stopped and his speeches doing nothing to get through to her. But even with his life points lowered quite a bit and the blistering temperatures getting to him, Jaden is still determined to get through to the real Alexis. He just needs to thaw her out somehow. As Jaden continues to duel with Alexis, Chaz and Atticus are taking it the hardest in the stands watching it all happen, going back and forth at one another whose fault this all is, to then crying over what they should have done to help her and what they can do now to help her. As Alexis continues to make fun of Jaden's playstyle and choices, Jaden tries to remind her that it was her that helped him to realize that all of his cards are important, no matter how weak or lame they may seem to others. Once Jaden gets his elemental hero Neos out, he is able to equal things out a bit, but Alexis's barrage of ice-based monsters doesn't stop as she then brings out her White Knight Dragon with 3,000 attack points, also using her White Blizzard spell card to make sure Jaden takes an extra 600 points of damage for every monster she'll destroy, with Jaden just going, "Wow, Alexis, this is really cool, what else do you have?" But in saying that, Alexis plays a card that she was hesitant to play in general in a recent duel that we just saw her in, playing White Veil, the secret weapon of the Society of Light that allows her to destroy all of Jaden's spell and trap cards and negate their effects when her White Knight Dragon attacks. While Jaden saves his Neos from the attack thanks to his card blocker's effect, he still ends up losing 600 life points, bringing him down to 700 life points left. With him needing a miracle to get past Alexis's defenses and to get through to the old her, he ends up using the 2 cards given to him in a way that will end up helping more than they could have earlier, as he summons Spell Striker by removing from play both Ojama Black and Swing of Memories from his graveyard, with him then also playing Armor Breaker to combine with Spell Striker, being able to attack her directly to bring her down to 700 life points as well. Then their combined effect is activated, allowing Jaden to destroy her White Veil card since they inflicted some battle damage, angering her greatly as she uses Mystical Space Typhoon, destroying Jaden's Armor Breaker add-on for Spell Striker, and then using her White Knight Dragon to defeat Spell Striker. But thanks to another ability, all of the battle damage is brought to 0, leading Jaden to only be hurt by the White Blizzard card in play, bringing him down to only 100 life points left. With Jaden on the ropes and his friends still having faith in him for pulling something off in the last minute, Jaden makes it clear to Alexis that this duel isn't about him going up against the Society of Light, it's all about her, his friend, and he's going to do whatever he can to help her at the end of the day. Jaden brings out Neo Spacian Flare Scarab to fuse with his Neo to have elemental hero Flare Neos help in the fight, gaining a bonus in attack points for every spell or trap card in play, bringing him up to 3,700 attack points. With this comeback play from Jaden, he takes time to try and get through to the old Alexis, saying that maybe she should stay like this, a follower of Sartorius, because why would she even want to be her old self, being all independent, confident, and strong all on her own? Psh, who needs any of that, right? She exclaims that she still has all of those things, with this kind of talk clearly getting to her, saying no one is controlling her, but we all know that isn't true. With no other choices left, Jaden banks on winning the duel as a way to save her from Sartorius' control, sending in Flare Neos to attack, destroying her White Knight Dragon to bring her life points down to 0. As Jaden goes in to check on her, it seems that she's more back to normal than not, being unaware of where she is or what just happened, as she then realizes that she was just in a duel with Jaden. As she asks if she won the duel, as Jaden offers his hand to help her up, telling her that she sure did win. And yes, in a way, if she is free from Sartorius' control, then she did win the duel going on in her mind to be set free. And with her all good now, Jaden claims that the next big step is to take down Sartorius, which also begs the question, what about Bastion? Did you forget about him too? Are we gonna go and try and set him free, or just deal with Sartorius and hope that Bastion's okay at the end of the day? He's only been sidelined the whole season already, so who knows?
Yu-Gi-Oh! GX will return in a moment. Yu-Gi-Oh! GX now continues.
We get some time to focus back in on Cyrus and what he's going through regarding his brother, seeing him now not being afraid to take on other duelists, getting better and better and earning more medallions than anyone thought he would. Jaden knows that Cyrus has changed, but for the good reasons of having something to truly fight for, with Cyrus wanting to prove he's good enough on his own for now until he thinks he's ready to add Power Bond back into his deck to take on his brother with, as Jaden is there backing him up and supporting him, just like Cyrus has always done for him. For Zane, him and Aster end up crossing paths, having a bit of a back and forth, being snarky towards one another, as Aster is ready to go up against him and beat him like he did on TV, as Zane has no emotion around this whatsoever, just stone cold glares that would definitely send chills down any duelist's spine. However, before anything can happen, Cyrus runs in, telling Aster not to do this because Zane isn't himself. But most of the school right now isn't, so what's the difference really? Was Cyrus thinking that Zane is after some form of revenge that is driving these darker and more aggressive decisions decisions he's making, Aster tells him that that's not true, based on him trying to bait Zane into a duel for over 10 minutes, but he won't bite and fight back to what he's saying. All he clearly wants is to win, not worried about who gets in his way to make it to the top of this. Zane confirms this, saying that everyone there, his brother included, mean nothing to him and are just worthless maggots. Which is like, dang man, Cyrus, you gotta do something about this now. And by that I mean, Jaden will tell you that you are ready to do this now, saying to Cyrus that he needs to face his brother right then and there, believing he is ready to do so and has to teach him some real respect. As Jaden is giving this entire speech, he shuffles Cyrus's deck for him and gives him the confidence that now is the moment that he's been building up to face his brother. Cyrus then officially challenges his older brother to a duel, where Zane menacingly accepts it but warns him that in doing this, he will have to enter into his world, making the stakes higher than ever, both physically and emotionally, as aside from them just being brothers and that taking a toll on the heartstrings, Zane brought along those wrist and neck shock collars from his underground duel, meaning real pain will be felt with every bit of damage taken. Zane then asks him if he'll meet him in the shadows, with Cyrus wasting no time to think about the danger, saying not only will he meet him there, but he will also bring him back from it. Cyrus starts off the duel by showing off how well he knows his brother's new dueling style, as that underworld deck of his requires more cards in his graveyard to show its true potential, as he tries blocking him from using this tactic from the jump. Zane quickly gets out of this bind, having another monster come out to sacrifice itself in order for its special effect to defeat both monsters, as well as the monster Cyrus tried trapping so it wouldn't be sent to the graveyard, allowing Zane to get back to his same playstyle, now having his Cyberdark Horn out to siphon attack points from one of his monsters in that graveyard, having that be his Infernal Dragon to give Cyberdark Horn 2800 attack points. As he goes in to attack Cyrus directly, he plays the trap card Life Force to protect himself from it at the cost of 400 life points, but still in doing so, he feels the pain of losing those life points thanks to the devices he's locked into. Zane claims to already know Cyrus's strategies now, seeing that he has a focus on reducing damage taken, as Zane gloats that this still comes at the cost of pain, making the strategy a lot harder to deal with, specifically for Cyrus, but that doesn't stop Cyrus from wanting to give it his all. He then plays Submarine Roid, using it to attack Zane directly, but he just stands there, not flinching at all from the pain, saying after a while you just get used to the pain that the device dishes out, and also saying that it honestly makes him feel stronger, and that the drive for victory pushes out harder than ever. He then pulls out his Cyberdark Edge, using it to siphon from his Exploder Dragon in the graveyard to give it 1800 attack points, sending in an attack to destroy Cyrus's Submarine Roid, as he then activates his trap card Cyber Repairer, saving his monster from being destroyed while it lets Zane draw a card in return. Further protecting himself, Cyrus uses the Life Force card again to sacrifice 400 life points to not be attacked by Cyberdark Horn, feeling the pain of letting more life points go away, as Zane then uses Cyberdark Edge's ability to sacrifice half of its attack points for it to attack Cyrus directly, causing Cyrus to use Life Force again in order to not be affected by the direct attack, and feeling every bit of pain for giving up some more life points in general. As Cyrus calls him out for this not being a right way to ever duel, Zane talks about how this pain opened up the truth about dueling for him, the real pain that comes with it, and how at the end of the day, it's all about enduring the pain, fighting through it, and causing the opponent to suffer from it in order to become victorious. And maybe he should have wanted to become iCarly, at least that show got a revival. Cyrus claims that Zane used to have respect for his opponents, as he responds with respect being something for losers, as Cyrus is determined to show him otherwise. He next plays Psychroid, adding on training wheels to it, which its effect isn't to make Zane laugh, even though it does. It actually allows the monster to attack directly, but will result in the monster being removed from play for a turn afterwards, now having both his monsters go in for direct attacks to bring Zane down to 1600 life points left. Zane then summons Cyberdark Keel, spreading out his assortment of Cyberdark monsters to set up something big, as Cyrus keeps defending his monsters at the cost of more life points thanks to Life Force. With Cyrus now down to 1600 life points, the pain is heavy, causing him to collapse to his knees for a moment, as he mutters that he doesn't know who Zane is anymore, and he's done respecting him, as he clearly isn't the same Zane that he calls his brother anymore. Zane tells him that now he gets it. Respecting your opponent is absolutely pointless. Only victors deserve respect, while losers only deserve pain. He continues on by saying that the world is filled with hurt. You can either get hurt by it or control that hurt and use it on the weak, starting to really break Cyrus, but Jaden won't let him fall into this despair, telling him that he can do this. He can teach his brother all about what it means to show respect again, and that what Zane is saying isn't true. Cyrus gets back up, feeling the weight of everything said from his brother, but having the confidence to move forward thanks to Jaden, as he ends up pulling Power Bond, as Jaden had slipped it back into Cyrus's deck when he shuffled his cards at the start. He didn't want to use this card until he felt ready, but Jaden tells him that he just put it in the deck. Him drawing it for himself, just like that, means that he's ready, telling Cyrus that the card chose him, and it's time to teach teach his brother about respect. Zane says that his brother doesn't have the guts to play it, as Cyrus is determined to prove him wrong, getting out his Psychroid with training wheels again, then using Power Bond to fuse together his Psychroid with another Psychroid to bring out Pair Psychroid, with Power Bond making it have 3,200 attack points, risking his remaining life points on this play thanks to Power Bond. To try and attack directly again though, Pair Psychroid can have its attack lowered by 500 in order to do just that, going in with 2,700 attack points, to which is plenty in order for Cyrus to technically win. But Zane pulls off the move he did the last time we saw him duel, activating Power Wall, where for every card he removes from play, the incoming attack is lowered by 100 points, causing him to toss away 27 cards in order to be perfectly fine, making it seem now that Cyrus will lose the rest of his life points thanks to Power Bond. But this isn't the old Cyrus from Season 1, no, this is the Cyrus from Season 2, who here has learned a lot, and more importantly, learned how to use Power Bond like his brother used to pick on him for, as he activates the trap card Mirror Damage, now being able to reflect that incoming 1,600 points of damage towards Zane, who has that many life points left just like Cyrus. As he feels confident for the win now, Cyrus feels like Zane has no way out of this one, but that's until he plays Fusion Guard, sending a fusion monster to the graveyard in order to keep himself safe from Power Bond's effect. Also, he chooses his Cyber End Dragon, which is just sad to see him treat a card that he has a special connection with like such a backseater card now, and it's only gonna get worse soon. And also, he just wanted to flex his fusion cards to us. Yes, oh cool, we see you have 5-headed dragon, very nice, Zane. Zane is also down to his last card in his deck, leaving it all up to this to win the duel, as Cyrus is all like, maybe you win, maybe you won't, as Zane then plays Warp Beam, sacrificing some cards to the graveyard in order to drain some attack points away from his Cyberdark Horn and Cyberdark Keel so they can attack directly, plus draining Cyberdark Edge's attack in half in order to attack directly as well, which would send in exactly 1,600 attack points, which would win Zane the duel, with Cyrus planning to use his life force to barely stay in the battle, which would hopefully end up in Zane getting decked out and lose. With the strategy going into effect, Cyrus stays in the duel with 400 life points left, still feeling pretty weakened though thanks to the devices that he has on, but Zane came prepared for this, activating the trap card Rebirth Judgment, having the ability to turn all monsters in the graveyard into dragons, so he can then play Instant Fusion, taking all 3 Cyberdark monsters on the field and sending them to the graveyard to bring out Cyberdark Dragon, as he selects his Cyber End Dragon to be the one it siphons attack points from. But that's not all. He still gets boosted up for all of the dragon-type monsters in the graveyard, making him have a massive 8,800 attack points now. Plus, in a way, the Cyberdark Dragon siphoning the power from the Cyber End Dragon shows exactly what this darkness is doing to Zane, siphoning away who he was, what he stood for, all for the sake of power and winning. Whether he takes the attack or uses life force, Cyrus looks screwed either way. But luckily Cyrus had another face down card, activating it as its emergency provisions, giving him 1,000 life points at the cost of getting rid of a spell or trap card as he gets rid of Mirror Damage, which then takes Pair Psychroid along with it, allowing him to still use life force to stay in the duel for longer and having 1,000 life points left after that. It seems like his strategy of playing more damage reducing cards has paid off for him to not be taken out by his brother and to really stretch thin the options that Zane continues to implement the longer the duel goes on. But when all looks good for a moment, Cyrus looks up to see Zane play Diffusion, separating his Cyberdark Dragon back into the other Cyberdark monsters, as Zane knows that he has him beat now. He tells Cyrus so long as he has his monsters attack him, resulting in Cyrus losing the duel and falling unconscious as he cries out for his brother, with Jaden holding him in his arms, screaming out for a doctor, as even Zane's own brother couldn't get through to him, even if he did put up the strongest fight so far and really prove that he's a strong duelist who doesn't need to rely on Power Bond, and when it still comes to playing it, he just truly knows how to not let it destroy him back now. But for now, we end on yet another sad and darker ending as Zane continues his onslaught to victory, while Cyrus falls not only to the pain of the devices around him, but to the unrelenting force his brother used against him before walking away without any single care for his safety at all. In the meantime, we get to focus on Bastion as he contemplates the reasons for everything about him not being how it should be, and maybe his formulaic ways of building decks and strategies isn't the right way to do things. But then, out of nowhere, his hero and inspiration for dueling in the first place shows up, Dr. Eisenstein, a world-renowned dueling physicist, which, sure, is a thing. We already know this stuff in the world of Yu-Gi-Oh! Is a thing thanks to Dr. Crowler, but yeah, Bastion is all blown away that his inspiration for everything suddenly appears behind him. While this is going on for Bastion, it seems that the Prince is working alongside Sartorius, speaking to him regarding Eisenstein now being on the island and out of retirement thanks to them, as the Prince calls it a smart move as it will draw Jaden out, as the physicist here will take care of the rest somehow. As for Jaden, he's with Cyrus in the doctor's office, showing him being being there for his friend as he's finally waking up. As they talk about not knowing where Zane went, a fake recorded message from Dr. Crowler plays over the intercom for Jaden, telling him to head to the physics lab for a pop quiz, as we see that this is just the prince setting up a trap for him. As Jaden ends up meeting with Eisenstein and is told that this is actually a duel, he is pretty excited about it, rather than it actually being, a quiz that he has to take, with Bastion secretly watching this and saying to himself there is no way Jaden has a shot at winning anything against Eisenstein. Jaden and him get into a debate over believing in the heart of the cards basically, and what can be proven with science when it comes to dueling, as Jaden believes that he and his cards have a deeper connection that helps him out in the duels, while Eisenstein completely has faith in backed science, causing Bastion to give up that he is hiding in the room by cheering on Eisenstein and his whole thought process. He thinks that based on what he heard Bastion saying earlier, that he has a chance to restore his faith in scientific dueling if he beats Jaden. But the duel itself is really nothing too special. It's just a good chance to do something more interesting with Bastion's character, while Jaden goes up against a random and specifically themed opponent. In the end, Jaden ends up winning the duel, teaching all of us that science doesn't matter and having faith is real. At least when it comes to a card game within this universe. Don't take it as anything deeper than that. We're just having fun here. It's Yu-Gi-Oh! After all. We do get to see Jaden fuse Elemental Hero Neos and Neospatian Glowmoss together to create Elemental Hero Glow Neos, which was a fun way to have him win the duel, as even Eisenstein wants to learn some new tricks from Jaden when it comes to dueling. Back with Sartorius and the prince believes that he's ready to face Jaden and deal with him, but Sartorius says his backup plan is already in motion. And if that backup plan is that Bastion has lost his mind and starts shedding off his clothes to believe that he's going to follow in Eisenstein's footsteps and restore faith in the power of science, then sure, I can't wait to see wherever this leads for the characters. Next, we check in with Aster, who continues his search for the missing Destiny card that was taken the night his father was killed. Taken away. Right, taken away. And he's checking the deck of anyone he beats in a duel trying to find it, hoping to get some answers as to who is responsible for all that happening in the first place. We do get a moment to understand why Pegasus went back to the island to meet with Shepard a little bit ago, as Shepard goes to visit him now to give him an update on the tournament itself, with Shepard saying that it's not going as well as they'd hoped, with the same Destiny card in discussion not making an appearance from any of the duelists who have come to partake in the tournament so far. Pegasus thought this would be the one place in the world that it would show up, with the tournament being such a big deal and bringing out the best of the best duelists. As Shepard says, there is still time for it to appear, as he then asks why it's so special in the first place. Pegasus explains that this card was being developed by one of his employees 10 years ago and was never officially released, but it was stolen and hasn't been seen since, with him clearly referencing this employee being Aster's father and the situation that we already know about. Pegasus further goes into why this card would be something someone would want to steal, showing a presentation that explains that the day this card was invented, Pegasus's scientists discovered a strange astronomical phenomenon, a white hole, that was sending out light rays all across the universe, describing it as the opposite of a black hole, which takes in energy as this white hole is dispersing it. But with it being too powerful as it shoots out energy, it started tipping the balance of light and darkness in the universe, seemingly having a mind of its own as it reaches out further into the universe, hungry to grow stronger and stronger. Pegasus believes that the light looked for a host to invade, claiming the Destiny card itself was the exact thing it attached itself to when the light reached Earth. But Pegasus talks about how this evil light can be traced back to being here on Earth many times in the past, with every time it crossed paths with the planet, a massive historical event took place that came with nothing but destruction under the ruling of evil people who wanted to control the world, giving us the context for Sartorius's plans, or who and whatever is controlling him's plans could be. While Pegasus doesn't know why this card and the light have a connection, he explains that Duel Monsters is no ordinary game, since it has ties to ancient magical entities, and when this card was being made and finalized, it was hit with a pulse of this light that could have bonded the two together, and from there, whoever holds the card could be controlled by the light as well. Pegasus confirms to Shepard that the employee who had the card taken from him was Aster's father, and makes him realize why Aster is going through everyone's decks after he defeats them, unaware of the power that the card and the person who has the card possesses. Shepard believes that Aster is blinded by vengeance, thinking that if he finds this card, he can find his father. Back with Aster after he's defeated countless more duelists to no avail, he thinks back to what Serena said in their duel, mentioning this mysterious person who gave Sartorius this mysterious card, as it then changed him from that moment on, finally giving Aster a chance to put two and two together about the card that changed Sartorius being the Destiny card and him having potential further information about his father's disappearance. He then charges into the White Dorms demanding to see Sartorius, but the followers of the cult push him outside and lock him out from barging back in and making a disturbance. Jaden and Hasselberry are watching some TV when Dr. Crowler and Bonaparte come in to see what's going on, as they talk talk about this big comeback title match with some great duelists known as the D, who apparently is Aster's legal guardian, being Aster's stepfather, as Jaden notes that Aster hasn't told them everything about his past or the real situation going on. Aster ends up watching the duel from his yacht, having a flashback to when he was little and meeting Kyle Jabbles, noting that he's the greatest duelist in the world when he mentions that he goes by the D, as he tells a young Aster that he is a friend of his father's and made him a promise that he would look after Aster if anything were to happen to his father. We see Aster ask him to teach him how to duel, giving us a clue as to where Aster learned how to be such a powerful duelist, as the D mentions Aster facing him in a duel one day. We cut to the D in his lounge before his duel, mentioning that a certain card should be locked away as he refuses to use it, holding back his hand that is reaching out for it. In the mirror, an evil version of him persuades him that there is no problem here and that he should use it. It gave him everything he wanted and he shouldn't be afraid to use it, claiming this may be his last duel, and that after 10 years his assignment is nearly complete. So all of the guilt and pain that he's feeling, well, he should just suck it all up because all of this is almost over. With the evil side taking back over, he smashes the table and breaks open his briefcase to access the card inside, saying it's time to finish what he started. There is a lot to take away from this, and I'm sure that you've already put the full story together of who did what to get to where, but let's see how everything gets revealed in the timeline of the show. For this duel, we see how things are about to change in front of everyone in attendance, and in a way for those watching on TV and the entire world, I guess, as this top-tier pro duelist ends up not worrying whatsoever about the amazing one-turn setup his opponent just did, as his body glows in a white aura with his eyes now glowing red, claiming it's time to show off the truth, telling his opponent to meet the entity that has joined him in this duel now, referring to it as Dark Light, and that it came a long way to get here. And in his opponent's confusion of what's being said, he wants to open his, and beyond that, maybe everyone else's, blind eyes as the Dark Light entity grows more powerful and more bright. Right as he sets up summoning his ultimate card, the TV feeds go offline, showing anyone not in attendance nothing but static, as Aster ends up worried about the D, calling in to check on him after what he saw, as we hear the regular voice of the D respond claiming things to be all good, but what we see around him is nothing but destruction with no sign of life in the stadium, as he tells Aster that he'll actually be in a boat that's offshore the academy and he should join him to say hi, hanging up before they could speak longer. Without a second thought as to what could really be going on and if it's even smart to go and meet him, Aster ends up doing so, entering in on an even bigger boat with no one seemingly on it until he reaches an inner room where the D was waiting for him, saying that him and Aster don't get any good quality time together anymore, as Aster excitingly asks about the results of the duel, wanting to know if he won, as the D reminds himself that no one outside of the stadium got to see what happened, asking Aster if he really wants to know the details, claiming that no one in the world can ever defeat him. To answer Aster's question of how he won, he mentions his secret weapon, showing a flashback to his ultimate card causing massive destruction to the building as attendees run for their lives out of there, with his opponent still trying to hang on from this monster's power. But in the end, this ultimate card proves too powerful, defeating his opponent with ease as the D just maniacally laughs like a bad guy would. Cutting back to Aster and him, the door closes them into the room as he tells Aster that all of the doors but the one behind him are sealed, with Aster wanting to know what the D wants from him. But it's not about what the D wants, it's about what the Dark Light wants, with the D telling Aster that once he sees the light, he will be freed from the sadness as it will take him to see his father, as he then holds up a card, claiming that this is the card Aster has been spending all his time looking for to get some answers, revealing that it was his own stepdad who took his father away. And to be fair, he verbally said take him out of this world, which isn't saying killed, but it's pretty close, so who knows. But this shocking revelation rattles Aster to his core. Before that continues, however, we cut back to Jaden and the others trying to get the TV to work again, as the static finally goes away and we see a news report showing off the damage done to the Kaiba Dome that the duel took place in, with the news not having many details outside of calling it a massive explosion taking place inside of it, with reports of the D disappearing from the area. As Jaden says, this can't be good, guys, and like, duh, it's already been not good, man. At least not good for Aster, as he's disgusted at what the D has done and admitted to doing, but the D tells him to think about it. He wouldn't be the great dueling champion he is today without all of the events that have happened the way they did, laying out the groundwork for destiny to be the explanation for why everything happens for a reason, going beyond this to say that it was Aster who handed the D his father's design, cutting to an even earlier flashback of a piece of paper with a drawing of a card on it falling in front of the D, as Aster comes running towards him saying it's the best card in the whole world, and that his dad is going to make it into a real card. This clearly shows that at this point there is no connection between the D and Aster or his father, as Aster explains that his dad designs cards, with the D wanting to see more of his work. With a nefarious smirk on his face, he looks up to where Aster is running back to, mentioning that his luck is about to change and that Aster's father's luck is about about to run out. Well, Aster's father didn't know it at the time. He was creating what the D considers the most powerful Duel Monsters card to ever exist, and he's after it, showing us the events of that fateful night where the D is broken into Aster's father's house to find and steal that card, only to be greeted by Aster's father, who hears some noises thinking it was his son. But when it turns out to be the D tries to act like he's just his biggest fan and wants to buy this card, but the father tells him it's not for sale, as the D claims that he'll just steal it instead, with the father warning him that the card is too dangerous and he can't do that. After the D claims that he still wants it, the card ends up speaking to him, mentioning the power of it will be his, and saying it's been waiting for someone like the D to awaken it and help it continue its purpose, leading to a monstrous arm coming out of the card and grabbing his face, as the father even tries to help in this moment. But the power of the dark light comes out of this card, taking over the D's body, as the father watches in horror, cutting away from there as we can assume what happens next to be the end of the father's story, and moments before young Aster comes back home to see the aftermath. The D talks about how this card has gotten him to where he is today, the status level that he was elevated to, and we can interpret that either the good side of him had guilt over what happened, so that's why he's pretended to be a good friend of Aster's father, becoming Aster's legal guardian, and thus teaching him how to duel and to be a champion all his own, or that this was all still from the dark light entity wanting to build up its ultimate plan. Or hey, third option, the D just sucks. He's just a bad guy. Cutting to more flashbacks, it seems to be a bit of a fusion, like all these evil dudes still have some good somewhere left within him, but he's just mostly bad, as the D's plans in being Aster's adoptive father were based on leading the cops off his back for being a generous guy who was willing to take care of a kid, while he then continued to give hope to Aster that his father is still out there somewhere, leaving no clue that it was him all along who did this. With Aster now asking where his father is now, the D tells him that they will get to have their reunion soon enough, as Aster is willing to duel the D over the honor of his father, saying he's not scared of the D as they start getting into a duel right then and there. All in turn 1 for Aster, we can see that he's not playing around, pulling off a string of moves that ultimately let him summon Destiny Hero Dogma with 3,400 attack points, along with playing the field spell card Clock Tower Prison. He even then activates Dogma's special ability to drain the D of 2,000 life points, which is a pretty good opener, but one that doesn't really phase the D. Within seconds, the D gets out 3 token monsters to his side of the field, allowing him to right away summon the card we've been teased with for nearly the whole season. The most powerful ultimate card there is, apparently, allegedly. Destiny Hero Plasma with 1,900 attack points. I love the design of it really looking like the Destiny Hero counterpart to Elemental Hero Flame Wingman, but with more amalgamation pieces of other duel monsters mixed into it as well. But the D shows off the power of it right away, as it somehow ends up destroying Aster's Destiny Hero Dogma while being significantly weaker than it. That's because Plasma has the ability to absorb monsters, taking away their abilities for itself and even gaining half of their attack points, which hey, the amalgamation thing it has going on makes a lot more sense. I can see why it was designed to look like this. That's pretty cool. Man, it got me out here sounding like Jaden when bad stuff's happening and I'm all just like, hey man, that's pretty cool. How you do that? That's cool. Tell me how you do that. Now, Plasma itself has 3,600 attack points, attacking Aster directly, as he now only has 400 life points left, showcasing just how powerful and dangerous of a card Plasma truly is. And this is just for the duel, not the real world danger it's a part of. In the meantime, we cut to Jaden and the others real quick as they end up discovering that Aster's boat, along with him, are not at the docks anymore, laying some groundwork for them to easily catch up to what's happening later on. While we then cut back to the duel itself, as Aster confidently stands back up, not scared to see what else the D plays, as he reveals another card he helped himself to from Aster's father, playing D-Force, which then starts connecting the white aura around the D and Plasma, calling it the Light of Destruction, showing off a face within the glowing light, as the D mentions that this light also knows Aster's father from that one night as well. It begins talking to Aster, mentioning that he will succumb to its power and end up like Sartorius and the D, as Aster's just like, nuh-uh, you big freak, you can't control me. I'm fighting for my dad. But we see how hard this duel is going to be for Aster, as when he starts his turn, Plasma uses Dogma's ability to take away half of Aster's life points, leaving him now with only 200 as he still continues on. Aster then plays Pot of Greed, which does
Pot of Greed!
Oh, wait, this is like a rare moment where we don't get it explained what it does. So like, you know, what does it do? I need the show to constantly tell me every episode, because someone does in fact nearly every episode play Pot of Greed and explain what it does, and now I'm just left to figure it out on my own for once? How rude. Hold my hand next time. Anyway, Aster gets out his Destiny hero Doomlord, but its ability to remove a monster from play doesn't end up working on Plasma thanks to D-Force allowing it to not be affected by special abilities. So with Aster kind of pushed back up against the wall with nothing he can do at the moment, he's just hoping that he can survive 2 more turns so his Clock Tower Prison's ability can be activated. The D then activates Drain Time, allowing time to freeze as they both must skip their standby phase for their next turns, negating the Clock Tower Prison's countdown. When Plasma goes in for an attack and Aster tries using a trap card to help, the D reveals that they won't work against Plasma either, proving a point to Aster that this is the ultimate card. Nothing he has will work against it. No special abilities, no trap cards, and no spell cards. Aster can't really do anything. The D taunts him some more, making fun of the fact that it's ironic that the person he's fighting for to avenge, his father, is the one responsible for why he is going to lose. With Aster only playing some cards face down for now, the D thinks it's good that his father isn't here to see how much of a disgrace that he is in dueling, but mentions that, hey, you know what, he might be here watching though, because when he's done with the duel and defeating Aster, they will be together once more. After Plasma goes in to finish Aster off, he still stands there not defeated quite yet, shocking the D that he also activated Dust Tornado to get rid of his Clock Tower Prison, as Aster had already activated his Eternal Dread trap card, saving his Clock Tower Prison, and because the D tried to get rid of the tower, this brought out Destiny Hero Dreadmaster to protect it with an invincible barrier. With all this trying to work together to stop Plasma, Aster also activated his trap card Greed Pack, forcing them each to draw a card, which then forces the D-Force card that he had at the top of his deck that keeps Plasma invincible to get drawn and put in his hand, meaning it gets deactivated. You see what I did there? Deactivated, D-Forced. Alright, it's fine, I get it. Stop booing so loud. Dreadmaster then has the ability activated to let Destiny Hero Diamond Dude and Captain Tenacious come out on the field as well. For the D, he then reactivates his D-Force card, making Plasma practically invincible again, as well as he plays Unfair Judge, paying 800 life points in order to let Plasma skip attacking this battle phase in order to get granted a secondary one where he can now attack all 3 monsters on Aster's side of the field, destroying all of them in one singular go. As Aster feels the weight of the duel crushing him, he apologizes to his dad for failing to avenge him, as he then hears the voice of his father, telling him to not give up, as this then shocks his confidence right back to being focused on giving it his all, using the Destiny heroes in his deck, as they could be the only other parts left of his father that he has. With his turn now starting, he draws a specific card that triggers another flashback, saying it's the last card his father ever gave him, as we see a young Aster being handed this card post the disappearance of his father, as this was left for him to inherit. Destiny Hero Dark Angel, a card that has 0 attack and defense, questioning at the time what was it good for. But it seems like now we are going to find that answer out. It hits him. It must be Plasma's only weakness, as he then sends it to the graveyard, using its effect to resurrect it, but not to his side of the field, but rather to the top of the D's deck, canceling out the effects of D-Force once more. He then plays Dark City, summoning Destiny Hero Celestial, who gains a boost from Dark City for being weaker than Plasma, having 2600 attack points now, being able to take away Dogma's effects that Plasma gained, weakening the monster down to 1900 attack points, as well as the D loses 500 life points from Celestial's effects, leaving him at only 700 left. Aster calls this payback for his father, as the D shows that his father was actually here the whole time, and along with it, some friends. As just like Dogma was, we see a bunch of human faces trapped within the wings of Plasma, all screaming in agony. The D tells Aster of Plasma's secret power, as it can absorb human souls as well, adding into why this card was so dangerous in the first place. But like, is that a dark light thing or the card itself thing? Because you could just design it to, not do that. It's not like how the Egyptian god cards worked or how the ancient version of this game was even played, but who knows? We've seen spirit monster realms, Neospatians being on other planets, and even more crazier stuff to happen in the future of Yu-Gi-Oh! So anything is believable in this universe, so sure, why not? Didn't we just see the Grim Reaper? But when the D has Plasma show off that Aster's father is inside, he uses it to try and guilt Aster into not attacking and winning because his poor dad is trapped inside of there, and you don't want to hurt your dad. Aster's father tells him that when he created the Plasma card, the dark light got involved, forcing him to go on with the creation of this card with the fusion of this dark light. And after nothing could be done, this evil power was able to continue on its plans that have led everything to where it is now, telling Aster that the D is just a pawn being used here, and the real evil, the real spirit of this dark light is inside of Sartorius, and it must be stopped. His dad asks for forgiveness and begs him to stop the Dark Light's plans of taking over the world. Before he gets sucked back into the wing of Plasma fully, he tells Aster that he's proud of him, telling him to go and save mankind as he disappears once more. Aster vows to him that he will do that and will somehow free his soul, getting a vision of all these great moments from his childhood with his dad as his Celestial goes in to destroy Plasma, winning the duel as the D screams out that this is impossible impossible, leading to a forced ghost of Aster's dad to come out and say thank you to his son before disappearing. It's a real cathartic and emotional moment for Aster, even if he doesn't fully understand the ramifications of what's happening. It's like he knows both yes and no that his dad is okay, but he's not seeing his dad again. In fact, he probably still could, who knows, it's Yu-Gi-Oh! But immediately after the win, and the D collapses in defeat, the dark light entity shoots out and causes a massive explosion, setting the whole ship on fire as Aster quickly grabs the plasma card, saying goodbye to his dad, with him not being able to properly understand if what just happened is the last time that he'll ever get to see him or not. But in any case, this is the moment he holds on to, a moment that he knows that he avenged his dad's soul, but the job is not done yet. Sartorius is still out there. The D stands back up saying that this isn't over and that he shall return, as Aster's all like, yeah right dude, as he then starts to leave, but can't make it back to his boat without getting hurt because of the fire. But just then, a helicopter comes flying in with Chancellor Shepard coming into the rescue to get him out of there before anything worse happens, as Aster safely is being brought back to Duel Academy, making it known that he is coming after Sartorius now, no ifs, ands, or buts.
Next, it's Yu-Gi-Oh! GX.
You're watching Yu-Gi-Oh! GX.
Everything is starting to converge with us getting a bit of a flashback right after Jaden helped free Alexis, showing that Linda, one of the prince's aides, well I guess maybe former aides, claims that Jaden is actually their last hope. Now fast forwarding to Cyrus being out of the hospital as Jaden and Hasselberry are celebrating with him over his recovery, when they end up getting a knock at the door from Linda who wants to speak with them about the prince and what is to come, hinting that she's been around the prince his whole life and wished that he had better influences around him, seeing how wholesome this friend group is. Linda brings up why she is here and why she needs Jaden, as the world needs saving, and she knows that Jaden, having the key and being in the position he's in, can help end all of the evil business going on. We get a flashback to a conversation she overheard between the prince and Sartorius, where the prince gets told about the keys being handed out to the chosen ones, as Sartorius calls it a test of sorts, something that challenges fate, where he then tells the prince that he will duel Jaden, using his mind control powers on him to make him comply with that order given. Whoever would win this duel shall be the one who deserves to hold the key, as Linda now explains that both this key and the one that Aster has are linked to this satellite, which can brainwash everyone on Earth. And I am sure launching this in the first place is breaking so many world agreements and treaties, but whatever. All that other evil prince stuff that he may have done before even knowing Sartorius aside, Jaden questions why Sartorius would have given the keys out like he did, as Linda then believes that he has two personalities, making Jaden remember what Serena said about him, making it more believable that a non-evil version of Sartorius exists. With the prince being brainwashed to do Sartorius' bidding, Linda asks that in fighting back against them to save the world, that he helps free the prince from his control to turn him back to his old self, knowing that all Jaden has to do is defeat him in a duel, as she witnessed this happen for Alexis after he defeated her. She claims Jaden has a gift and that the prince is worth saving, giving us a flashback to him as a child where we see Linda as a helper to him and his family still, as they had a nice friendship with one another, showing the prince covering for her so that she wouldn't get in trouble or fired over breaking something. But over time, as the prince grew up, he was lonely, having no friends and growing more resentment and bitterness towards the world. I mean, he had no one to duel with, you know, that's so sad. Linda believes that despite the whole satellite being something completely evil to make and send into space to begin with, that the prince she knew and watched grow up is still in there. There is still good left within him, and she wants to see the real him back again. Jaden tells her that if that's true and there's still some good left within the prince, then he will help and bring him back. Cutting to Jaden right away confronting the prince in front of the White Dorm so they can head over to the arena and have a private duel. The prince is brainwashed by the light, mainly filled with the feelings of what he wants, thinking that Sartorius is a friend who truly gets him, claiming that Jaden is just jealous that he doesn't have that in his life, except he does because his friends are right over there in the crowd, and he has plenty of them. Even winged Karibo comes out and is all like, me too, right? I'm your friend, huh? Jaden, me too? And you know, that's pretty cute. It's also ironic that the prince is calling Sartorius a true friend when we cut back to Sartorius playing with his tarot cards and overseeing the duel, calling the prince nothing more than a pawn instead of a friend, so ouch. Yeah, that one sucks to see, man. Much like the last time that we saw the prince duel, he ends up using his satellite cannon in battle, tripling it within his first move, this time with each of them having 2,000 attack points, putting Jaden in a bad position after the prince's first turn. Now, I also can't tell what our Yu-Gi-Oh card creatures and what our actual satellites here put into space, but either way, it doesn't seem so good. When it seems like Jaden would lose lose right away, he ends up saving himself with his face down card Hero Spirit, since his elemental hero Sparkman was destroyed, saving him from taking more battle damage. Jaden always uses what he knows about someone to try and get through to them personally, as well as talking about his cards being his friends, and how they have each other's back, as the prince talks about not needing any friends. He has satellites, which isn't very exciting. I mean, unless your original plan with using them before meeting Sartorius was to brainwash people into liking you, or just being your friend so you can play card games with, you know what, no, still lame, sorry. While the prince has his satellites go up and down in attack power in the duel to keep up with stopping any tactic that Jaden has, Jaden is still able to eventually bring out elemental hero Shining Flare Wingman, as he can now fight back to take out one of the satellites to really hurt the prince's life points. Now, to see true manipulation happening, Sartorius appears on a video screen as a way to speak to the prince, telling him about fate being on their side and that it's their destiny to have the key, making the prince feel like he has some sort of loyalty to this man and thinks that Sartorius truly believes in him to win the duel over the truth of him just being a pawn that he can dispose of when he's no longer needed. The prince isn't even fully trusted to finish out the duel, however, as after he gets out an even stronger satellite card, the Light of Destruction, aka the Dark Light, aka how many names does a stupid light source from space gotta have before it's too annoying to keep up with, takes over the prince, having him glow in that white aura. The prince then is able to take out Jaden's Shining Flare Wingman, leaving him with 700 life points as the prince gloats about not needing friends in his life when this ultimate power feels so much better, with Jaden responding all like, hey man, this is the power of friendship, calling on his monsters to show the prince what teamwork can do, playing charge of Hero Reflector Ray, as we see the spirits of his elemental heroes send back the power of the attack that then take the level of Shining Flare Wingman, which was a level 8 monster, and then times that by 300, making it strong enough to defeat the prince and win Jaden the duel. Sartorius' spirit with the Light of Destruction leaves the prince's body as he claims to himself that next time he shall be the one who duels, teasing us of what's to come next for the Society of Light saga. The prince realizes that Sartorius has abandoned him as Jaden comes over to speak with him, telling him that he isn't alone. He still has somebody in his life that cares about him, with Linda walking up now, telling him that she's always been by his side. Even when he wasn't himself, she was there, always caring for him and wanting him to be happy and one day be like the kind kid he was when he was younger. He realizes that she never gave up on him as she's truly his friend, putting a smile on his face and hopefully giving the prince a shot at redemption to be a better person for himself. Jaden all of a sudden ends up running out of the arena, knowing that Aster and his key are still out there and open for Sartorius to try and get from him in some way, instantly wanting to make sure that the safety of his friend, and the world for that matter, aren't in jeopardy, and if they are, he wants to be there, ready to fight back and help, with Linda and the prince wishing Jaden luck as the hardest fight lies ahead for him and Aster. Speaking of Aster, we see that he is with Shepard now as they fly back to the academy, with Aster talking about how he found the Destiny card and his father, and learning the information that Sartorius is a vessel being used by this dark light entity. We see a flashback to when Aster was younger once more, giving us more of a clue for how long Sartorius has been in his life, as he is doing a tarot card reading for him, talking about how one of the cards that can represent salvation and hope is a representation of who Aster is, as Sartorius explains that this means someone someday is going to need his help and that he will be the one to save them, giving us some foreshadowing to mean that Aster may need to help Sartorius. You know, this stuff is pretty vague, you know? Well, it would be vague in a more realistic setting with tarot cards, because here, after Sartorius tells him that he'll be a hero, he eventually reveals to Aster that the one person he will need to be saving one day is him, flipping over another card as he talks about knowing something with his future being bleak, talking about his destiny being filled with temptation and evil, calling on Aster to someday rescue him. Hey, you know, maybe there is something to all this tarot stuff that he's been doing. You know, he's pretty spot on here about his future with Aster and what he may need to do. And see, this is what happens when you do it right and you don't drop the cards and pretend that the universe did that and that they mean something. I'm so petty and annoying, I'm sorry. In the flashback, we see that Aster doesn't want anything bad to happen to Sartorius, as Sartorius then tells him nothing bad will happen because he will be the one to save him. As Aster arrives above the school now, he asks to get let off at the White Dorms to deal with Sartorius, and when the pilot doesn't listen, Aster forces down the controls of the helicopter, opens the doors and jumps out with no protection, smashes perfectly through the window like he's in the Bourne Ultimatum, and continues on to go and confront Sartorius. As Shepard yells out to be careful, their helicopter is then hit with lightning, with the tail of it crashing into the building as it then goes down into the forest, with Jaden and the crew noticing it as it now dangles from the trees over the ground. And geez, I thought I was watching Yu-Gi-Oh! Not the latest summer blockbuster. This is so action-packed and it's barely a few minutes into the episode. With Shepard being fine when Jaden and the others find him, he gets told about what Aster did and where he went, causing him to continue heading after them. Yeah, sorry you're stuck in a helicopter in a tree, but I gotta go, dude. The fate of the world and universe or whatever is more important, so smell you later. Aster ends up finding a secret staircase in Sartorius' quarters, following it down to a private stadium where Sartorius was waiting for him. It's a very luxurious, very culty, very demure space that he's built. It's pretty impressive. For their altercation, Aster shows him that he has the Destiny Hero plasma card in his possession, claiming to have put everything together and calling the light evil, as Sartorius just laughs, asking him why he thinks the light is evil. Without any hesitation, Aster says because it took his father. That's why. He didn't stutter, and you're not getting it. It's not clocking to you. It's not clocking to you that he's standing on business, is it, Sartorius? But now we get some explanations and flashbacks from Sartorius to dive deeper into everything going on with the light and their connection to it. He tells Aster that the universe is made of light energy and darkness, and sometimes that light needs to escape, and every so often these light surges collide with Earth. With this last time that it did happen, it collided with the Destiny card while Aster's father was working on it. And after the events we already know that took place, for some reason the D ended up bringing the card to Sartorius, believing that a fortune teller could unlock its secrets, where at that moment the light claimed its host, latching on to Sartorius to claim him as his permanent home, as well as claiming the whole world, wanting to usher a new age onto the planet. Seeing the world as it is now as flawed, the light wanted to restore justice and peace, with Sartorius begging Aster that if they want to stop this world from destroying itself, they must make the people of Earth forget everything about war or crime or desire, making sure the light erases their dark minds. See, don't let anyone ever tell you that Yu-Gi-Oh! Is just about a card game. Well, it is, but it also has stuff like this in it. Like, GX surprisingly has a lot of heavy themes that are used to build up these larger-than-life villains, put the stakes at higher and sometimes more personal levels, and do so much more with a concept that seemingly started out as what might be a slice-of-life show about kids going to a dueling school. This ain't the Rugrats all grown up. This is the Rugrats deal with moral conflicts of free will over the fate of the world because of cosmic entities while playing a card game and sometimes going to class. Hey Nickelodeon, I have your next big Rugrats reboot idea. Call me. Sartorius claims that having the satellite now will allow the truth of the light to reach everyone on Earth, but he needs Aster to hand over his key. He, of course, doesn't, saying to him that this isn't peace that he's talking about, it's absolute power, as he also questions why he was involved in any of this to begin with. Why is he important to any of this? Sartorius brings up being warned about a chosen one, a child born with the power to change destiny. Some kid would have the power to combat and destroy the light, believing all this time that it was Aster, but it turns out to truly be Jaden. Knowing that Sartorius could just use Aster and move on, he's worried what that means Sartorius wants to do with him now. And aside from getting the key from him, I am sure the answer is either forcibly be put into a cult or, be made to go the way of his father. But Aster remembers his promise, saying that he is going to save the real Sartorius, that this was his destiny and he's not going to go down without trying to do just that. As he looks back to that promise, saying he will be there when he needs him, he knows that he must face Sartorius in a duel, now or never. Jaden and the others come running into the arena as well, warning him to not let Sartorius get his hands on the key, as he tells Jaden that he promised Sartorius that he'd save him. And you both were there when his sister asked you guys to kind of just do the same thing. I know we forget things as humans do, but when Serena asked this, Aster should have been like, oh yeah, my promise to the guy that I've known for like half my life, duh, things are weird. This must be what the saving him thing meant, but whatever. I can understand all of the personal dad stuff being more important in his mind in the first place. Sartorius is trying to manipulate Aster about handing over the key based on it somehow helping the trapped good Sartorius, going back and forth with Jaden as they each plead to him over the fate of the key. But when Sartorius mentions himself as a friend Aster has known since he was a kid, that snaps Aster into knowing what to do, holding tight the key and saying his friend has been replaced by an evil maniacal freak from outer space, and now he's going to bring him back, setting the stage for their duel to begin. Sartorius begins to glow in the light aura, claiming that Aster can't stop him, but since Aster has a key, he claims that for now, Sartorius does need him, putting his key on the line for the duel where the winner gets it. Jaden thinks that this is too risky, but Aster says that dueling him is their only chance to free Sartorius from the light and to stop all of this going on, with Aster holding strong to his promise of saving him, not letting anything make him go back on his word of doing everything he can to at least try. As the duel itself starts, we see Sartorius smirk, as in his hand is a mysterious blank card, which, it can't be good. But you know what else isn't good? All of the Destiny mumbo jumbo coming back again as Sartorius claims that Aster won't be in control of anything here because, yup, you guessed it, Destiny itself is in control. Continuing from the teases that we've seen this season, Sartorius' deck is filled with all these arcana monsters that have a mixed look of magic and machinery, which kind of harkens back to the first appearance that we saw of something that was similar of this, back when Jaden was in space and he had to fight that alien creature that looked mechanical but wasn't. I just like that that's connected. Aster uses all that he's learned from being a pro duelist to try and combat Sartorius' strategies, but it's not easy. With the backing of destiny being why these things are turning out this way, it feels like Sartorius has to be cheating with the luck factor of his Arcana cards constantly landing in his favor, overpowering his side of the field with ease. Sartorius then sacrifices his Arcana Force 7, the Chariot, and this Moon Token baby that this other Arcana Force card gave birth to, gross, in order to summon a way more powerful creature, bringing out Arcana Force to a new one,
You stupid.
the World, with 3,100 attack points, getting a boost up to 3,600 as he has his other monsters attack and destroy Aster's monsters, leaving him wide open for an attack from the World. But Aster activates his trap D Fortune, removing a Destiny hero from the game in order to cancel the oncoming attack. Sartorius then sacrifices his other monsters aside from the World, which lowers the World's attack back down to its original 3,100, but activating its special ability to skip Aster's turn as Sartorius gets really serious for a moment, saying that he has a duel to win, and that he's gonna do so with a special card that he's holding up. He then tells Aster to face his destiny, sending in the World to attack directly, bringing Aster down to 900 life points left. Sartorius inner monologues to himself about how if Aster knew what he had coming to him, he'd surrender now, as we see the blank card in Sartorius' hand begin to fade in, revealing a powerful monster that we haven't seen yet, as he claims that no one can defeat the light. With Aster feeling the pain from this duel, he collapses to his knees while trying to hold it all together. Sartorius asks him if he has any final words, to which he musters up all the strength he can to say, bring it on, not backing down from trying to hold up the promise that he made. Sartorius isn't stopping with his evil digs into Aster, saying stuff like he'd be insecure too if he failed his father as well. Aster tries to toss it back to him, saying that deep down he knows the truth that he will fail, and it's really him who is afraid here, not Aster. Sartorius claims that isn't true and the outcome of everything will be going in his favor because of destiny, as Aster claims that some things you just can't predict, as Aster is relying on his next turn to really help him out, or he might be finished here. He ends up getting Destiny Hero Disc Commander out onto the field, and I just love the design of this one. He has a bunch of CDs hooked onto him, that's just so cool. And he also gets his Destiny Hero Doomlord out as well, which allows him to send Sartorius' The World into the future a couple turns, shocking him a bit. Aster then plays Deformation to make it so that if a Destiny hero on his side of the field is destroyed, another strategy can be built up in the background for him. Sartorius ends up playing Necro Sacrifice, getting rid of 2 monsters from his graveyard that get summoned to Aster's side of the field, while he gets to summon a more powerful monster. But before we see what that is, Sartorius allows Aster to choose how the cards given to his side of the field are summoned, with him choosing defense mode, with Sartorius calling that boring but predictable. As they do their whole spin of fate thing, they end up facing down, with the consequences being that each time a monster is summoned by Sartorius, Aster has to get rid of a card to his graveyard, as well as both of the monsters already on the field end up becoming 500 attack points weaker. The card Sartorius now summons is Arcana Force 15, the Fiend, triggering Aster to connect that this is the evil card that's controlling him, as it gets summoned with the dark light surrounding it, with it also having a connection to the tarot card we saw earlier that Sartorius claimed represented him. Now Aster really starts feeling the effects of all these Arcana cards. With the Fiend taking out Aster's Doomlord, the Fiend has an ability to also take out another monster, getting rid of one of the Arcana cards put on his side of the field, as well as 500 life points get taken away from Aster, leaving him at 400 left. Jaden then points out that one of the Ds on Aster's Deformation card is lit up thanks to the Doomlord being destroyed, telling us the audience to kind of keep an eye out for what that'll do later. Aster is feeling pretty weakened from all of this as Sartorius continues to make him feel like a failure, telling him his father was destined to make the Destiny card in order for the light to use it to then take over the world, as he walks towards the key, seemingly going to grab it for himself before the duel's even over, claiming he should just have it now. But when Jaden and the others want to run in and stop him from doing this, they appear to be frozen from moving, similar to the time Sartorius did that to Jaden with an evil look. As Aster sits there contemplating what the truth about destiny is, and if it can be changed, Jaden yells at him to remember his promise, as we cut to another flashback of Aster's that might be more than a flashback because it seems like it's a nightmare, where the young version of Aster finds an older Sartorius in the rain, only to be startled when he turns around to be the representation of the card he claimed to be from the tarot set, looking all demonic as Aster is able to break through and see Sartorius as this evil manifestation that has taken over his body, pretending to be Sartorius. As the host, the Dark Light or whatever, says that Sartorius is completely gone, but for the sake of following along, I still refer to him as Sartorius, and if/when needed, I will differentiate between the versions of him, evil and good, and will kind of flow in and out of that accordingly. As suddenly, the good version of Sartorius has taken over Aster's body, with the evil Sartorius claiming that he got rid of him and is surprised that this is even happening. As Aster and the good Sartorius battle as one, doing the whole two-sided face thing where one side is doing what Justin Timberlake told him to do and crying a river, he is able to get out his Destiny Hero Dasher, powering him up to 3100 attack points. While he's able to destroy the Fiend and cause some damage to the evil Sartorius' life points, Dasher is now put in defense mode from its ability. The good Sartorius brings Aster back into this mixed version of a flashback dream state that's locked deep in his mind, telling him that he's been with him for some time now, being able to speak in this lost memory that connects these two from where they first met, giving these two a chance to properly speak without the light being able to reach them. The good Sartorius talks about how when him and his sister were kids, no one was there for them. They were outcasts and were living out on the streets, constantly never feeling secure with where they stay, as the police treated them like criminals and kicked them out of everywhere they tried to sleep for the night. But with his ability to see the future, he claimed to always know that things were going to be alright and that they would be saved one day. Eventually, him and Serena were able to meet Aster as they ended up becoming good friends, and Sartorius has felt guilty that his fate of needing to be saved in ways that ask for so much from Aster come off as a ridiculous burden. But Aster stops him, saying that Sartorius has done so much for him too, giving him the courage he needed as a duelist to become a professional, teaching him to believe in his deck and himself, telling Sartorius that in a way he also rescued him, especially going from a kid who loses their father to being someone who has learned from everything Sartorius offered him, as he really felt like a big brother, giving Aster someone to look up to while growing up. And now I want to say a lot of these flashbacks and a lot of the story for Aster and Sartorius in the past kind of do get convoluted and a little bit confusing, because at no point do we see Serena with them, nor do we really understand how Aster saved Sartorius, aside from being friendly with them. So there's a lot of loose ends and a lot of things that don't 100% connect. And who did he really learn how to play cards from? Was it the D? Because he said it was the D. The other flashback told us that. Or was it Sartorius? Because these flashbacks say the same thing. Either way, the timeline's a little all over the place and kind of just giving us things that directly help for the moment, but don't give us a complete picture. Together, the two of them see if they can truly beat Destiny, as they then get interrupted by the Dark Light, ripping Aster back out into the real world as he tells him that he's just taken another step into the light. With the duel continuing, the evil Sartorius plays Reverse Reborn, being able to bring back the Fiend, using its ability to wipe the field of monsters, getting rid of Destiny Hero Dasher, but for some reason, the D formation card doesn't get the other D lit up, as the evil Sartorius tells Aster to give a message to the good Sartorius, and that message is that his body is staying here with this evil entity for all of eternity. But then he is able to reach into Aster's mind to speak with the good Sartorius anyway, trying to persuade him to join him and share in the new world that they create as Aster comes back in to help the good Sartorius, fighting for him to not listen to what the evil entity is saying, promising that he will get his body back from him, and until then, he asks him to stay here, safely in his mind, saying with him here, they can easily defeat Destiny, causing the evil Sartorius to be in shock as he fades back out of Aster's mind and back into the duel. With the good Sartorius out in spirit form fighting alongside Aster, you can see that the evil Sartorius is feeling some type of way about not being able to have control over this, as Jaden and the others just kind of watch in confusion because they are not inside of Aster's head with all of this happening, and I'm sure it's just getting real awkward and quiet for random stretches of time as they watch and wait for someone to say something or do anything. And I do want to see that perspective of the duel. I think that sounds hilarious. Now that it's been a couple of turns, the world comes back into the game for the evil Sartorius with 3100 attack points, but Aster is ready, as since two of his Destiny heroes were destroyed, his D formation card is activated, having both Ds lit up now, which it wasn't earlier. Why did it not light up when it happened the second time? Why did they show us that like it was important that it didn't? Whatever. For its effect, he sacrifices the card in order to have all these D-cubed creatures turn into sacrifices so that he can summon the unstoppable Destiny hero Plasma, scaring the evil Sartorius, thinking it's impossible for Aster to even play it. Aster claims that the same card that brought him here will be the same one that sends him out of here. But the evil Sartorius says that he's not worried and that card is nothing more than an empty shell now, as he's ditched that old vessel and has this brand new shiny one, aka Sartorius's body. He has arms and legs and stuff. He doesn't need to be a flat, rectangular piece of cardboard. Aster then has Plasma use its ability to take half of the attack points from the world and add it to its own, absorbing the creature to now take its abilities as well. Now with 3,450 attack points, Aster isn't done with his turn, as he then uses D-Force, making Plasma as indestructible as possible, making sure no special abilities, spells, or traps work against him. When the direct attack gets sent in towards the evil Sartorius, he uses the strategy of putting his Arcana Force 14 Temperance into the graveyard to negate any damage coming his way, saving him for now. Aster still isn't done yet, as he then activates D-Burst from his graveyard, removing it from play to decrease the attack points of Plasma down by 1,000 to 2,450, allowing it to attack again, bringing the evil Sartorius Sartorius down to 450 life points left. In response, he calls this his final turn, activating the trap cards, the Material Lord and the Spiritual Lord, as he also then activates another card that he just drew, the Sky Lord, as he says to them the time has come to see the light, instantly getting out that evil corrupted face that all bad guys do when they are in their super evil bad guy mode, saying that you can't run away from your destiny, holding up a card and saying behold the fate of the human race, as it is the card that was teased in his hand from the start of the duel. With these green, blue, and red pillars beaming from the Lord cards he activated, he sacrifices them all in order to summon this card, Arcana Force Extra, the Light Ruler, his most powerful card. As a blinding light engulfs the area, he says, by the power of light, you shall be reborn, as this monster is then summoned. Jaden tells Aster to stay strong, but Aster replies knowing that this is the end for what he can do, telling Jaden that this is all in his hands now, wishing him luck as the light captures him. As the evil Sartorius tells him that the rest of the world will join him soon as Plasma is destroyed, Aster has a moment to say goodbye to the good Sartorius as his life points officially drop to 0. When the white light disappears, the duel is over and Aster is left there, pale and with his silver hair now having turned fully white, as the evil Sartorius laughs, showing his more evil corrupted state, which makes him look like a really cool vampire. But with Aster not doing too well and being unresponsive, it's up to Jaden to deal with this evil entity for the sake of his friends, for the sake of Sartorius getting his body back, and for the sake of the whole world. Jaden runs over to Aster wanting to make sure that he's okay, and it seems that he hasn't been fully turned into a puppet, despite his appearance that would point to the opposite. He explains to Jaden that this person isn't Sartorius, it's just some alien entity using his body, and now it's up to Jaden to make sure that he doesn't get his hands on the final key, reiterating the stakes of what happens if Jaden can't stop him right now. Aster then turns to sand and crumbles away, shocking Jaden and the others, with Jaden knowing what he must do regardless of how dangerous it is. Evil Sartorius, who for now I'll just go back to referring to him as Sartorius, ends up pointing at the statue in the room, calling it Arcana Goddess of Judgment, as in one hand Aster's key is placed in it, while in the other is now Aster's body, not being sand or having white hair anymore, as Sartorius says that right now the balance of the scale is off, and Jaden's key is needed to fix that, making the choice very clear. Jaden needs to choose the key or his friend's life, as below the unbalanced statue is lava that Aster will be forced into if not fixed. While all of this is going on, pure mayhem is breaking loose on the island as the Chancellor is trying to hold the tournament together, as explosions are going off all around the area with the Society of Light members running amok, with Chaz and his own army of people ready to tell him to Chaz it up, face them on the front lines, where it feels like an actual war is happening. So I don't know what started making it go so crazy on the surface, but back down below, the Prince and Linda join Cyrus and Hasselberry, explaining that the power of the light is extremely powerful right now, and the situation that they are seeing with Aster in the statue's hand is real, with actual deadly consequences. There's no theatrics or tricks here, it's just real. As everyone freaks out over not knowing what to do, as their clear, obvious choice would be to save the world over saving one person, Jaden has made up his mind, putting his faith in his own destiny by giving up the key to save Aster's life. As Jaden says he's not making a choice to let the world be controlled, he makes it clear that he is standing up to Sartorius, to fight back and not let him get away with anything, as the dark light comes out to tell Jaden that it's traveled a far distance to come and do this plan, to give the world its light, saying that destruction is creation. But as Jaden starts to reply back and disagree, he hears a voice calling out to him, bringing him into Neospace, as it tells Jaden that the force controlling Sartorius is as old as time itself, with Jaden thinking it is Neos that is talking to him. He begins to reiterate to Jaden the information that he was told back when he first visited Neospace, understanding that the fate of the universe is also at stake, not just the world, thanks to the balance of light and darkness being tipped by the light, with Jaden being told that he must face the light with darkness. Jaden then challenges Sartorius to a duel, to which he says he doesn't need to. Jaden already gave up the key he needed. But when he tries to get them, the maybe real elemental hero Neos appears from Neospace, telling Jaden that he will protect the keys and that he can focus on defeating Sartorius to seal the light of destruction away forever. Sartorius claims that he already has seen the outcome of whatever happens here, telling Jaden that he will lose and that Neos will perish, as Jaden tells him, yeah right, as they get into their duel from there. Back on the surface, Zane is only selectively dealing with opponents, while not really caring about any other battles to win medals, giving them away to whoever he doesn't want to give the time of day to, as he's clearly focused on something else, dropping off this medal for this random duelist with a mask on, as they want a medal, and Zane couldn't care less. We then see Dr. Crowler and Bonaparte come rushing in to tell the Chancellor that there is a winner in the tournament, someone who single-handedly defeated every member of the Society of Light, and is hailed as saving Duel Academy, with Chaz being brought in on a throne by the other students shouting Chaz it up. Before the victory can be given out to Chaz though for having every medal, the last one Zane had and gave to this masked duelist comes into play as they show up and want to duel with Chaz, as this person wants to know what the real prize is aside from a random kiss from Dorothy like we saw with the school versus school competition from the last season. Shepard says that the winner can ask for anything within reason as a prize, as Chaz says that he wants the white dorm gone and the blue dorm brought back, as this other duelist wants into the Slifer red dorm, as they remove their masks to reveal that they are Blair Flanagan, the girl I briefly mentioned from last season who was here for one episode as she tried to sneak into the school, but was too young and is back now to try and get into the school officially. Back in the situation with Jaden and Sartorius, they are talking about the definition of what good means, because the way Sartorius sees it, he's doing good, blaming that all of what humans have done to the planet as bad. Destiny is what sent him here, and he claims that soon enough, humanity will be reborn, just, you know, in his image and definition of good. With their duel going on, we see the same tactics from Sartorius we just saw in the previous duel, with his cocky attitude not impressed with Jaden's set of moves, telling him to go ahead and prove that he's the chosen one, show off that he can defy destiny, and be the one who is the victor at the end of all of this. Right away, Jaden gets out Elemental Hero Shining Flare Wingman, with it boosted up to 3,700 attack points from all of the elemental heroes in his graveyard, hurting Sartorius significantly by destroying one of his monsters and having its other special effects take away life points equal to the attack points of the monster just destroyed, leaving Sartorius down at 300 life points. Now Sartorius is doing the Jaden thing and laughing when things aren't looking too good, telling Jaden that the light of destruction now resides in him, asking if it felt good to hurt him, to which he half-jokingly says, yeah, maybe, because who wouldn't want to hurt the bad guy, as Sartorius says that Jaden is just proving his point about humans. All they do is cause destruction. They love destruction, making it the reason why the human race has been doomed since it began, blaming the recklessness of people throughout history being the reason that he's here, telling Jaden that he's just another angry human who feeds that energy to the light of destruction. With the more angry Jaden gets, the more powerful Sartorius becomes from the power of the light, eating off that hatred. Jaden continues on in the duel, bringing out Neo-Spatian Air Hummingbird and using his effects to raise his own life points to 5,000 thanks to how many cards are in Sartorius' hand. Sartorius then plays Light Barrier, surrounding the field in light that takes away the effects of all non-Arcana based monsters, bringing Shining Flare Wingman back down to 2,500 attack points, and for some reason Neos is being drained of energy because of it, making it more confusing if he's just the embodiment of the spirit within Jaden's card or like a real creature, because I don't know, it's probably somehow both. It's Yu-Gi-Oh! And my head hurts trying to think about it. You know, how about this? How about you decide in the comments and then I'll just agree with you. With this happening, Sartorius then targets the prince again, still having a control over him easily by saying it's his cue, mind controlling him to take the keys as Sartorius whips them over to him with his light abilities, telling him to get things set up for them as the statue now goes back to being unbalanced with Aster's life on the line. Hasselberry runs in, jumping onto the statue to grab Aster and jumping off of it in time to save him successfully. Sartorius, looking worried, mentions that their time is limited and the hour of fate is upon us, sending the prince to continue the plans that he has, and when Linda tries to help and stop him, Sartorius tells her silence, causing her pain and stopping her from stopping the prince. This really doesn't do all that much as Hasselberry and Linda end up running after him anyway, as Cyrus is left there to watch over Aster's body. Neos tells Jaden that if he wins the duel, the light barrier will be broken, and that there will still be time to stop Sartorius, but that time is limited and they must hurry, as Neos then fades away from the pain of the light barrier or something draining his energy. With so much happening all at once, the ramp up for the end of the season couldn't be more exciting while also extremely stressful and anxiety inducing.
Yu-Gi-Oh! GX will continue in a moment.
Now it's Yu-Gi-Oh! GX.
The prince continues what his mind control mission is, running and grabbing the satellite controls as the others still chase him. But now in a safe location in the forest nearby, he sets up the controls for the satellite, putting both keys in and begins to activate it. As far as the end of the tournament duel goes, Chaz and Blair begin to face off against one another, as Chaz is showing no mercy to her, bringing her life points down to 800 right away. But she's not out yet, showing off some unexpected strategies for someone so young, getting out a powerful 3,600 attack powered Mystic Dragon that's able to defeat Chaz's Assault Cannon Beetle to bring him down to 2,800 life points. While that continues on, we head back to Jaden and Sartorius, where Jaden brings out his Neo-Spatian Aqua Dolphin who doesn't look so good, telling Jaden that the light barrier has drained his powers. Aster seems to have woken up, witnessing Jaden fight, as he tells Cyrus that if Jaden has taught him anything, it's that no one's destiny is written in stone, and you can't count Jaden out. For Hasselberry and Linda, they end up finding the prince with Hasselberry grabbing the controls and smashing them, but it's too late, as the prince explains once they are activated, they can't can't be stopped, and he's already successfully turned them online with their programming going into effect, shooting a massive beam of energy into the ocean below. Back to Sartorius and Jaden, Sartorius continues to keep his barrier of light staying strong while he powers up his Arcanum monsters, going in to destroy Air Hummingbird and Bubble Man, with the light barrier granting Sartorius life points based on the attack power of the destroyed monsters, as both him and Jaden have 4,400 life points each. Sartorius continues to flip how this duel seemed to originally be going, continuing to get rid of Jaden's monsters and having his card's abilities do damage to him while he gains more life points, leaving Jaden open directly for an attack as he stops it by activating Hero Signal, bringing out Elemental Hero Clayman to save him for now, but still at the cost of life points thanks to how Sartorius has set up his strategies, continuing to raise his own life points higher and higher. While Jaden is thinking of a strategy of his own here, Sartorius shows him the power of his space laser already being in effect, causing destruction to the planet, as he warns them that it's still only charging up, with the full effect of it yet to come. And okay, I thought this was a mind control device. Why does it seem more like a terraforming device? Yeah, just saying. With Jaden saying it's not over yet, Sartorius tells Jaden that he can see the future, and he will suffer a devastating loss, and because of Jaden, Earth will be reborn, sending a vision of the future to Jaden in this moment that showcases a destroyed dystopian world with nothing but bits of land still standing, as sand covers everything else, with Jaden recognizing the remains of Duel Academy in the distance, now covered in sand and left as nothing but ruins, as then something bursts out of the sand behind him, displaying a terrifying shadow of a creature unknown as he snaps out of this vision. Now, maybe Sartorius does know the future because the shadowy figure is something that is very important for the third season of Yu-Gi-Oh! GX, making this a pretty cool bit of foreshadowing for how much crazier, darker, and weirder Season 3 is going to get after this season wraps up. So just remember that shadow for now, okay? We will come back to it in Season 3. With Sartorius expecting Jaden to be terrified after what he saw, Jaden's all like, man, that was so cool, you know, I think that was wicked, confusing Sartorius for why he's thinking that this is an appropriate response to all of that. Jaden says if any of that vision were true, then Sartorius wouldn't be here dueling him, asking him why he should believe him, as he simply responds by saying, Destiny, right, congrats, you're all paying attention, thank you, gold stars all around, yay. Jaden's even like, yeah man, I get it, how many times are we gonna go over this, old man? Jaden says Destiny's just a myth and he's going to prove it, only making Sartorius more angry because of his words. Jaden has no anger or hatred in him, he's cool, calm, and collected, playing his cards right to then destroy one of Sartorius's creatures and benefit from the light barrier to give him more life points. Then when Sartorius relies on his knowledge of the future for his next card, he calls the result wrong for the first time, claiming it to be impossible, with it then resulting in the light barrier being taken down for now, as he thinks to himself that this all must be true, that Jaden is the person who can alter destiny, the chosen duelist who does have the power to extinguish the light. Jaden continues to laugh and have a good time in the duel as Sartorius hates it, but Jaden continues with his usual thing of talking about dueling being something that's for fun, not for world domination or ultimate power, telling this evil entity that if you're not having a good time or having fun, then you don't know what you're missing, saying that if he took some time to chill out, that he'd see that this place isn't so bad, and he wouldn't have the whole I need to cleanse this world type of mentality. Yeah, don't worry, Aster and Cyrus are well aware that Jaden is trying to reason with an evil cosmic force of energy and think it's equally as silly. Jaden, after being attacked, played his trap card Hero Counterattack, allowing Sartorius to choose a card in his hand at random, and if it's an elemental hero, then Jaden gets to summon it, and Sartorius's monster would then also be destroyed. But Jaden is forcing what Destiny will bring as he only is holding one card, and it happens to be Elemental Hero Neos, forcing Sartorius to have to pick it. Neos tells Jaden that this is his chance to defeat Sartorius and seal away the light, and then Neos can use his powers to help stop the satellite. Jaden next draws Neospatian Glowmoss, having him fuse with Neos to bring out Elemental Hero Glow Neos, using its effects to firstly get rid of the light barrier card, and then attacked Sartorius directly, sending in the assumed final attack, as the results of this will all come together in the final episode of the season. As we enter back in for the season finale of Season 2, Linda says it's too late as the satellite is already doing its thing, with the prince then falling unconscious after he's let go from the mind control. Hasselberry thinks that he can do something about the satellite thanks to his dino DNA, which is something, and I mean like it's really something, as his aura glows powerfully around him, and the dino version of him from the virtual reality world is shown as the spirit, as then we see Glow Neos come around to acknowledge that Hasselberry does really have this dinosaur spirit within him, as Glow Neos then takes the dino form form of Hasselberry with him towards the satellite, as the human body version of Hasselberry passes out to the ground too, leaving Linda with a bunch of unconscious bodies and broken satellite controls. How fun. So as these two spirits head to deal with the satellite, Jaden is still in a duel with Sartorius, meaning that the whole deal was for the light barrier to be destroyed so that the spirit of Neos can go and help with the satellite while Jaden needs to continue on in the duel, because after Glow Neos is used, it goes back into his fusion deck per its effect, leaving Jaden there to still take on Sartorius while I guess Neos can go and deal with the satellite. And Sartorius, well, he's just really mad now, trying to do whatever he can to take out Jaden. While Jaden ends up playing his hero flash card to remove from play the letter cards that spell it out, he is able to then summon Neos. As we cut back to Spaceware, and I need to pause it here for a second, we see such a ridiculous image of an alien hero hybrid and a human dinosaur hybrid glowing with aura as they are going to fight a satellite in space. And on top of all of that, it's peak. I can't deny it. Glow Neos then has the regular Neos separate from himself while he still somehow is Glow Neos, with the regular Neos now being sent back down to help Jaden in the duel because of Hero Flash. Glow Neos tells him to be strong and the future is in his hands, as he then appears for Jaden, where he has him attack Sartorius directly, bringing him down to 600 life points. Sartorius gets like really mad now, and ends up doing the whole special Lord sacrificial thing again so he can summon Arcana Force Extra the Light Ruler, wanting to recreate what he did to Aster, sending in an attack to Neos as the light begins to blind the area. In the meantime, Glow Neos and Dino Barry are trying to deal with the whole satellite thing where something has happened to Neos now back in the duel, and the connection between that Neos and this Glow Neos is severing, and I'm not sure how the math works here and who's doing what and what spirits where and why this is happening, but you know, I'm just going along with it. So with nothing to be done with the satellite for now, back in the duel, Jaden is knocked down to the floor with only 300 life points left, barely surviving the power of the Light Ruler, who then continues to be a nuisance because it has an ability to bring a card back from Sartorius's grave, as he brings back Light Barrier to his hand. Sartorius makes it sound helpless for anything to be done at this point. Too many parts of the plan are in motion, the satellite is online, and will be able to be full on ready soon enough, while Jaden doesn't seem to have much he can do to fight back and stop Sartorius now. In Jaden's head, as he drifts through Neo space, Neos or Glow Neos or whatever Neos tells Jaden that they weren't able to take down the satellite, explaining to Jaden that he's the only one who can actually stop it, as he doesn't think he can, feeling full of self-doubt that he's not the right guy to help save the day. Neos immediately denies those negative feelings that Jaden has, saying that he is the chosen one and he needs to concentrate, and in doing so, he'll know what to do. As this jolts Jaden back up, with him now saying that he has everything he needs in order to win, drawing his 5th Hope spell card and using it to bring the elemental heroes Avion, Burstinatrix, Clayman, Bubbleman, and Sparkman back from his graveyard and into his deck to then draw 3 cards. From there, he activates the field spell card Neospace, putting the whole arena now in space conveniently right next to the satellite so that we can see what's going on with all of that business while the duel itself is still happening. Jaden then plays Silent Doom, bringing Neos back from the graveyard, and then summons Neospatian Grand Mole, fusing them together to create Elemental Hero Grand Neos, being boosted up to 3000 attack from Neospace, as well as using its effect to send Light Ruler back to Sartorius' hand. But first, Sartorius activates his trap card Reversal of Fate, allowing him to change the Directional Fate option of the Light Ruler to unlock its other effect, which cancels out the effect of Jaden's monster, keeping the Light Ruler on the field as it only has to give up 1000 attack points to do so, making both monsters equally powered at 3000 attack points. This also allows Jaden to draw 1 card, but Sartorius doesn't let Jaden have a second to breathe before sending in the other part of this ability, destroying his Grand Neos as the Light Ruler is still perfectly fine and on the field. As Sartorius continues his whole speech about Jaden being too late and the light of truth and blah blah blah, Jaden then talks about his cards also being his friends and how close he is to them, showing a flashback to when he was a kid drawing Elemental Hero Neos, talking about how he created the cards that he's playing with for the most part, and when he needs them the most, they will be there to help, as he then plays Reverse of Neos, shocking Sartorius because he didn't predict this, as Neos once again returns to the field. He tells Neos to go and deal with the satellite, but before anything can happen, a voice cries out, saying stop, and that they're in control of the satellite now, with this being none other than Serena, using her digital world powers to take over the satellite from a weak signal connecting to it. She holds the satellite at bay for as long as she can, but it won't be able to be held for long, telling them to destroy it while they can, to which they do. As she says the only thing left to do now is to rescue her brother, as the duel is the only thing to worry about for Jaden. Neos then gains 500 attack points from the Neo Space Field card spell, bringing him up to 3000 attack points, matching the Light Rulers again. But to make it stronger, the Reverse of Neos card gives him another 1000 attack points, making him stronger than the Light Ruler, going in and finishing the duel, saving the world and the universe as the Light of Destruction destruction is no more, exploding into particles as it is vanquished from this plane of existence. The real Sartorius, the good one, wakes back up, with his sister digitally showing up by his side to check in on him, just being happy that he's okay, telling him farewell and that they will meet again, disappearing from him. Jaden thanks Neos for saving the universe, but Neos thanks him on behalf of everyone who owes him a big thanks for saving the universe, as Jaden was the one to handle everything head on and not give up, defying whatever destiny was told that would happen. Now with the duel over, we cut back to Chaz's duel with Blair, as everyone who is watching is impressed at Blair's skills, but Chaz isn't going to go down after everything that he's been through to lose to a character that appears again out of nowhere for the final duel, being able to win with none other than his Ojamas, with Ojama Yellow delivering the final blow. And that's kind of poetic. When she's feeling down from the defeat, Chaz tells her lesson 1. Winning or losing doesn't matter as long as you had fun, saying that's some free upperclassman advice, sounding like he's learned a lot from Jaden whether he wants to admit it or not. Blair then starts getting some sort of feelings for Chaz overhearing that, but all of the other characters then walk behind Chaz to call him a poser and that he stole that advice from Jaden, and now she's all about Jaden again, calling him the dreamiest. And poor Chaz, you know, even when he wins, he still somehow loses. It's okay though, he's crowned the champion of the first ever Gen X GX tournament, and everyone Chazes it up. It's a great time to be had all around. And might I just add some thoughts on this whole thing, as it was pretty insane with how unorganized of a dueling tournament this was. Like, I know there were ulterior motives in setting this whole thing up, but as the biggest and the best tournament that it was meant to be, it was really all over the place, from the rules not being consistent to poorly keeping track of the medals out there to other duelists constantly not following the rules that were given at the start. So much happened here that sucked as an official tournament. But hey, what can you do? It was only a backdrop for everything else to happen and move the story along, I guess. Anyway, Sartorius apologizes for being weak and allowing this to happen to him to then hurt all of them, but things seem brighter for his future, with him just wanting to know more about Serena, as she was saying that they would see each other again, as Jaden jokes about him being able to see the future, so if anyone's gonna know the answer, it should be him. He then says that there are some things in life that can't be predicted, which is just what Aster said to him a few episodes ago, as he then lets all of his tarot cards blow away in the wind, seemingly saying goodbye to that chapter of his life, as then a helicopter from Kaiba Corp comes flying in with the actual human version of Serena on board, surprising Sartorius to see her, which kinda makes you connect the dots here a little bit without it being explained. Clearly Kaiba was keeping an eye on this whole Sartorius situation like he said he was many episodes ago, and then was able to get Serena out of this virtual world and bring her back over through this helicopter to her brother. So with a happy ending to close out the second season, they all exclaim Jaden's catchphrase of "Get your game on," as there is still so much more left to come for Yu-Gi-Oh! GX. But it's also a weird place to stop. We know that through context clues and assuming a few things that yes, the Society of Light and everyone in it has been stopped, so all of the students are not brainwashed anymore. So like, is Bastion okay? Or we're just gonna keep forgetting about him this season? Like, why do we keep forgetting about Bastion? He was so important in the first season, now he's not important at all. What's going on? And what's Zane's whole plan anyway? What's he even up to? What's he gonna do? He didn't even really want to be in this tournament, but he was here for it, and he's just gone now at the end? He just doesn't do anything? Okay. But hey, I guess we'll have next season to kind of put these characters back together and explain the rest, or just move on from here because it's a cartoon at the end of the day. But before we get into anything with where this next season goes, I think that it's the perfect time to talk about the other side of Yu-Gi-Oh! GX. Yes, I am talking about the manga series, as it is completely different from the show in almost every single way.
Yu-Gi-Oh! GX will return in a moment. Yu-Gi-Oh! GX now continues.
I talked about in my series for the original seasons of Yu-Gi-Oh! How big of a deal the manga was for me. I always loved these first 7 volumes because of how different they would be from anything else Yu-Gi-Oh! Would become. But when we get to the Duelist series or the Millennium World series, they are pretty on par, aside from some few changes, the same as the anime. But for GX, things would drastically change for the world of Yu-Gi-Oh! Manga. For Yu-Gi-Oh! GX, their approach for making this manga series was a bit different from how it was going for any of the other manga that was in relation to the original series and their stories. With the relationship manga and anime usually share, you end up with a manga series first that later gets turned into an anime adaptation. But for Yu-Gi-Oh! GX, it was the other way around. The show was already going and moving forward before a manga version was greenlit, making the manga an adaptation of the anime. But I don't want to label it an adaptation beyond that point because of how directly different everything is and was done so on purpose. So let's talk about the Yu-Gi-Oh! GX manga, the major differences differences from the anime it has and explore a bit of the lore and story to see what was going on here. The first thing that you may notice is the names of the characters in the English GX manga end up just using the English translated names of the characters that we see in the 4Kids Entertainment dub of the show. Now, yes, there are scans of the manga online that do feature their Japanese names, and perhaps that's what you're seeing on screen. But in the physical English released manga, their names are their English 4Kids Entertainment names from the dub of the show. Whereas the original Yu-Gi-Oh manga set of series would use their Japanese names. Like, for example, this here isn't Tristan Taylor, this is Hiroto Honda. So for the English version of the GX manga, this isn't Judai Yuki, this is Jaden Yuki still. It's not a big deal for this to be the case, but I just find it interesting that in knowing the English reading manga audience was massively growing at this time, that they catered to what the fans of Yu-Gi-Oh here in the States would know the characters by if they were watching the series on TV. But that's the smallest little thing, because while a handful of main characters we follow in the manga are the same as they are in the show, they very much aren't. There are changes to personalities, the cards in their deck, their personal stories or roles to play in the overall story are all basically new and purposefully different from what the anime was doing. The key word is purposefully, so this isn't the case of somehow things were done wrong or now they don't make sense. Nah, the Yu-Gi-Oh! GX manga adaptation is a completely standalone alternate take on Jaden's time at Duel Academy, and an obviously shorter amount of time, because while we have so many episodes of the anime, with 4 technical seasons, there are only 9 volumes of the manga in total. Now, 9 volumes in general seem to be all that would be allotted for each manga adaptation of the anime from here on out. The manga version of 5Ds and Zexal would have 9 volumes apiece, but Arc 5 would break that, only having 7 volumes. But it would also be the final anime series from Yu-Gi-Oh! To have a manga adaptation. Vrains and Sevens would not receive one, and I know currently in Japan only that there are new Yu-Gi-Oh! Manga series that are standalone, like the 9 current volumes that were made for Yu-Gi-Oh! OCG Structure that focuses on the craft of building decks and the technicalities of dueling, as well as the other more recent manga series Yu-Gi-Oh! OCG Stories that currently has 5 volumes out that focuses on the lore of the cards themselves, the different archetypes and the stories that paint the real picture behind just seeing them as cards. This one interests me the most, and I would love to see this explored more, so hopefully it gets translated or even turned into an anime all its own. I feel fans of Yu-Gi-Oh! Have wanted something like this forever, but aside from that bit of information, the Yu-Gi-Oh! GX manga is what we are focusing on today, and I can explore more Yu-Gi-Oh! Manga another time. In June of 2005, Naoyuki Kageyama, the creator of the story and the artist for the Yu-Gi-Oh! GX manga, received a phone call from Kazuki Takahashi, the creator of Yu-Gi-Oh!, telling him that he is going to be making the manga version of Yu-Gi-Oh! GX. An exciting job to get for sure, as no time was wasted in getting started developing it. In September of 2005, the series was really getting planned out, where the major differences and decisions would come into play, with the first major thing being that the manga won't mainly be using the cards and creatures that they were using in the show. As Takahashi knew that there would be new cards and creatures all the time coming to the anime, he wanted to change it up. And if the publishers just wanted the anime in manga form, then they could just make an animanga, and those are just exact full-color stills from shows or movies that put the dialogue said into bubbles to emulate a regular manga, but there are no real changes, and here's an example of what one looks like, as they did do that for the first Yu-Gi-Oh! Movie. You're just reading the movie here. So while some cards and creatures would stay the same, the vast majority, and especially character signature cards, would all be new and made for the manga. As more meetings would take place, the topic of Chaz came up and figuring out how to handle him in the manga, leading to Takahashi telling Kageyama to change up the characters' personalities if he wants, as Takahashi thought it would be fun to make Chaz a cooler guy, leading to the decision that most characters would undergo some sort of personality changes, some major, some minor. These were crucial meetings that led to the Yu-Gi-Oh! GX manga turning out the way it did, and we know a lot about how this version of the manga came to be thanks to Kageyama. Between the chapters and the standalone volumes, you would get these little comic strip panels that tell us how everything happened the way it did, how he did end up getting a call from Takahashi and being told that he would be making this manga, as we would then see meetings he would have with him and other important people who were involved that led to why characters would have their personalities changed, or why the story goes in a complete different direction, or why the cards and monsters we see are mainly new and different for everyone, and so much more. There's no room for speculation. These little bits of behind-the-scenes information show how this was all meant to be this specific way. They also show us the pressure and stress that he was under to create this series, as this would be his first published series that he was creating and leading. And I love the way way that mangaka open up in their own ways in their published works, whether it's like here being open about the process and how it can be tedious to make this, and how you can easily be distracted away from it, or as simple as a couple of words telling us what movie they like. Thanks, Tatsuki Fujimoto. You are greatly appreciated. So in general, I think it's really nice to see these comic strip interludes from Kageyama, because in between all the personal bits about the creative process, what he's personally going through, and the world around him thanks to him being the person in charge of the story and look of the characters and monsters, we do get these extra bits of detail that explain how he decided to change some ideas for some characters or introduce little arcs that resolve in cool ways to explore these different versions of the characters more, all within the way more limited runtime of the manga. Which, if there is anything to truly criticize this manga for, is that it tries to cram in a whole lot with very little breaks, which in some cases can be great, but in others, sometimes you need that downtime to lay out more details for the characters themselves, the world around them, and the story that they are a part of. It can be hit or miss, but in this case, it could just be a problem of only having an allotted amount of time to tell everything in the story. By December of 2005, the Yu-Gi-Oh! GX manga started its serialization in Shueisha's V-Jump magazine in Japan, and for the English version of the manga, it wouldn't start being serialized in the US version of Shonen Jump until the January 2007 issue, which would release the month prior in December 2006. So with this established, let's get into the plot and story of the manga and discuss the changes for the characters. The series has to pack a lot into the introduction here, quickly giving us a lot of characters, details about the setting, and what's really going on right away. We get to meet all of the surrounding characters like Chaz, Alexis, Cyrus, and Bastion, giving us time to see how they all interact with one another and how they duel, as well as what type of cards they have in their deck. You really just get a lot of what you'd expect from duelists going to a dueling school from how everything starts. This then transitions into giving us more backstory and understanding to who Jaden is, and while we will get to explore more about his character coming up in the series when we discuss seasons 3 and 4 of the anime, here in the manga, his origin story is different all around, with Jaden originally getting his start in anything duel monsters related thanks to being injured playing baseball, which based on the little comic strips from Kageyama, he was a major fan of baseball, constantly mentioning it being a bit of a distraction as well as a getaway from work for him, so he clearly infused that into the character of Jaden for his backstory. As he got injured and spent time in the hospital, he ended up meeting Koyo Hibiki, a former world champion duelist that ends up no longer being able to duel thanks to the result of a shadow game, as he is now in the hospital over his health from it. As he and Jaden spent time together in the hospital, he would teach Jaden how to play duel monsters and install the values of always dueling for fun and having that fun shine through always when playing this game. From all of this, Koyo would be convinced of getting back out there and dueling again thanks to Jaden, as Koyo enters into a tournament so Jaden can see him really dueling in person, but Jaden ends up missing it, only getting there after Koyo collapses at the tournament and is brought back to the hospital, where it is clear that he can't continue pro dueling without his health failing, offering Jaden to be his final opponent ever as they have a real duel with one another, to which Koyo defeats Jaden with ease, but it was a fun duel at the end of the day, with him then giving Jaden his lucky red jacket and his deck of cards, which featured a special card in it, the Winged Kuribo, which is how Jaden here gets it as opposed to Yugi randomly giving it to him in the anime. But I guess two different champions gave the same card to Jaden in two different continuities. For Koyo and the curse from the Shadow Games, after giving his deck to Jaden, he ends up falling into a coma and becomes the backing plot points that drive Jaden and other characters in general throughout the series, and especially in the end. But for now, with Jaden's time going to Duel Academy, he continues on to be in the Slifer Red dorms thanks to his connection with Koyo and the whole red jacket thing, as well as Koyo's sister Midori, who is the Slifer Red headmaster, and basically like this older sister figure to Jaden. While there are overall differences with Jaden, his personality is a lot like it is in the anime, only really taking away a lot of his goofiness when it comes to dueling, making things a bit more serious while he still remembers to have fun with it. The deck he plays with is the biggest difference, focusing more on other elemental heroes that aren't the ones that you'd see in the show, with elemental hero Terra Firma, a fusion made by putting together elemental hero Ocean and Woodsman, being a big main creature that he brings out. And beyond this, when he plays around with building his own deck, we do see other new types of creatures like the masked heroes. But enough about Jaden. As we continue on, we also get to build more lore through the connection to an American dueling academy, as Zane comes back from studying over there for a while, as well as we start getting mentions of Atticus, who comes more into play later on. But what starts setting the stage for the real big threat of the series are these two American duelists who come back with Zane and are using their time at the school in search of a spirit card, with that specifically being the Winged Kuribo. But this is all happening while a tournament is being held at the school where the winner gets to face Zane. Wow, what a prize. The Shadow Games do come into play thanks to Chaz having to face one of the two Americans, as Chaz himself does have a spirit card of his own, and that's explained end by seeing the Koyo flashback for Jaden's origins, where before Koyo duels in the tournament, a young fan of his comes up to him asking for an autograph, with it revealed to be a young Chaz, who is heavily inspired by Koyo to be a great duelist someday. He ends up dropping a new card that he just pulled out of a pack on the ground, that being Light and Darkness Dragon, his signature card in the manga, with Koyo picking it up for him, as Winged Kuribo ends up sprinkling magical Kuribo dust on it, remember this, turning it into a spirit card that Chaz will end up building a deeper connection with as he grows up and grows as a duelist. There's a very early on plot point about this and how he's able to see spirit cards now. And I just love how both Jaden and Chaz in the manga are directly inspired to be the duelists that they are by the same person in two different ways. Now, as for the duel going on for Chaz back in the tournament, things are going to get a lot more sinister because of the shadow game being initiated. Chaz, however, ends up winning in the end, saving him from some not so great consequences if he did lose, because the other guy, yeah, he just falls into a coma. It's a common thing that happens for these shadow game losers here. Now, there was some sort of evil presence within the first American's earring that was persuading his actions to find the spirit card, and what caused the shadow game to start, with it now going over to the other American's earring to continue its mission with her now. This moment now is where we get our introduction to the big bad of the series, bringing us back in time to 3,000 years ago, where we see a man who served as the pharaoh's astrologer getting in trouble for trying to sneak in a magical item in the sealed temple, along with one of his disciples trying to attack the pharaoh with a sword before being stopped. The three people in the room each have a Millennium item, those being the Millennium Eye, Scale, and Rod. To judge the actions of this man, they summon the White Feathered Car, a white winged Kuribo that can take the essence of a person's heart so it can be weighed on the scale of truth against the Feather of Ma'at, which represents justice, order, and truth, so they can appropriately understand this person's sins. When doing the weighing, the Kuribo turns completely dark, slamming into the ground as all of them are in shock over how much evil can be stored within a singular person. Then this person finally speaks, thinking it's ironic for them to talk about sins when they are the sinners themselves, as he calls back to who he really is, a person who lived in a village that was destroyed as a purposeful sacrifice during a spell ritual a year prior to these events in order to bring out the Millennium items. With these enormously emotional feelings pouring out, a dark entity begins shooting out of him, being the embodiment of the suffering and pain felt from the destruction of his village, the pure hatred towards what was done, now turning into this dark shadowy beast known as Tragodia, who claims that he won't be satisfied with getting through his hatred until everyone involved is dead, until the pharaoh is dead, and until every person in the country is dead. As they fight back against the beast, Kuribo, who still has the heart of Tragodia, is told to take the Feather of Ma'at, with him not being able to be grabbed by Tragodia, keeping him weak enough for the others to seal him away within a stone tablet with the Millennium Rod, as the group in this room make a pact that the pharaoh must never know of this happening, saying that they will need to crush the stone tablet and hide it in the royal tomb that is under construction, brushing away what just took place. As it cuts back to the modern day of the story, 3,000 years later, that burial site was unearthed and Tragodia's presence was freed, as he currently resides in the host body of the principal of the American Duel Academy, angry over not having the people alive anymore that deserve his anger directed towards them, but learns that the Feather of Ma'at is still around, with it being at Duel Academy because Jaden's Winged Kuribo card is in fact infused with the exact Winged Kuribo from back then, holding in this extra secret from the past. With Tragodia being back in the modern day and Winged Kuribo knowing that this would happen at some point, Winged Kuribo appears to Koyo, believing he would be the duelist with the strongest chance to stop Tragodia. But when he is approached by Tragodia and brought into a shadow duel, he loses, putting him in the cursed situation that he's in now at the hospital, and why Winged Kuribo is now with Jaden. Now, this is all super cool stuff, right? It connects directly to the events that happen in all of the Millennium World related stuff in the manga and anime version of it. I think making this creature be the result of a major event that had other ramifications and moments set up for the original series, be the main villainous entity here, was woven in well and explained enough for it to have made sense without it feeling like they're trying to shoehorn in ancient Egyptian stuff just for the sake of it. I feel it was added into the story in a way that neatly ties in the events taking place to stuff we already know that happened, keeping GX in manga form in a close connection to the original series, while giving us an interesting enough villain with a purpose that fits into GX well by itself. Now, Tragodia fully has his attention set on Duel Academy, giving us the backstory of why he focuses his attention there through his control of others. The tournament continues on, shifting to the final duel to decide who will go against Zane, with Jaden having to face off against Chaz, and the manga does a really good job at establishing how good and powerful of a duelist Chaz truly is, as he ends up defeating Jaden here. It's an unexpected moment for the main character to go through, but so crucial in defining Chaz as a real powerhouse of a duelist, while Jaden is not this perfect king of games in the making. He's a student in a dueling school who can still lose a match just like everyone else. Jaden then ends up dealing with something more evil anyway, having to step in and face the other American in a shadow game duel for the sake of his teacher being okay and not suffering the consequences of losing a shadow game. Once Jaden actually wins, we see this evil presence get released, making it seem anticlimactic to what we expected from the great setup that we know regarding Tragodia. But that's all far from over. From this point, we get introduced to a slew of new characters that get brought over from the American Dueling Academy, with them being Aster Phoenix, who we already know from him being in the second season of the show, but aside from him, we have Axel Brody, Jim Crocodile Cook, Jesse Anderson, and Adrian Gecko, all of which are characters that we haven't talked about yet because they are in the next season of the anime, and we will talk about them soon. But why it's fine to talk about them here is because, well, they aren't anything like they are in the anime. Not only because of how many characters we need to focus on in the manga with the limited time that it has to deal with them, but with how they really fell through in here because while the anime was airing, these characters were being introduced, so Kageyama probably just had to throw them in here and continued with tweaking their personalities to fit the story, because there's not much you can really do with them. Because of this, they don't play the same decks as they do in the show, they lack the more detailed and interesting personalities that they have within the show, and overall are just used here for certain moments of plot points to move forward. They aren't here because we need to focus on them, they are here because they are used by other parts of the story for us to focus on. So all of them really do feel like downgrades if you do want to compare them to the anime, but as I will reiterate later, you shouldn't really need to compare the anime and the manga of Yu-Gi-Oh! GX. Here, all of these characters are used for Tragodia as vessels at different points, leading to nothing with their characters ever going anywhere, so in moving along just like the manga does, Tragodia continues to use other vessels, like at one point taking control of Atticus, who has a run-in with Jaden, defeating him as we see Jaden having to face the punishments of the Shadow Realm, being strung up with chains in eternal darkness, surrounded by all of the other victims of Tragodia as his mortal body lies collapsed on the ground. It's in this moment that Jaden sees Koyo in there as well, but thanks to what's happening on the outside, he doesn't get any moment longer to do anything. It's not like he could have anyway, he was locked into chains. But on the outside, as Tragodia was trying to get Wing Karibo then sucks all the darkness taking over Jaden out of him, saving him from the Shadow Realm, as Jaden wakes up for a moment to utter that he is going to find a way to save Koyo before passing back out. Tragodia ends up learning that Wing Karibo can do more than he thought, and from enjoying his duel against Jaden so much, he lets this be, saying that soon he will be complete again, and then Jaden will have another chance to face him in a duel. He takes the Wing Karibo with him, planning the rest of his strategy in order to rise once again, needing all these special planetary cards he gave to the others that he controlled as well as his most special card, waiting for a duelist worthy of it for him to siphon energy from to rise back into the beast he once was. This duelist for him ends up being Aster Phoenix, using him to do his dirty work and then getting him to duel against him so that he can play this ultimate card known as the Sun in order to help him fully be restored. In these final moments of this duel when Aster is losing, we see Aster reach out, temporarily seeing his father instead of Tragodia, who's in the American Duel Academy's principal's body, as he tries calling out to him. This ties his character in the manga into similar positions that he was in within the anime, because a lot like the Destiny Hero cards and the ultimate card being Destiny Hero Plasma, in the manga, Aster's father was the creator of these 10 legendary planet cards that represent the planets in our solar system, which considers Pluto still a planet. You love to see it. Justice for Pluto. As well as the Sun, which is the ultimate card here as opposed to Plasma. Aster's father only created these cards after Tragodia took him on as a vessel at one point and was still possessing him after, while then raising Aster, explaining more of the deeper connection of Aster seeing his dad within Tragodia and why it does feel like a father hurting his own son at the end. While I do think the anime overall has darker themes from all the seasons combined, the manga sure does have its fair share of moments that catch you off guard or give you some imagery that sticks with you for a long time. As Jaden recovers from what he went through, he's right back in the mix of things as Chaz and him figure out where Winged Karibo was taken thanks to Chaz's spirit card, the Light and Darkness Dragon, as they rush to follow it, with Cyrus and Alexis following them to really understand what's been going on between them and what they're involved in. One of the best things this manga does is give us a pretty cool relationship between Jaden and Chaz, having them at first feel like real rivals, but this quickly gets turned into a partnership as they start figuring out what's going on with these shadow duels and uncover or understand the bigger picture, making them feel more like a pair of detectives who are focused on the case, where characters like Alexis and Cyrus kind of get left as afterthoughts. And don't get me wrong, they have some really cool character moments in duels and are still involved in certain things going on, but not to the extent that Jaden and Chaz are. It's really a story about them and their connection to one another and their connection to Koyo and their connection to their cards and how they end up having a different close friendship that feels genuine, while when all is said and done, done, they will end up the same way, as rivals who still want to best each other in a duel. When they all find Tragodia, they witness the aftermath of everything he's done, as the bodies of other side and main characters lie around the floor, with all of the legendary planet cards set up in a cross-like position, with the winged Karibo card in the middle. Here you get a really good chance to see all of the legendary planet cards that were hidden through other cards, with most just being named directly after the planet it's infused with, aside from Jaiden's Terra Firma card, as that one is the representation of Earth, as Terra itself means Earth and Terra Firma meaning solid ground. I just think how this is all set up and shown off is really cool. Through this ritual now, Tragodia forces the winged Karibo to release the embodiment of his heart, filling in the final piece of the stone tablet that officially brings Tragodia back into this world as his beast form originally looked 3,000 years ago. Not being any form of an illusion, he's the real deal, and he's just evil now for the sake of being evil. As the people he wanted to punish are long gone, he ends up thinking about what he could do now. Claiming world domination, yeah, that could be fun, but tells Jaiden and the others that he's not trying to really do anything. He's just doing all of this because he's bored, thinking very little of humans and what they offer to him outside of things that he can just play around with and or destroy. Jaiden challenges this beast to a duel, and he responds by tossing Jaiden and Chaz duel discs, saying that what he does actually want is Chaz's Light and Darkness Dragon, as it is the one now who holds the feather of Ma'at. Back when Karibo did some magical Karibo stuff to Chaz's card when he was younger, was when he transferred the feather over to his protection, giving spirit life to the Light and Darkness Dragon, tying them all further into the plot in some pretty fun and unique ways. Tragodia uses his power to control the principal some more, telling them that he will duel them both, as he wants the feather so that he can get to the ghost of the priests who sealed him away in the tablet and fully get his revenge against them once and for all. With a very big and explosive duel where Jaiden and Chaz work together to defeat Tragodia, we see how with one final turn before losing, that winged Karibo and Light and Darkness Dragon become fused together to create Ma'at. You know, the woman whose feather everyone uses to waste stuff. Ma'at is covered in all of the Millennium items, making this a shocking moment for Tragodia, as Jaiden uses its effect to draw cards, and if he declares the right card that he draws, then he gets to play it and keep doing this, eventually being able to get out some elemental heroes to fuse them to create Elemental Hero Gaia, which, funny enough, basically represents Earth through that meaning, if we're keeping on brand with all the planet stuff. So yes, Jaiden had 2 Earth cards, I guess, as it drains the attack and defense in half of Tragodia's Ultimate Sun card, with Jaiden continuing on using Miracle Fusion to create the other Earth card, Elemental Hero Terra Firma, as Tragodia is filled with concern and rage over the priest hiding all this power in the Millennium items that are aiding Jaiden and Chaz right now to win this duel. Ma'at gets powered up to 6,000 attack and defense for all of the cards Jaiden guessed right, and Terra Firma ends up absorbing the power of Gaia, getting powered up to 6,700 attack points, going in to finish things off, destroying the sun with Terra Firma, while Ma'at sends Tragodia its final judgment. Defeating this evil entity for good is what they thought, as they just won the duel, but not the war, as the Beast version, despite all that losing stuff and, the Shadow Game stuff, tries showing off that he won't be defeated, as Karibo and the Light and Darkness Dragon fight together as the combination of force that could stop Tragodia for good, with Jaiden realizing that Karibo is going to sacrifice itself in order to do this, as Chaz tells Jaiden to prepare for what is about to happen, knowing that his Light and Darkness Dragon is going to do the same, letting these two do what they have been determined to do and risk their lives to finish off sealing this evil entity away. As the spirits of their buddies fade away after vanquishing the evil, time continues to move on, catching us back up to where we see Koyo waking up, now being saved from the Shadow Realm and able to duel again, meaning that anyone trapped in there, I guess, is safe and okay. But now with some sort of time skip into the future, we see Jaiden being announced as one of the most promising rookies in dueling, as everyone is either in person at the arena in America or tuning in from wherever they are in the world while Jaiden gets ready to take the stage. Chaz is there, ragging on him a bit to not embarrass himself out there, as Jaiden then looks at his winged Karibo card, still using it in honor of his spirit friend, as he's determined to do this and goes off to face his opponent, with it being a fully back on top world champion, Koyo Hibiki, as he tells Jaiden, let's have a fun duel, ending right there to leave the ending of the manga ambiguous. So yeah, the manga only ends up covering a section of Jaiden's first year at Duel Academy, as opposed to the anime clearly going way beyond that. But I hope in talking about it, you were able to see how certain details were very similar, while twisting what they were or how they came about, as the manga truly made its own story when all was said and done. There are so many differences here that you can easily see just from how the story in the manga is structured, but with what they do with the characters, I think a lot of it is really good, even if the characters are used less. Cyrus and his skills with dueling along with his determination make him way more hardened as a character than he comes across in the anime. Alexis really has a focus on being respected as a duelist rather than firstly being seen as a woman by others who think that makes her weak or only someone to be won over romantically. And lastly, because I won't forget about Bastion like the show does, the manga semi does as well, he's more or less the same, just now with some different cards and having a crush on Alexis. Let's just hope that he first and foremost respects her talents as a duelist before worrying about anything else. Now, while the Yu-Gi-Oh! GX manga started back in 2005, it wouldn't officially end until March of 2011, which feels like a massive stretch of time to produce 9 volumes, especially with the anime having not only had the following generation 5Ds completely come out, but the generation after that, Zexal, was about to premiere in Japan in April of 2011. That's 1 month after the final GX chapters were released. There's nothing technically wrong with that, it's just like, wow, that's a long time, Anyway, even then, the series wasn't technically over, as a special 34-page one-shot was released in June of 2014 in Japanese and December of 2014 in English, which is perfect in celebrating 10 years of when Kageyama got the call that he was making the series and when the first bit of it started being published. This bonus chapter ends up serving as an epilogue to the GX manga, taking where Volume 9 ends and showing us this meaningful duel that originally was left ambiguous between Jaden and Koyo. Luckily, I am glad that this special one-shot just gives a bit more of the duel while still not showing a definitive answer as to what happens in the end. So if you enjoy the ending of the manga, this little bit extra doesn't ruin that. At the end of the day, this is one of those cases where I don't think you can compare the manga to the anime because of the unique situation we have here. You can easily have an opinion of how you feel when it comes to stuff like the characters with the differences that they have to their anime counterpart and pick which version that you like better. It's just that you can't look at either and blame them for not being the same. Jaden in the anime and Jaden in the manga are not the technical same character outside of sharing a name and a look and a few personality traits. They weren't created to be the same, explicitly told to do so by Kazuki Takahashi, who is still there to supervise the whole thing. May he rest in peace. While the manga could have benefited from a longer run to really flesh out all of the side characters and give more room to see the growth of Jaden, I still think it delivered quite a good story. Much like the anime, however, it's not perfect. It has flaws and does things that you wish you either had more of or other things that you wish you had less of. So it's not bad. It surprisingly has some incredible moments that make it worth reading. But its coolest feature is that it is a different take on Yu-Gi-Oh! GX, one that goes in a new direction that I appreciated for how it told its story, and beyond that, even tied some of it in with other established Yu-Gi-Oh! Lore in a unique and fun way that had a purpose and wasn't just for the sake of falling back to older things that have been done because they are proven to have worked. Now, if you have read it, please let me know your thoughts on the Yu-Gi-Oh! GX manga in the comments down below. For now, we are going to say bye to the second season of Yu-Gi-Oh! GX, a season filled with some heavier themes that talk about destiny and what it means to explore your own free will, giving us a look into how your story is something you forge for yourself and how some can be led to believe in something over wanting these answers told to them rather than seeking them out on their own journey, being told who they are and should be over discovering who they are and what they want to be. There is a really great balance of fun and silly moments thanks to our main cast of characters this season, while the series took darker turns to change characters, break them down, rebuild them, and explore the main themes through them. While there is once again a happier ending for the main villain, it is done a bit differently, having this more cosmic entity side to it, rather than it being a singular person's decisions. But from everything and what we were teased with for what's coming for Jaden, really sets us up for some incredibly exciting things for the third season of the show. In the next part of the series, we are not only going to be taking a look into this third season of Yu-Gi-Oh! GX, but we are also going to be talking about the fourth and final season of the series that was never dubbed and brought outside of Japan. So if you just watched the series in English, you've never seen the real ending to Yu-Gi-Oh! GX, and yeah, let's just say things continue to get a lot darker and a lot more serious. So I can't wait to deep dive the series further for the final part of my Yu-Gi-Oh! GX series, where we explore the lore and then deep dive some more. Season 2 was pretty heavily lore-filled with so many important details to cover and dig into. With so many unfinished plots and foreshadowing of what's to come, Season 3, and beyond that, Season 4, are looking to be a pretty wild finish for the Yu-Gi-Oh! GX anime. I'll see you soon for the final part of this series, but in the meantime, make sure to let me know all your thoughts on this season of Yu-Gi-Oh! GX in the comments below. Thank you so much for watching. Make sure to hit like on this video and to subscribe for more videos like this coming soon, but until then, see you later. If you're wondering what card I drew, it was Gazelle, the king of mythical claws.